Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Married Daenerys Targaryen from Game of Thrones movie. Before we start, please go support marioiale for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. Prologue. The nine-tailed fox roared, being held back by the chakra chains of its previous container, as her husband prepared to seal it into their son. This wasn't going to happen to her again. He'd been trapped inside Kushina for so long, and he was finally free. It was true that the masked Uchiha had taken him out and then controlled him, but he wanted out. Why won't these pesky ninjas leave me alone? He thought. The fourth Hokage was almost done with the sealing. The QB was running out of time. The final hand seal was placed in place, and the doom of all existence came into view. The Shinigami, the Reaper, was known by many names, but the QB knew him as the bastard who took his father away from him. Death was pale as a corpse, and his hair was whiter than snow. In his mouth was the Reaper of Souls. The fourth then began the sealing process, thrusting the QB's chakra into the young brat with the 8 trigram seal, and a bit of his and Kushina's chakra as well. The moment they took part of Kushina's chakra, some of the chains loosened and the QB was able to move again. It thrust a clawed paw at the young vessel, hoping to kill the little blonde brat and reclaim its chakra. The Hokage saw this and immediately jumped in front of his son, starting a space-time jutsu of his own to avoid the claw. By the time he finished his jutsu, the QB had stabbed him in the stomach. However, the jutsu took effect and attacked the Nine-Tails chakra, which is now inside the blonde-haired baby. The baby was then slowly pushed into his own stomach. The jutsu slowly consumed the massive amount of demonic chakra in it and pushed it away. The fourth Hokage, seeing his mistake, immediately began thinking about how to stop the jutsu. His mind raced faster than his signature technique, the Haration. He came to 4 conclusions in a split second. He was going to die. His son was going somewhere where he couldn't help him. His son and wife were going to be alone, and he had to do everything in his power to help his son. Just before all of the fox's chakra was drained from him, Minato realized what he had to do. He sent every drop of his chakra into his son's seal. Hopefully, that would be enough. He then completed the deal with death, sealing the QB's mind and body into himself, and now it was done. His son disappeared. His wife lay dying on the ground, her eyes wet with tears for her son. That night, the last member of the Uzumaki clan died, weeping for her son. Minato could feel the grip of death slowly approaching him. It's time, thought Minato, the fourth Hokage of the village hidden among the leaves. He looked up and saw Death staring back at him. Hey Death! Minato spoke loudly. Can I ask you something? The figure looked at him and stood there for a second, before nodding. Minato smiled. Let his last words be a conversation with death itself. Can you tell me where my son is? He pleaded. The white figure looked at him, opened its mouth slightly, and took the Soul Reaper sword. It placed it on Minato's chest, then spoke in a voice that was neither male nor female. It had no tone, pitch, or essence. It was simply there. Your son is going to play a game, it said. What game? Minato asked. Death raised his sword in the air. The only game there is, the Game of Thrones. He brought the blade down hard. Chapter 1. Harlot Snow, the bastard son of Lord Rickard Karstark, is a simple man. His mother was a boor, that fact could not be mocked, and his life was very hard because of it. He had suffered ridicule and was mocked constantly. He hated that part of his life. When he was growing up as his father's servant, he hated that, serving his stepbrothers and sisters. None of them deserved his father's love or attention. After years of saving money, he had finally saved enough to buy a plot of land here on the corner of his father's land. He still remembers that day even now. That only time he had ever spoken to his father. It was their 18th name day, and Harlot had just purchased his land. As was customary for all farmers just starting out or moving onto their land, Lord Karstark wanted to see them and wish them luck. Harlot dressed in his finest clothes and bathed that day. It was expensive to bathe that day, but it didn't matter. Today was the day he would meet his father and speak to him for the first time. The doors opened. Harlot could still remember those doors speaking when they opened. The burly man who was Lord Karstark walked in, his beard long and thick. Harlot unfortunately never got that from his father. The court bowed to Lord Karstark, and so did Halrod. He waited patiently for his turn at court, waited through the messengers and heralds. The boring meetings between his father and other nobles. Then it was his turn. Herod readied himself, stepped out, and knelt before his father. "Rise, Harlot Snow!" His father's voice boomed. Harlot looked face to face with his father, and then nothing. No hugs, nothing. His father began a long speech about how the farmers were the backbone of the kingdom, and that Harlot had responsibilities to fulfill. "Wait," Harlot said after his father dismissed him. "Don't you recognize me?" His father raised an eyebrow. "Should I, boy? I am your son, ha!" Lord Karstark laughed. "I think I would know if you were my son. I'm Marina's son." Who is, oh yeah, that boar? "I see you're my bastard." "You have my eyes." "She's not a boar." "Yes, she was a boy and you're a bastard. I'm your son. Doesn't that mean something?" "I worked in your palace for 10 more years. I am not your father. You are not my son." "You are a bastard. Don't you know what that means, boy?" Lord Karstark pointed at his guards. "Guards! Teach the boy what it means to be a bastard. 2 days of cleaning would teach him." "What?" Harlot began. The guards grabbed him and pulled him from their arms. "Wait, further please, I'm your son, I dash." The guards covered his mouth and dragged him away. Those 2 days were his hell. He had never been hurt like that in his life. Those days were filled with pain and blood. The first thing they did was beat him until he bled all over his back. After a night of healing, they returned and tortured him. They hammered nails into his feet and sprinkled salt on the open wounds that hadn't healed since the night before. On the second day of his fate, Lord Karstark came down to see him. "Hello, bastard," said Lord Karstark. "Tell me, do you understand what you are now?" Harlot nodded frantically. "Good boy, remember you are a bastard, nothing. Now leave this castle and go to your farmland. And if you ever call me father again, then you will be the head." A month after that, Harlot found himself at the very edge of Lord Karstark's land. He had begun farming on his land, and 2 years later he finally harvested his first successful crops. Overall, Harlot never forgot his father's warning. Now the only place he could recognize him as his father without fear of death was in his mind. One night, when Harlot returned from the city after a visit to the butcher and his beautiful daughter, he was walking along a path. In the dark woods that night, the only light was that of the moon. Harlot was doing well in his life here. The townspeople treated him like one of their own. At that moment, a scream echoed through the forest. Harlot knew the cry of an abandoned baby when he heard it. He quickly went to it and saw something he thought he would never see. A baby, but not just any baby, the cleanest, most beautiful baby he had ever seen. The child could pass for born of noble blood. His eyes are a deep blue, yet bright enough to almost glow with power. His hair was golden, almost like spun gold. The only thing keeping his face from being perfect were 3 strange whiskers on either side. Harlot didn't know what to do. If he took this child, people would ask questions, think he had a bastard, and the butcher's daughter wouldn't want to marry him. If he left him here, the child would starve to death. With no other option, Harlot took the boy to his cabin. There, he fed the child with milk until he became silent and fell asleep. He promised himself that he would take the child as he discovered he was, as he would give him up for adoption. That night, Harlot fell asleep thinking about what he would do if no one wanted the baby. Then he would have to keep the child and lose the butcher's daughter, or simply abandon him on the street. Then he heard something. The boy was crying. Harlot looked into the boy's eyes, those deep blue eyes, and saw something. Pain, loss, suffering from all the things the boy would have to go through if Harlot had abandoned him. He would experience all the pain Harlot had experienced from not having a father. Harlot wiped the boy's eyes and hugged him tightly. "I promise to never abandon you like my father did to me," Harlot said. "Do you hear that, boy? I am your father. Now, what should I call you?" Harlot looked into the boy's eyes and knew. "Your name is Ned. After the only honorable nobleman I know, you are now Ned Snow." 5 years later, a ball of blonde energy raced through the forest to the village of Greenwake. His father had given him a silver buck to spend in the city. He had to buy seeds and some metal tools, but the rest he could spend on whatever he wanted. The townspeople were well aware of who the moving yellow blur was. The farmer's son, they all called him. His name was Ned Snow. The boy was named after the Lord of Winterfell, the Warden of the North, but he was the furthest from what you'd call a classic Northman. He wasn't silent, far from it. In fact, the boy was the loudest in the village, and possibly in Westeros. He was the epitome of summer. Anyone who didn't know the boy would soon be glad they did. He could make anyone his friend, and even the gloomiest soldiers would smile. The boy ran toward the market, his worn, holey leather boots splashing on the ground. Mud slicked his shoes, but he didn't care. Ned liked the feel of the mud between his toes. It made him feel as if the earth was helping him run faster and faster. "Good morning, Ned!" a woman at the stand shouted. "Hey, Mita!" Ned replied, waving both hands and smiling bright enough to put the sun to shame. "So, what are you going to do today, Ned?" asked the bootmaker's wife. "Oh, nothing special. Dad just asked me to pick up some things. Some seeds and a new axe. He said I could spend the rest on whatever I wanted." The boy replied to a middle-aged woman. "I see. Tell me, Ned, do you need new shoes?" the kind woman asked with a motherly smile. She was always like that, the kindest person in the village, always willing to help people with their bad luck. "No, I like these shoes," the blonde replied, giving the woman a hug around the waist and running off. Mita just smiled and giggled, reminding him once again how much Ned reminded him of his missing son. Ned ran through town on his way to the local seed mill/store. There, he met Rowan, who wasn't the friendliest person. The grumpy older boy was born in the north, so he usually acted as if something was always wrong, something Ned hated and struggled with his carefree attitude. "Hello, Mr. Grump." He bowed mockingly to Rowan, imitating a peasant meeting a knight. This didn't really sit well with Rowan, who wanted to be a knight of the realm when he grew up. Ned knew he got a kick out of teasing him about the fact that Rowan could never be a knight. "Silent brat," Rowan growled back. Rowan hated the boy, the most annoying creature he'd ever met. He looked nothing like a Northman, more like a southern brat than anything else. He even looked like those damn Lannisters. Ned simply grinned like a fox and laughed at the older boy's frustration. "Hey, can I get some seed? You know the kind my dad likes to have?" Rowan grunted, turned, walked into the shop, and took out the seeds. He wouldn't have been upset and would have turned Ned away, but business was falling apart, and Rowan's father was desperate for business. Rowan knew when not to hold a grudge and handed the brat the bag of seeds. Ned gave him the stag and received his bronze back. "So, Rowan, do you still have that ridiculous dream? You know, the one about being a knight?" "Shut up, brat. It's not ridiculous," Rowan said with this brat. "It's my dream and I'll follow it. That's my way of life. So what if they don't allow me to be a knight? Be one anyway. Now get lost, you blonde brat." Ned just smiled and ran away before the boy decided to chase him, as he did every time they talked. Then he went to the smith's shop, bought the axe. It wasn't really that good, nothing compared to the forged steel from the castle, but it worked. Ned looked at the few coppers left in his hand and wondered if he could use the remaining amount. He didn't need shoes, and everything he wanted in life was there. He smiled and ran back to the blacksmith. "Oh, Ned, back so soon? Do you need anything else?" Rabua the blacksmith asked Ned. Rabua was 40 years old, but his body was full of muscles and a long loin, like the stereotypical Karstark man. "Hey, Mr. Rabua, what can you buy with this?" Ned asked, handing the money to Rabua. Rabua looked at it. It wasn't much, but the amount could easily have bought a boat or something similar. Rabua looked at the small ball of energy in front of him. The boy was active, perhaps something to keep him busy. He looked around his shop and saw a dagger he had made not long ago. It was sharp and very useful, a bit over the amount the boy had, but Rabua could take only so much for the boy. The blacksmith smiled and picked up the dagger. "What about this guy?" Ned looked at the blade. It was as long as his forearm and it was simple and elegant, and something clicked inside his head when he saw it. "I'll take it." After walking back home, he gave his father the seeds and the axe, hid his dagger behind his body, ran to his small wooden den outside the house, and drew his sword. His father hadn't asked him what he used the money for, so Ned didn't tell him. Ned drew the blade and examined it. It was straight and had a small guard between the blade and the hilt, which was made of leather. He hid it under his pillow and returned to his father. Harlot was having a rough day. He saw the dagger his son tried to hide behind his back and almost laughed when his son thought it worked. His little Ned was growing up, and Harlot knew that before long he'd develop dreams like becoming a knight like that miller boy Rowan. Harlot sighed. It was hard being a father. He could almost forgive his father for not raising him, almost. Just then Ned walked in. Harlot smiled. "Ready for your chores, Neddy?" Ned smiled. "Yes, Daddy." Harlot smiled as his little ball of energy raced around the farmyard, doing everything he asked. He knew the boy was a hard worker, from which he got all the stamina Harlot simply didn't know. After the chores were done, it was nighttime and Harlot and Ned were tired. Pulling weeds was quite a demanding task. Ned! Go play if you want, but be careful! Remember, at night the forest isn't what it seems. Ned smiled and nodded frantically at his father. Harlot thought Ned needed a reward for his behavior and for helping him with the chores. Then Harlot set about preparing dinner. Ned ran to his little house outside and grabbed his new dagger. It didn't have a sheath yet, so Ned wrapped it in leather and strapped it to his waist. He followed a path outside his home into the woods and soon became lost. This was exactly the way Ned liked it. Soon he began following a trail lit by the shining full moon. This soon led him to a mountain road. This path was used mainly during the war by passing soldiers. It had been used for the last 6 years, when Lord Karstark used it to join his lord when Ned Stark went south during Robert's rebellion. The road was supposed to be empty, but Ned saw a light there. He stepped forward, leaned over the edge, and looked down, and there he saw them. Hundreds and hundreds of soldiers. Ned cared. It was the first time he'd seen so much steel in one place. He looked at the men. They were Lord Karstark's men. But why were they here? Ned turned and ran. This wasn't the time for this. He had to find his father. He was the only one who knew what to do. Just as Ned turned, the ground beneath the cliff gave way, and he fell unconscious. Ned opened his eyes slowly. His head hurt like a bee and stung the inside of his head. He looked up and saw the sky, pure and bright. It was morning. His father must be very worried. Ned got up and saw that he was alone. There was no one there. It seemed like there used to be, but not anymore. Ned stood up, his head still spinning, and he fell down. His stomach churned, and soon yesterday's lunch was on the floor. Ned felt his body lighter than before. He looked down and saw that the dagger he'd received yesterday was crossed out. It was gone. Damn it, he'd just gotten that. Find that thief. His father will teach him. Ned looked, and where he'd been lying, he saw blood. So much blood, it was almost as if someone had cracked his skull open and all the blood inside had spilled out. Ned slowly leaned back and touched the back of his neck. There was a small scar there. But it wasn't as if all that blood could have come from that small crack, was it? Ned dismissed the thought, and then ran. He ran into the woods and searched for an hour until he finally reached home. He looked inside and there was no one there. His furry friend was gone. Ned immediately set off for town. Before reaching the village, he saw that the soldiers he saw yesterday were all in town. He immediately went to the town square and saw a large man with the Karstark sun on his armor addressing the people. It seemed Ned arrived just in time, as the speech was just beginning. My people, for those of you who do not know, I am Lord Rickard Karstark. You are the Lord. You have come here to this city to protect you all. As you know, the Greyjoy Rebellion had called Lord Stark to war. As such, there has been chaos throughout the north. Raids and other travesties have been made in the city of my land. As my reports say, this city is next. As such, I have come to you for protection. My men require housing and food. I am sure that you, who have been living in some of my most fertile lands, will have no trouble feeding these brave men. Ned's eyes widened. This man was his grandfather. He remembered his father mentioning him once, but other than that, Ned had never heard of his estranged grandfather. Ned looked out at the crowd and saw his father. Father! Ned cried. All the people there and the soldiers turned toward him and looked at the boy. Then a voice came out. Ned! The crowd split, with son and father at either end. Then they ran into each other's arms, Ned crying and his father telling him everything would be all right. Then the soldiers started whispering. Demon! Ned looked around and saw that people were looking at him. Then a loud voice sounded. It's that dead brat we all saw at that pass. Remember the one Jaka snatched that dagger from? Do you know that one with the split head? That surprised everyone. Harold looked at Ned and saw that there was a large patch of his blonde hair dyed red with blood on the back of his head. People started talking, the soldier telling the villagers that the boy had been dead when they last saw him. Then he felt the back of his son's head and saw there was nothing there. Ned, are you okay? The boy nodded and just looked at the people around him. He was getting scared. Some of them were calling him a demon, and some were calling him a spawn of the devil. He saw Rowan in the crowd, and he was staring at Ned, as if he were about to set him on fire. The boy began to cry and hugged his father. "Dad, make them stop," Ned whispered. Harlot could only hug his son closer and start walking away from the crowd toward his home. "Now what have we heard?" Harlot heard the voice he had feared to hear addressing him again. He turned slowly and saw his distant Lord Karstark. "Lord Karstark?" Harlot bowed. "Well, tell me, what's going on here?" "And my son ran away into the woods last night, sir. He didn't show up until now. He's a little upset and I'm sure he's hungry. I promise I'll feed your men if I can, but for now, sir, may I excuse you?" Lord Rickard looked at the farmer before saying, "Go on, I'm sure the poor boy is scared." Just as Harlot bowed and turned away, Lord Karstark said, "Wait a moment." Harlot froze, turned around and looked at his feet and his son holding on to his legs. "I think I know you," Lord Karstark began, sending a chill down Harlot's spine. "Tell me, what is your name?" Harlot, my lord." "Harlot what?" "Harlot Snow, my lord." Lord Karstark stared at him for a few minutes before laughing. "Ha ha ha, then it's you. I remember you, boy, you son of a hitch. Ah, look at you, you finally look like a man, instead of that scrawny little thing you used to be. And what is this, a child of yours? Look at me, boy." Ned turned and looked at his grandfather further away. "Ah, a precious little thing, isn't it? Obviously all the mother's looks." Now the whole army laughed. Ned blushed while Harlot was glad that his father, Lord Karstark, hadn't punished him yet. "Very well, boy, I'll stay with you," Lord Karstark said, surprising Harlot. "And my lord?" Harlot stammered. "What is that, boy?" Lord Karstark grumbled. "Nothing, sir. I would be honored by your presence." "Please come. Where do you live, boy?" "On the outskirts of town, sir." A bit far from the troops, but the lads can take care of themselves." "Very well, men." Lord Karstark addressed his men. "Stay here and don't cause any trouble. I swear if I hear a peep from the villager about you all, it will be his head and honor." Hours later, Ned found himself sitting at the dinner table, his father telling his grandfather about his life here and how he came to find Ned in the woods. Lord Karstark was impressed. This farmer, who was his bastard, wasn't half bad. He had honor. Raising a child alone because there was no one else to do it certainly said something about character. After dinner that night, after Ned went to bed, Rickard called Harlot and had a talk. "Boy, I wish to explain myself." Harlot looked at him, but said nothing. Rickard expected the same. Ever since he and the boy spoke he had been nervous, scared but polite. "I want to tell you why I treated you that way all those years ago." "My lord, it's fine, I did dash. Let me finish, boy," Lord Karstark replied, raising his hand. "You just said you were my bastard to everyone at court that day, lad. Do you know how that made me look? There were messengers from Lord Stark present there. Do you know how badly you made me look? I was spat upon by the other lords. My lord, I'm sorry I dash. Listen, kid, despite what I said that day, you're my son. And you've made me proud. By doing right by your son." Rickard then stood up and walked over to his bastard and hugged him. Harlot broke down, finally getting it. What he wanted more than anything else, to be accepted by his father. Unbeknownst to both men, they were being chased by someone, Ned. Ned smiled and went home, smiling at finally getting a grandfather. Chapter 2. Ned was having a disturbing week. First, his grandfather showed up and treated them like family, nothing like what his father had described. The first week his grandfather was in town, Ned followed him everywhere, like a lost puppy. And Lord Karstark loved it. On one of these trips to the village, which Lord Karstark used to oversee the village's defense efforts and the village report, Ned saw a side of his grandfather he thought he'd never expected. When his grandfather was receiving the day's report, Ned was gone. He was looking around the town. Mita was at her post giving soup to several soldiers. Each villager had to feed 3 men, and she seemed tired from the effort of feeding 3 more mouths. He looked at Ned and smiled, trying to hide his radio. Ned smiled and waved back, but unfortunately, even he couldn't lift the spirits that had clouded this city. Ned traveled and looked at the soldier. Honestly, he was curious and just wanted to see the soldier and the knights. He'd be lying if he said he wasn't interested in the army, but he wasn't crazy about them like Rowan, who now that it's mentioned is drooling over the knights who are now here. Ned walked through the camps, the soldier looking at him with satisfaction in his eyes. They honestly thought the brat was a demon. After all, they were sure the boy had split his head in 2, yet there he was, walking without a care in the world. At that moment, Ned saw a soldier, who was setting up his camp, and in his belt was his dagger. "Hey, that's mine!" Ned shouted. "What?" The soldier looked at him. The man was scarred and looked mortal. He turned around and walked over to Ned and looked at the boy. "What do you mean, boy?" the soldier growled. Ned took a step back and stammered. That dagger you're wearing, that's mine." "Can you give it back, please?" the man grunted at the boy's weak voice. In his book, only the strong deserved such a weapon. He glared at the boy without saying a word, causing the boy to feel discouraged. "Get lost, brat," said a skinny soldier with short black hair. But it's mine. I paid for it." Ned stammered slowly. "Yeah, well, it's his now. After all the shit he found on your corpse, you snot-nosed demon," the skinny soldier replied. "I'm not dead." "Yeah, well, you're about to be," another soldier replied. Slowly, the boy was surrounded by soldiers. After every soldier would defend another, even if it was for a brat. The larger man with the dagger had to admit, the boy had guts. Right now, he was surrounded by metal-clad soldiers, but from the way the boy looked at them, he was ready to fight his way out. "What's going on here?" roared Lord Karstark's voice. The soldier opened his circle, and everyone turned to face their lord. "My lord," said the skinny soldier, saluting his master. "The demon brat was bothering our men about a sword, sir. I was just about to teach him some manners." Lord Karstark looked at the boy and saw the fire in his eyes. He smiled. "Fools! Do you know who this boy is? He's my grandson with full blood. I swear the boy has the North in him, despite looking like a Lannister." He looked straight into Ned's eyes. "Look at his eyes, like a wolf. He's definitely a child of the North. But my lord, he's a demon. His head was split open in the forest, and yet here he is, don't you see? He's blessed by the old gods. That's how important it is to him. And I swear that anyone who calls my grandson will be beheaded. Now away from everyone." The soldiers soon began to leave the spectacle, the show over. At that moment, Ned saw the soldier with his dagger, and Lord Karstark saw where his grandson's eyes went. "Wait," Lord Karstark said to the large soldier. "Don't you have something to give the boy here?" The tall soldier looked at the boy and nodded to his master. He took the dagger and gave it to Ned. Ned took it and thanked the man. The only response he got was a grunt. Ned strapped the dagger back on. He was familiar with the weight of having it overlooked, but it felt good to have it on him. He pulled out the dagger and saw his reflection in it. The blue eyes stared back at him, and for a second, it seemed like there was something inside them. "Come on, boy," said Lord Karsno, Ned's grandfather. Ned smiled his biggest smile and walked off with his grandfather. It was then that Ned saw his grandfather as someone who could show affection. 2 weeks later, and before the guard could catch me, I leaped out of the window into the hayloft below, and ran like dogs at my heels. And that, my lads, did I claim the maiden's hood of the now Lady Tallheart. Ned and Harlot were laughing their heads off. Lord Karstark had just finished telling the story of one of his previous escapades. And needless to say, Ned was in trouble. Ned didn't know anyone who told better stories than his grandfather. These past 2 weeks have been incredible. His grandfather's arrival here had been one of the most amazing things that had happened to him a week earlier. His grandfather had begun teaching him how to use his dagger. It was then that he caught Ned practicing alone in the woods. Ned finished putting away the dishes they used for dinner. His father was running a bath for his grandfather, and Lord Karstark was now at the table reading a book. Ned wanted to learn, and his grandfather had said maybe someday. "Good night, Grandpa," Ned said. "Wait, Ned, before you go to bed, or sneak out when you think no one's looking." Ned grimaced that he didn't think anyone would notice his midnight dagger practices. "All right, lad, I like the fact that you're taking your training off the hook. It's about your name day. I was wondering if you'd like to come with me to the castle, boy." Ned was surprised. His grandfather wanted him to accompany him to the castle. He was going to stay with him. What would his father say? "Yes. Yes, Grandpa," Ned shouted. "Sush! I haven't told you you're a father yet." Lord Karstark looked at the little ball. "It's okay, Squirt, get some sleep if you can." Ned smiled and ran off to his little house. He jumped into bed and tried to sleep. He was so excited to be going to the castle with his grandfather. Finally, Ned fell asleep. Then, hours later, they woke him up. "Get up, Ned!" Ned slowly opened his eyes and saw his father there. He looked down, frightened. "Dad, what's going on?" Ned asked, still drowsy from sleep. Ned, pack up everything of value. Now! His father shouted, and Ned jumped up and did just that. What was going on? Why was his father yelling? Even when he was lost in the woods, he didn't yell at him. In fact, he had never yelled at him. Ned gathered all his things. A couple of shirts and leather boots. The only thing he had of value was his dagger. He walked into the house and saw his father burying all the seeds they had. Dad, why are you burying the seed? Ned asked, the sleepiness gone from his voice. So that if someone ransacks our house, they won't find anything. Harlot looked at his son, who was carrying a bag over his shoulder. Do I have everything? Ned nodded. Dad, what do you mean, someone ransacks our house? Dad, what's going on? A few minutes ago, a scout came here and told your grandfather that there was an army heading our way. He immediately went to the village. He wants us to go there too. It's the only place with an army and high enough walls. We'll come back here later. We can't stay here, Ned. And with that, Ned and Harlot headed off to the village. They couldn't see anything because it was very foggy that night. But all was silent as father and son walked along the path toward the village. Soon Ned saw something burning up ahead. Harlot feared the worst and quickly took his son's hand. As they approached, they saw that the gates leading to the village had been smashed. They were burned. Harlot couldn't hear anything, so slowly he entered. As soon as they entered the town square, the fog magically dissipated. And then Ned saw something no child should ever see. The town was destroyed. Buildings were burned or smashed. The small park where Ned and Rowan used to play when they were younger is gone. The town square, once teeming with people, is now filled with their blood, and the interior is spread out for the crows to feast on. Ned could recognize some of them. Mr. Rabiel was one of them. His legs were broken backward. His head looked as if it had been severed by something sharp. His body lay next to a giant hammer, and beneath several dead soldiers, where he fell struggling. Harlot blocked his son's view. He didn't need to see this. Harlot soon forced Ned away from the now dead blacksmith, but just a few feet away from them were two soldiers. Their pants were down, and they were urinating on something. Ned saw it, wishing he hadn't because it would stay with him for the rest of his life. Mita. Her body was on the ground, her dress torn, her eyes bulging behind their sockets as she lay there on the stone. The men laughed. Man, that was a screamer! They laughed. They laughed. Harlot couldn't bear it anymore. He went for Rabua's hammer. It was heavy, but he didn't care. He lifted it and brought it down on the soldiers. You bastards! Harlot roared. One of the soldiers turned around and saw a demon. He was scared and backed away, but his pants were down, and as such, he fell. Harlot lunged at the fallen rapist and smashed his skull. Blood poured all over his once calm face. Blood also sprayed across Mita's face, a face that was all about smiling and helping people. The second soldier pulled his trousers back up and drew his sword as Harlot raised his hammer again. Ned saw red. The woman he loved, the only woman he ever saw as a mother to him, was now dead. He drew his dagger and threw it. It passed right between the soldier's eyes, killing him instantly. Harlot dropped the hammer and approached Midas's body. He looked at her and wept. She was a friend, and as long as he remembered her, he was kind. He closed her legs, which were now broken, bent at angles they weren't supposed to be. He crossed his arms and slowly leaned closer to her eyes. Her neck was blue, she had been strangled. Her once beautiful face now had a broken jaw. He closed her eyes. Her hands smelled of piss, but she deserved respect. He grabbed a cloth and covered her with it. Harlot never thought in his life he'd have to bury a body, but here he was carrying Mita's body to his now burning house. He threw her into the flames and dragged Ned away. All the while, tears streamed down his face. Ned had been too angry to speak. His eyes filled with tears. My little boy is so brave, Harlot thought. He walked over to the soldier Ned had killed and pulled the blade out of his head. Harlot knelt in front of Ned and looked him straight in the eyes. Ned, Harlot began. Remember this, always protect them, and remember, if you cannot protect them, avenge them. He handed the blade to Ned. Ned stared at the blood-covered blade. He had killed. His first kill. He wanted to kill the other one too. The one his father had killed, he wanted to avenge her. Ned burst into tears. Harlot hugged his little boy and cried, Then suddenly the clouds roared and it started to rain. "Hey, you there!" came a shout. Harlot turned and looked. They were two soldiers. Not his father's colors, someone else's. "The enemy! Run, Ned!" Harlot said, pushing Ned to his feet. The boy took to running and didn't stop. Harlot was soon behind him. Harlot looked back and saw the soldier catching up. He needed to do something, give his son a chance to escape. He looked back again and saw two more soldiers joining the chase. He needed to help his son. "Ned, I want you to run," Harlot said in a serious voice. Ned looked at his father. "I want you to run and not stop until you find my father or a safe place. Remember family first." Harlot then bent down and picked up a sword from one of the fallen soldiers. Ned turned and saw his father standing firm. The four soldiers formed a semicircle around him. Then they all charged. Ned shouted, "Father!" Harlot turned and looked at his son. "Go!" he ordered. Ned turned and ran, the rain hitting his face, covering the tears spilling from his eyes. He wanted to run back. But he couldn't. He would die. He needed more power. He needed to get stronger. Harlot turned and looked at the soldiers. They all charged at him. Harlot saw his life flash before his eyes. His mother dying, his father abandoning him, being expelled from his father's castle. The worst of his life. He swung his sword, killing a soldier. He turned and looked the other three straight in the eye. He charged, but one caught him in the stomach and ran his sword through him. Harlot brought his sword down on the soldier, implanting it in the man's shoulder. The man roared in pain and fell. There stood Harlot, grabbing the sword and pulling it out. The pain was immense, but he had overcome it. He was going to die, but he was going to die giving his son a chance to escape. His son, then the rest of his life came to him. Finding his son in the woods. Raising the boy. The first words he said, "Dad." Then his father. Meeting the man, holding him. The man told him he would take care of Ned for him. Harlot smiled as a memory surfaced from his childhood. It was him sitting on the roof of his mother's house. He wondered what great things he would do when he grew up. Perhaps he would be a knight for his father. Or maybe even his heir. Oh, the plans he had. Now they're all gone. But then he thought, if all I've done in this life is be a good father to my son, so be it. It was a life well lived. Take care of him, father, Harlot thought, and charged at the two remaining men. They both fell to Harlot's sword, and Harlot, now on the ground, took his last breath and thought his last thought, "I'm going, mother." Ned ran and ran. He didn't look back. He ran until he slipped and fell. He stood up, crying slowly, raising his head. He looked up at the sky and let his voice trail off. It was like a roar. A roar filled with pain and suffering. He knew his father was dead. There was nothing he could do. "Stop it, brat," came a voice. Ned looked up and saw Rowan. "RRR-. Yes, it's me, Rowan." Crying, "Boy, get up." Ned stood up with Rowan's help and looked back. Rowan was a man. He was a burly soldier, and he was the same one who had Ned's dagger. "Where's your father, Ned?" Rowan asked. Ned looked at him, but no words came out. "He's gone," Ned replied between sniffs. Rowan looked at the boy and sighed that Ned was too young for this. "Come on, Ned, we'll take care of you." Ned looked at them absently. "Come on." Ned didn't move from the spot. "We'll take you to your grandfather's son," said the anonymous soldier. Ned looked at the burly man and then, after a moment, nodded. The trio crossed the town, and then Ned finally saw his grandfather. "Grandpa!" Ned shouted, running toward the man. "What happened, Ned?" Lord Karstark asked. They killed grandfather." Ned wept over Lord Karstark. "How did Ned die? Tell me exactly what happened." Ned told the story to Lord Karstark. Ricard Karstark was impressed with his bastard son. He was proud of his son's final act. Truly worthy of a Karstark. "My lord, there are soldiers!" the anonymous soldier shouted. And there were probably about 50 men heading their way. Ned stood his ground, surprised by the number. They were almost surrounded. The only way out was through a road that was soon to be closed off. "My lord, hurry, take your horse and go, take the children with you," said the nameless soldier, drawing his sword. Lord Karstark mounted his steed and turned toward the road. Ned and Rowan raised their arms to be carried. Lord Karstark looked at the boy. "I'm sorry my son hurt this mare. I cannot afford to carry you both. Forgive me." Lord Karstark, the honorable man of the north who ran. Ned also ran at full speed with the horse. Why, Grandpa? We're family. No, you're the son of a bastard, said Lord Karstark, kicking Ned in the face and running off. The bastard was fun to watch, and he was honorable. Lord Karstark felt he owed his bastard harlot for not taking responsibility like most Northmen did, like Ned Stark did, so he agreed to take Ned into his castle at Harlot's request. He even went so far as to make the boy, I think, his idea. But now Harlot was dead, he owed no one anything. Ned flew back. His face was broken. He looked at his grandfather's running figure. He didn't understand why his grandfather had said why. Why? The children are coming here, the nameless gentleman told them. They went up to him. Remember, children, if you can run, then run. Why are you helping us? Rowan asked. Because it's my duty. I'm a man of the North, and that's what I believe in. Are you willing to die for your beliefs? Ned asked, snapped out of his shock by the nameless soldier's response. A man has no reason to live if he has no beliefs. Naruto looked at the man, then at the 50 others now surrounding them. It seems grand. No, he's Lord Karstark. Got away safe and sound. So that's my reason, Rowan said, pulling out a leaf and covering the man's back. There is no honor in death, child, said the nameless man. I'm not looking for one, just a reason to live, Rowan said, looking at the soldiers. The nameless man smiled. He wanted to die on the battlefield, back to back with a man. It looked like he was going to get his wish. Ned looked at the two men in front of him. He wondered, what is my reason for living? Family. Ned remembered his father's last words. Family, that's his reason for living, and these people here were his family. His father, Mida, was his family. Not Lord Karstark? Ned turned his back on them, and they formed a three-man guard. Ned drew his dagger. It was time to die. He might as well kill some of them. The men on the other side shouted a battle cry and raised sharp spears. Ned, Rowan, and the nameless man braced themselves. The man was speared through the throat. Ned never learned his name. Rowan was disemboweled, his organ then placed on the ground. There was a man attacking Ned's fountain, and Ned killed him by throwing his dagger directly at the man's throat. But just before Ned was about to flee down the clear path, he was stabbed. Several spears had stabbed him in the stomach. They slowly lifted the boy toward the sky. The spear in the hands of three men. Ned's body lay there as a symbol of what had happened to this village. Ned looked up at the sky. It was dark and cloudy. Not a great day to die, but a good one. It was his time. Ned closed his eyes, accepting his fate. Chapter 3. Ned opened his eyes. I'm supposed to be dead. Where's Potato? Isn't he supposed to be with me now? Ned tried to move his body. His head was down, and when he raised it, he saw that it was nothing. He was standing on land, the class he spent his life working in, the class he was raised in. Ned dug in the mud. It felt real, so it has to be true? But how could it be? The last thing he remembered was being impaled by 3 soldiers, and then God. What's going on? Ned ran. There was no sun in the sky, just sunshine. This place also had no end. There were no trees at the end, nothing. Ned ran, and then he saw something on the ground. It was a big hole. And it was covered in long red bars. In the center, there was a strange symbol that Ned had never seen in his entire life. Ned stared down the well, and just as he was about to look away, something looked back. Large red eyes stared back at Ned. And Ned was scared. He had seen those eyes only once before, when he saw his own reflection in his dagger. Who are you? Ned asked. Wrong question, boy. The eyes replied in a voice full of power and fury. That? I said, boy, wrong question. The question is, who are you? Me? The eyes moved and seemed to be nodding. I am Ned Snow, son of Harlot Snow. Ned said with a voice full of pride. How proud of you. It will be your downfall, boy. Mark my words, the voice roared. Ned took a step back, away from the pit. Were those eyes filled with such pain? Anger? What was in those eyes? Of course I'm proud. My father was a brave man, he died proud. Your father was a brave man. And yes, he died proud. But Harlot Snow is not your father. What? Ned, of course, knew it, knew he wasn't his true son, but he didn't care. So what, did he raise me yet? Don't get mad at me, kid! The red eyes roared at Ned. Ned was getting fed up. Always with the damn roar, can't you just talk normally? Ned shouted in response to the red eyes. What did you just say to me? I told you to stop roaring with blood. Ned looked into the eyes and then something happened that Ned never thought would happen. The eye laughed. You are telling me. Stop! Stop! Ha ha ha, the red eyes said, a bark of laughter coming out with each word. However, he lowered the volume of his voice. Ned felt like he was being insulted. Hey, stop! Stop before I go over there and hit you! Beat! Hit me? Ha ha, oh god, you rich kid! Ha ha ha, you've got nerve, kid, I'll give you that. Just like your mom, that shook Ned to his core. Moth mother? Do you know who my mother is? Those red eyes stared at him, just stared at him. Yes, I do. They finally replied after what seemed like hours. Ned looked into Toza's eyes and said something he never thought he'd ask. Who's my mother? Now's not the time for that. Listen, kiddo, do you know where you are? Ned looked around and saw, well, nothing. No, where are we? Inside your mind, boy. That? Would you please remain calm? Let me explain. Ned looked into his eyes and nodded. All right, kid. See, this is what the inside of your mind looks like. As you can see, it's not all that impressive. Ned was about to retort, but then. Relax, kid. Just a light joke. Now listen. Remember that time you got hurt in the woods with the soldier? Ned nodded. You're hurt. Pretty bad, boy, nasty fall. I patched you up. Did you do it? Yep. Now, kid, do you remember what's going on outside? Ned nodded slowly and reminded himself. Well, don't worry, you're not dead yet. I can patch you up, but after that, what are you going to do? Ned looked into those eyes. They were right. If by any chance what they said was true, then what would he do? Then he realized those eyes were right. He'd be surrounded by soldiers. That's right, kid, you'd be dead. Wait, how do you know what I was thinking? This is the Guinness of your mind. You can never hide anything from me. God, no wonder it's so empty. Ned looked into his eyes. This was getting irritating, fast. So many questions. Who is this creature? How did it get inside him? And who is its mother? Why did she give him away? I don't know. Ned whispered. What was that? The eyes teased. I said I didn't know. All right, kid, I have a proposition for you. Let me take care of it. Ned looked into his eyes. You're kidding. No, kid, I'm not. I have power and the ability to use it. Let me help you, kid. You're no use to anyone like a shish kebab. A what? It's not important, but listen to me, kid. Let me help you. I have a shit ton of chakra, and if you die, I die too. What is chikara? It's chakra. And that's not important now, kid. Do you or don't you want to live? Ned looked into its eyes. He wanted to live. He wanted to survive. He wanted revenge, for his father, for Rowan, for Hida, and even for the nameless soldier. And if this creature could do that for him, who was he to question it? Okay then, but I have conditions. What are they? The eyes asked, a little excited. First, I came to you to answer all my questions when we can. I want to know everything. Who my mom is, what this chakra is, and what this shish kebab is. I promise the next time we talk, I'll tell you everything. Is there anything else? Yes. Tell me what your name is. Those red eyes opened wide, almost as if no one had ever asked that before. Those eyes simply stared at Ned blankly. Do you really want to know? Ned nodded. So, my name is Kurama. Now let's kick some ass. Ned smiled and closed his eyes. The next moment, he was looking at his son, and there was an unimaginable pain in his stomach, as if it were being ripped open. He looked down, his insides spilling out of his body. He looked back up at the sun, the wind in his face. Was it all a dream? Did that mean he was going to die? Did that mean he couldn't do it? Couldn't you avenge them all? No. Ned then saw red, and Kurama took over. The soldier was celebrating. All the bodies were burned, and there were no witnesses. The only one who escaped was Lord Karstark, and now he knew his power firsthand. They did a good job. Too bad no women remained. They'd have to settle for the mead instead. They were all in a camp. The soldiers were preparing and waiting for their lord to honor them with his presence. None of them saw the body of a blonde, 5-year-old boy being torn from 3 spears. Then the body felt limp on the ground. The hands went to the flail outside the body. He pushed it back in, and then the body began to smoke. The body healed itself. slowly, painfully. The wounds closed, bones grew back, organs repaired themselves, and then moved to their correct location in the body. With each nerve ending fixed in itself, a new pain appeared. The body felt it, and Ned, though unconscious, felt it. But the being now possessing the body smiled. It was going to have its revenge. Ned's body rose, the last wound healed. Ned's body opened its eyes, but Kurama's eyes were still there. Ned's body shifted, one leg forward. He fell, head first, his body knew. Kurama forced himself to get up. He had a promise to keep. He went to the campsite. "Hey, look over there!" a soldier shouted. Those were the last words spoken before the battle, no, the massacre. The moment those words left the man's mouth, Kurama was in front of him. Kurama reared back an arm and thrust forward through the man's stomach and spine, making a hole in him. Kurama withdrew his hand, scooping out the man's guts with it. Kurama looked at the now blood-soaked hand. It was covered in the man's lunch and blood, disgusting. Kurama looked away from his hand and looked at the soldiers reaching for their swords. He smiled, and then the killing spree began. The first to fall was a child, probably a squire. His vocal cords were torn out. Instant death. The next to die at the demon's hand was a soldier with a spear. When he threw it at Kurama, all the demon did was catch it with his bare hands. The soldier dropped the weapon in surprise. Kurama took the spear, swung it, and severed the man's head. Then came a squad. They all had their swords ready, 20 men made entirely of steel. They all died within 3 seconds. Each one was killed in a split second, and the last one was helpless as he watched all his comrades die. Kurama's hand was now soaked in blood, pure anger welling up from him. He looked at the people there. He was often called a demon along with his brothers and sisters. But in all honesty, they were the guardians of the world. They protected the world when his father died. It was their duty and privilege. And now he was facing real demons, demons who killed, raped, and pillaged. This world was one of chaos and death. He would change that, teach this boy the meaning of peace, the meaning of justice, and make him a symbol of hope and peace. Kurama lunged at the rest of the soldiers. By now, they were all in a group and charged at Kurama. He killed the first row of people, but there were too many of them, and they were all organized. Kurama's arm was severed, split down to the bone, held together only by the missing skin. The pain, oh the pain! Kurama grunted in pain, staring straight ahead and pulling his hand back, his chakra quickly healing his arm back. The soldier looked in surprise. This was not a human child they were fighting. Kurama knew he had to finish as quickly as possible, so it was time to use that. He growled. He was going to hurt this body, but it had to be used. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he had a red cloak around him. He had ears on his head and 2 tails behind him. Kurama then flicked his tails in front of him, gathered his chakra, split it into positive black chakra and negative white chakra, then combined it into a massive ball of pure power. Then, for the first time in the world of Westeros, a jutsu was used. Kurama said, "Tailed Beast Ball!" The ball of power was then launched into the ranks of the soldiers. It was total destruction. There was nothing within a 6-meter radius. It was completely destroyed, the landscape blank as in his mind's eye. Kurama looked around for survivors. Most of the men who left fled, taking the story of the red demon with them. Kurama saw one of the men running away. Time for answers, the demon thought. He jumped and landed on the man's back, pushing him down. He pushed the man's head into the ground and pressed his weight onto him, making sure he stayed in place. "I'm going to ask you something very important," Kurama said in a voice that sent shivers down the man's spine and made him urinate. Kurama was ashamed of the man's cowardice. "And I want you to answer me." The man nodded, his nose rubbing hard against the ground. Kurama tilted his head sideways and looked the man straight in the eyes. "Who do you serve?" Lord Bolton." Kurama looked at the man's armor, and there was the symbol of the flayed man. Why did he ask for all this pain and destruction? He wanted to scare Lord Karstark. There's been an argument over this land here for a long time, and he wanted us to attack these lands here. He wanted us to kill everyone. Without witnesses. Where is the bastard now? He came to visit us," the man replied, panicking at the anger in Kurama's voice. Kurama looked at the man. Lord Bolton, he would be the first man to face Kurama's justice. He looked at the soldier. He smiled, slowly taking his weight off the man. The man thought he was free. Just as he stood up, Kurama used one of his tails and stabbed the man in the heart. He dumped the body and looked at his handiwork. Now there was a large, empty field. He looked at all the bodies there. The boy would be happy. His father had gotten his revenge after all. He looked around and jumped away from the battlefield. It was time to talk to Ned. Kurama, for his part, was waiting for him. For the first time in his life, he had met someone who actually asked him his name. If the boy had come to him and then asked for his power, he would have treated him like any other human being he had ever met. But this boy needed him. Kurama had lived a long life. And in that life, the only ones who needed him were his brothers and his father. And now this boy, and although he would never admit it, he liked the fact that someone needed him. He arrived at the boy's now broken house. The house the boy lived in had been burned down, and the main house was also gone. Kurama sat the body under a tree and shut off his chakra. He closed the boy's eyes and entered the mindscape. Ned watched it all unfold. With each death, he grew happier and happier. Those bastards finally paid. Kurama, he owed that thing a lot. Ned blinked and suddenly stood back up by the hole and looked into Kurama's eyes again. Thank you? Thank you so much, Kurama. The eyes just looked at him. They were full of pity. Hey kid, I think we still have a deal, right? Ned then remembered the promise the demon had made. He looked into his eyes. Yes, we do, Kurama, sir. Now, none of this, man, you shitty kid. It's just Kurama. Now sit down, I have a story for you. Ned did just that, and Kurama began. It began with the first one, the 10 tails and the 9 beasts that were taken from it. It explained how the ninja villages came to be and how it was sealed within the Hokage's first wife. Wait. I may not have the knowledge of a noble, but I think even I, a peasant, would know if this was how kingdoms were made. The thing is, both stories are true. Ned just stared at Kurama, blankly. This is the fun part, kid. You see, you're not from this world. Yeah, kid, you're not from this world, and the good thing is everyone here is just an idiot. You kid are from the world of ninjas. You walked on water and breathed fire, it's normal. Even what you think of as magic is pathetic compared to ninjutsu. What is ninjutsu? It means ninja arts. And that's what you are, kid. You're a ninja. Ned was shocked. He'd just been told he was what most people, including himself, would call a god, and he was. Does that mean I can be like you? Strong? If that's what you want, kid. I'll help you if I can. Now let me get back to the story, where I was, the first Hokage. After the death of the first Hokage's wife, I was sealed inside by a very, very short-tempered girl. Her name was Kushina, and I must say, she was what I would consider terrifying. Ned started to get scared. Kurama was strong, and if he could scare him, well. Anyway, one day came your birthday. That day, the Kushin seal was weakening, because the weakest point of the seal is during birth. But that's what it means. Yes, Naruto, Kushina is your mother. Ned was surprised. He heard it. He heard his mother's name. Wait, what did she just call me? Wait, what did you just call me? Naruto. That's your name, your real name. I swear your mother wouldn't stop calling you that. That woman was something else. Ned, no, Naruto looked into their eyes. It seemed like they were telling the truth. He looked at his hands, they were shaking. It was too much for him. His eyes were getting cloudy. Naruto, huh? Well, that sounded good, that sounds great. And who was my father? He was the 4th Hokage, and some say the most powerful ninja in the world. He was what you might call a king, Naruto. Hey, I guess that makes you a prince, huh, kid? His name was Minato Namikaze. Naruto, God, the name was confusing. Naruto looked at Kurama. A smile came to his face. He loved his father, Harlot, but knowing that he had a real one was something he needed to hear. What happened to them? Why did they leave me? That would be because I killed them. Naruto looked shocked. The person he now trusted most in the world had just told him that he killed his parents. Let me explain, Kurama quickly added. He then told Naruto everything, about the Uchiha controlling him. And even his father sealing half of Kurama into Naruto, and the other half into himself, and what he did to stop it. Why? Why did you do that? Because I had to. Kurama yelled at Naruto. Back in our world I was a guardian. I had responsibilities. And because I was sealed the first time, the rest of my brothers and sisters fell apart. They caused chaos in the land, and eventually, they got caught too. I had to save them, and I had to save the ninja world like I promised my old man I would. And if I had to kill to do that, yeah, I would. Naruto looked at Kurama, wondering, is this Kurama's reason for living? So how do I know I can trust you now? Because this world needs saving. I can't exist in this world without taking over your body, and I don't want to do that. You've been too much, and I don't feel it's right to take control of you, killing you. But you were fine doing it before. I had no choice then. But I do now. I want to keep my promise, kid. To protect you humans, that's what I promised my old man, and I intend to keep it. Naruto stared into the pair of red eyes. He didn't know what to do. He wanted revenge on Lord Karstark, on Lord Bolton. He wanted justice. And that was what Kurama wanted too. You have a deal. Red eyes. Hey kid, can you see me? That? Can you see my body? Well, no. Then I guess we have to introduce ourselves properly. I'm Kurama, the nine-tailed fox, the Kyubi no Kitsune. From the pit popped a large, furry orange fist, balled into a fist, and was right in front of Naruto. Naruto grinned like a fox. He threw his fist at Kurama and said, I'm Naruto Namikaze, son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Nice to meet you. And then Naruto could see the figure in the well. It was a giant fox. It had 9 tails, each powerful and deadly. The fox looked at him and smiled. Naruto blinked and returned to the normal world. He looked around and saw that it was nighttime. He stood up and winced in pain. It felt like his skin had been pricked with needles. I'm sorry about that, boy. Naruto looked up and couldn't see a giant fox around. So where was Kurama? I'm in your head, idiot. I'm sealed inside you. Oh, for God's sake, I really hope you have some of your father's intellect in you. Naruto got angry. Then he thought, hey, Kurama, what should I know? We need supplies, kid. I know it might be difficult, but we have to go to town and get what we can. Naruto nodded and stood up. His legs burned, they hurt. Naruto grimaced and grabbed his legs. This was going to be a long walk. He moved into his house. It burned down. This life was over, he thought. Time to move on. It took him twice as long to reach the city, or at least what was left of it. He moved along the wreckage. He saw Rabua's hammer. Then he looked ahead and saw his father's body. He ran toward it, forgetting the pain in his legs. He looked at the man, his father, all but blood. He died an honorable death, Naruto. You'll make him proud. Naruto nodded, looking at his father's body. He was smiling. It felt like he was finally at rest. Naruto then spent the hour burying his body. Then, after the hour had passed, there was a grave. In the center of town, there was a grave for a great man. His tombstone simply read, his last act of love. Naruto now went to the camp. He saw the spears there, on which he had once been impaled. He looked around but could only find the body of the soldier, or Ronin. He circled the camp, away from the bodies. He looked through his packs and gathered what he could. When he finished, he now had a leather bag. Inside were some maps, once marked with information about Lord Bolton's troops. However, even some Naruto books couldn't read the titles. Then there were some silver deer and a handful of golden dragons. Next, he went to the squire he remembered Kurama killing. He stripped the boy and put on his own clothes. They were too big for him. He grabbed a sword. It was a bastard sword, but too big for him. Then he went to the spot where he'd been impaled. He saw his dagger there and grabbed it. He walked into town and looked at his father's grave again and touched the stone. He looked at the stone, and as he looked at it, he remembered stories. Stories of him and his father. Their trips to the forest. The times he helped him with the harvest. She stared at the gravestone and wept. She wasn't strong enough. She had failed her father. But never again, never would she do that to anyone else. She would be strong, so no one else would have to suffer. And just as he made that decision, the sun rose. It was a new day, and Naruto Namikaze, formerly Ned Snow, left the city. Hey Kurama, Naruto thought. What child? You never answered my question. Oh? What question? What is a skewer? Kurama laughed out loud. Unbeknownst to Naruto and Kurama, they were already a legend. The soldiers who had escaped told their stories to anyone who would listen. The Story of the Red Demon, Chapter 4. And that boy is what a skewer he is. Naruto smiled. They were having a good time. The walk from the village was long. And Naruto and Kurama talked for a long time. They were bonding. He looked ahead along the road and saw a fork in the road. He approached it and looked at the path to the right and the one to the left. So which Kurama? He asked the fox in him. What does the map say, boy? Naruto looked and saw the written map. It was a close-up of northeast Westeros. It had markings on it. They were towns, each one with a circle and a cross. Then Naruto saw his town. It was just circled. He looked where the path led, and it looked like it was going straight to Karstark's castle. Naruto looked at the trail of death on this map and saw a straight line to Lord Bolton's Dread Fort. So, Kurama thought, it looks like we're going to the Dread Fort, so we then take a right. Alright, kid, what's the plan then? You know Lord Bolton has come here in person, right? Yes, Kurama, I do. Great, that means it will come through the burned villages, and that means in your head through them you will find Bolton. I'll find Bolton. Heh. Kurama growled. We're probably thinking of the same boy. It's almost like we have the same mind. Ha ha! Naruto laughed at his friend's humor. Well, then they turned left and headed to the first town. 1 hour later. Can't you go any faster? Kurama mentally yelled at Naruto. I'm going as fast as I can. Oh, for God's sake, the first-year academy can run faster than you. Who are the first years of the academy? Oh God, I have to explain. I might as well get this over with. Listen, kid. For the next 2 hours, Kurama told Naruto everything he knew about the Hidden Leaf Village. He told him everything he saw through his mother's eyes and knew what she knew. Kurama Shoal sounds fun. Kurama hit himself on the head. You're the only one, Naruto, who would think school would be fun. And it's school, not shoal. God, hey, don't give me that. This is the first time I've heard this term, and besides, I'm not the only one who would like to go to school. I'm sure there are plenty of kids here who would. Kurama then began to think, perhaps there was some difference between the two worlds. This one was more chaotic and dangerous, especially if you were a child. The only way someone could survive was if that person was noble, and even then they would be killed. Kurama sighed. He didn't sign up for this when he promised his father he'd become humanity's guardian. Oh well, a promise is a promise. Alright, kid, here's the plan. I'll show you. Oh, okay, wait, what? What don't you think I can teach you? Kid, I'm thousands of years old. I'm pretty sure I can teach you how to become a halfway decent ninja. Naruto stopped dead in his tracks. Could he do it? Could Kurama turn him into a ninja? Like his father and mother? Or a hero like Harlot? Can you do it, Kurama? Naruto asked mentally. Yes, but it won't be easy, I accept, said Naruto. Okay, so the first lesson is history. I just gave you a crash course. Here's the real stuff. For the next hour, Kurama taught Naruto everything, from when Kurama acquired the 10 tails to when he was sent here. It was a long process, and Naruto realized that by the time they were finished, it was getting dark. Hey, Kurama, how come we're not here yet? Kurama felt around. MHH, there's something wrong here, kid. We should have reached at least one village by now. Kid, show the map again. Naruto took out the map and held it. Kurama saw something and then growled. Naruto, do you see something wrong? Naruto thought, well, no. Why? Because you have the map upside down, baka. Naruto looked at the map and saw a small arrow in the bottom corner, and saw a small upside down N on it. Naruto turned the map over and said, sorry. Oh God, you're such an idiot. Well, I didn't see you notice anything was wrong at first. I was busy. Doing what? Talking to you, baka. There's that word again, baka. What does that mean? It means you're an idiot. And stop trying to change the subject, idiot. Well, I'm sorry. It's okay. Kurama sighed. It's just a day's walk. I guess this is a good thing. This way, I can give you a little training. Wait, what do you plan to do if we meet Bolton now? I don't know. I'm making it up as I go along. Naruto slapped himself with his palm. Why did I have to stay with you? Kurama laughed out loud. They camped for the night, Naruto sleeping on the ground. He was used to it, but he still missed home. He remembered seeing the night sky as he closed his eyes. The next day they set off again. According to the map, they were farther north than planned. It was a pain, but Naruto now had to cross the last river, a river in the north, and go further down. He and Kurama spent a lot of time talking. After a review of yesterday's lecture, Kurama became serious. Okay, kid, now let's get to the serious part. Chakra. What is it? That thing you used to kill all those people, that red clock and that ball. Right, in a child maybe you have a head. Okay, here's the thing though, I'm made of chakra, so mine acts differently than normal. It's been infected by a lot of my emotions. Particularly the negative ones. So that's why your body ached after using it. Normal chakra is, well, made of physical energy and spiritual energy. You think? You're not made of that stuff? Do you know everything about what you're made of? Naruto shook his head. Fine, then shut up. God, anyway, your chakra collects in your core, the pit of your stomach. Then it flows through your chakra coils and travels throughout your body. The bigger the coils, the more chakra you can use. Great, where can I get some? Oh God, you don't understand, do you? It's inside you. It's inside everything. It's the life and breath of our world. Of all worlds. I can even feel it here on this godforsaken earth, but nobody can see it, right? Yeah, but then why was your red cape so red and visible? Well, that's because I have so much of it, and it's so concentrated that you can see it. Hey, I'm a being of chakra, and nothing but chakra, and you can see me, right? Naruto nodded. Okay, the first part is over. Now for the next. Your boy has very large chakra coils, and a lot of spiritual energy. What you don't have is the physical strength to back it up. Hey, I'm fine. Boy, you look like a rag doll. Naruto looked down at himself. He looked thin. He didn't have the chance to eat much, so he never did. But what was Kurama talking about? All the kids he knew looked like that. And that brings us to the first part of the workout. Run, that. I let you walk yesterday because of the bad day you were having, but now we've lost a day and we may have lost Bolton. So run! Naruto sensed Kurama's will. He looked ahead and took advantage of the opportunity to run at full speed. Well, fast for him. Within an hour, Naruto collapsed on the banks of the river. They had reached their destination, but Naruto was exhausted. Okay. Get up, Naruto tried. He pushed up with his arms, but when he tried to stand, his legs buckled and he felt. Okay then. Kids, sit in your place. Now I want you to sit in the lotus position. What, pants that? Kurama hit his head. This was going to be a long day. After teaching Naruto how to sit properly, with his back straight and all, he finally got Naruto to sense his chakra. Okay, kid, here's how it works. Your spirit is your chakra. And your coils are your physical presentation in the chakra process. Have you got it so far? Yes, I think so. Spirit is the things that flow through the coils, and the coils simply help. Yes. So the better body you have, the more open the coils are and the more chakra can flow. Okay, since now that you're exhausted, let's see if you can channel your chakra. Remember to focus. Naruto nodded. He closed his eyes and stared. For what felt like hours, he stared. Then, he was about to give up. He felt something. Like a small flame he could see out of the corner of his eye. He felt it slipping away from him. He kept searching and searching, until he felt it again. It was nowhere compared to Kurama's chakra, but it was there. It's a small thing, he told Kurama. That's what he said. Kurama said, laughing. What? Naruto said, opening his eyes. Nothing, just a joke I remember. Now tell me, did you feel it? Yes, it was nowhere compared to your chakra, but it's there. That's because I'm made of that stuff. Tell me, have you ever felt someone else's chakra? Naruto shook his head. So believe me when I tell you, you have a lot. It's nothing compared to me, but it's big. Now get up, you should be healed by now. Naruto braced himself. After a swim in the river, crossed the river, holding his backpack above the water. It was a very shallow part of the river, but for a 5-year-old, it was still quite deep. After reaching the other shore, he caught some fish with his hands and went back into the water. After enjoying a wonderful lunch, Naruto looked at the map again to make sure, needless to say, that he was on the right path. He would arrive at the village by sunset. Perhaps he could sneak into the camp and kill Bolton then. Naruto didn't know what it felt like to kill someone. His body had killed someone, but it was different from his. His father did it to save him. So is it right? Hey Kurama, Naruto said mentally, how come you can kill so easily? Kurama didn't say anything. In fact, he was very silent. At that moment, he said, It's not easy, Naruto, but you killed all those men so easily. You didn't even stop, because at that moment it was either them or us. But couldn't you have let them get away? So where is the justice in this world, Naruto? Naruto was atrophied. It wasn't a word he was used to hearing. Sure, it's always mentioned in stories of knights and lords, but justice? How can he do justice? Naruto, those men killed people. They tortured, raped, stabbed, and disemboweled dozens of people. And they felt nothing about it. No guilt, trust me, I know. How do you know? I can feel the negative emotions of the people around me. I can even tell what you're feeling right now. Naruto looked up at the sky and then around him. The view he was seeing was peaceful. But Naruto was sure someone had died here at some point. It felt like death. But why don't they feel guilty? Why Kurama? Because they have power. And power corrupts people. Corrupt? What's that? It means you're evil, so you're powerful. Are you evil? No, child, I'm not evil, at least I hope not. Why aren't you evil? Because every time I close my eyes I see the people I've killed. In the silence I can hear them screaming in pain. Kid, the reason I'm not evil is because I know what I'm doing is evil and I want to change that. But what if someone wants to change? What if a murderer wants to be good? What if Bolton wants to be good? What Bolton did is unforgivable. He has power, and he abused it. He ordered the deaths of innocent people, and I'm sure the only reason he did it was because he was greedy. So how do you use power to know if the person is right or wrong? Exactly. Naruto, let me ask you something. What do you want to do? What do you want to do in life? Naruto looked at the river they had just crossed. It was a beautiful place. He could probably live here. A nice life, a quiet life. But there was something inside him. Something that told him that dream was a dream. He remembered Rowan and what he had done with his last breath. He had done his duty. He had acted with honor and dignity. But why? Why did Rowan do that? Did he feel he had to do it? He had the choice to flee or join the enemy and live, but he chose to stay and die. Naruto looked at the map and the destroyed villages. He felt something inside him break. Bolton had done unforgivable things. He had power, and he used it for himself without thinking of others. The people he killed needed justice. So he'd give it to them. Kurama, Naruto asked the fox. Yeah, I want to become powerful. I want to fight for what I believe in, like my father, like Rowan, and even that nameless soldier. Can you give that to me? Before you answer that, tell me this. What do you believe in? Doing the right thing. And what is the right thing to do? When nobody dies. For a long time there was silence. And then Kurama laughed. Ha ha! Oh my god! I can't even! Ha ha! Are you serious, kid? Where nobody dies. That's ridiculous. Are you serious? Of course you are. Ha ha! Hey, that's enough. I can't. Naruto, one moment you and I are having an intellectual debate. And you understood something that most adults don't, and when you finally act like an adult, you go and say something stupid. Hey, I said don't do that anymore. Why do you think it's funny? Because, kid, you can't save everyone. Yes, I will. Look at me. So what about the enemy? That? The enemy, boy. You're going to have enemies. So what about them? You're going to have to kill them if you want to live. Are you going to save them too? Naruto thought about it. Could he save everyone? Yes, I will, he said to Kurama. Ha ha. Good boy, you win for now. I'll make you strong and teach you how to become a good man just like you and your parents. But kid, you have to promise me one thing. What's that? Never change. In this world where death is probably just around the corner, we need someone like you. Someone so stupidly optimistic, they'd even think of saving everyone. Naruto smiled and said yes. I'll never change. Kurama smiled and then said, of course, feel free to grow a brain. I don't want to be someone as smart as a 5-year-old forever. Although it's you so you can be a 5-year-old forever. Hey, and with that, Naruto continued on his way to where they assume Lord Bolton is. And of course, Kurama made him run, again. The boy had stamina, but only for a short time. As dusk approached, he could see the outline of a fallen village further along the road. He reached the outskirts and hid behind some bushes and spied on the town from there. Half of the houses were burned down, and the others that didn't had signs of Bolton's house. Naruto groaned when he saw those flags, and for a second, his cerulean eyes turned red. He looked at the tents in the field and noticed one larger than the others. That's Naruto, the greatest. I feel so much pain from that place. I have so much pain and suffering. Naruto nodded, then slowly stood up before. Wait, Naruto. Leave your bag here. Make sure you hide it under the bushes. We don't want anything suspicious about us when we enter that hellhole. Naruto did as he was told, then slowly got up and slipped into the village. The village seemed like the definition of grief. The people who still lived there had been drained of their spirits. As he stuck to corners and shadows, he watched. Naruto saw women on the street, their faces swollen and their feet limping. The men were missing thumbs and looked like they had no more reasons to live. Surprisingly, Naruto didn't see any children. Then he let that thought go, soon running toward the large tent, slipping past the soldiers. They were too drunk to notice. He reached the flap to get inside. He smelled blood there and various other bird odors there. He recognized all the smells. Though he didn't know exactly where they were coming from, he knew the smell well. It was the smell of death. He opened the trapdoor and inside saw people suffering a fate worse than death. Inside were several spikes, and on the spikes were humans. Some of them were cut in half, others had holes in them but were missing limbs. The worst part was that they were all flayed. Naruto saw, for the first time in his life, what was directly beneath human skin. And he never wanted to see it again. Naruto started to panic. He wasn't okay. He felt like breaking down, like he was going to faint right there on the spot. Kurama noticed this and immediately said, "No, Naruto! Stop concentrating! If you faint now, you're going to suffer the same fate as them. Come on, concentrate, Naruto!" Naruto opened his eyes and looked at the view again before closing the tent flap and running off. It was pure luck that no one saw him when he left the village. The moment he reached his hidden bushes, he vomited. Thankfully, only a little made it into his bag, but needless to say, he emptied his stomach. There wasn't much left of true. How can anyone do that? I don't know, Naruto, but trust me, they'll get what's coming to them. Naruto nodded and picked up his bag. He cleaned it of vomit. Then he ran deeper into the forest and settled in. As he was falling asleep that night, he mentally woke up looking at Kurama. "Hey Kurama," Naruto said. "Why am I listening?" "Well, kiddo, your body's getting some rest right now, so I thought we could spend some time here teaching you the theoretical stuff, and when we wake up we can start the practical stuff. Any questions?" "Just one, what does theory and practice mean?" Kurama hit his head and then began to explain to Naruto. He then taught Naruto the seals needed to perform jutsu. The last thing he showed Naruto before Naruto woke up was a strange cross-like seal. When Naruto woke up, he stretched and then ran for a long time carrying his bag over his shoulder. This was until Kurama was satisfied. Naruto then sat under a tree and began practicing hand seals. At first, he couldn't do them at all. It was painful for Kurama to see the son of a Hokage being so pathetic with the seals. This went on until the afternoon, then Kurama told him to stop and rest. After his break he got up again to practice seals, but Kurama had something different in mind. "Hey kid, do you remember the cross seal?" Naruto nodded. "Well then, I think you're ready to perform your first jutsu. Do you remember the name of the jutsu?" Naruto nodded again. He positioned himself, his legs shoulder-width apart, his arms loose. He looked into the distance, but inside he was thinking about the stamp he needed. He brought the prologue out of his hand. One was vertical, the other horizontal. They crossed. He looked at the seal, then focused on his chakra. He could feel it there in the pit of his stomach. He felt it move, like water slowly moving upward. But then it stopped. Naruto looked at his hand seal, it was perfect. So why? He lowered his hands. He remade the cross seal, felt his chakra, and then this time it moved upward. He felt it move from the pit of his stomach through thin tubes, which made Naruto shudder. Naruto undid the cross, and his chakra returned to its lower state. "That's good, Naruto, you have to move this time." "I know, but it hurts when it starts to move." "That's because for the first time in your life you're using your chakra coils. When I took control, I forced them to open and that's why you can even use so much. Come on Naruto, you can do it." Naruto growled and remade the cross seal. He tried and tried, again and again. After hours of trying again and again, he could feel her chakra in his fingertips. It felt like a breaking point. As if there was something beyond that point. I could feel it. This was the first step toward becoming powerful. He crossed his fingers once more, and then, this time, as the chakra moved to its previous limit, it broke. It flowed through his fingertips, and where the two fingers joined, the chakra coils overlapped. There was an energy building there. He could feel it. It was working, and then, boom! There was an explosion between his fingers and Naruto was thrown backward. He hit his head on the tree, looked up, and saw a crack in the ground where he was standing. He looked at his hand. It was burned and his head hurt like hell. "That was great, Naruto! You were just a little forceful with the chakra. Try slowing down the output when it reaches your fingers." That way the chakra can adjust to the jutsu you want to do. Too soon and it'll explode in your face, to slow down and there'll be no effect. Remember to focus. That's the key. Naruto just nodded silently. He stood back up once Kurama's chakra finished healing him. He looked at the ground. It was broken, and there was proof of Naruto's power. He could do this, and he could do it with empty hands. He looked at his hands, he could feel his chakra wanting to escape. Naruto crossed his fingers, channeled his chakra through the coils, and then, when it reached his fingers, he slowed it down and began to feel something forming through the chakra in his hands. Shadow Clone Jutsu! Naruto said. There was a cloud of smoke, and when Naruto looked up he saw something strange. Was it himself? Chapter 5. As the smoke cleared the field, Naruto realized that there wasn't just one copy of him, there were hundreds. Kurama, what the hell is going on? Congratulations, kid, you just made a clone. Actually, you made hundreds of them. Wow! Said the clone closest to Naruto, well, the real Naruto. Then, suddenly, everyone started talking. Some were shouting, some were losing their minds. Others just watched what was happening. Kurama, how do I stop them? The real Naruto asked Kurama. Don't you remember the dispelling seal? What a dispel seal? Oh, I guess I didn't teach you that then. Okay, here's how you do it. One dispels the seal later. Naruto was panting, having just received all of the clone's chakra and exhausted. His brain hurt like hell, a terrible headache. She's not a bad girl, she's doing well with her first lesson. Tell me what you remember? Nothing much. I just remember being really scared. And then showing them. Alright, kid. Maybe that was too many clones. Okay, do it again. This time, though, just make one. Naruto nodded and made the cross seal, channeling chakra, but this time making sure not to put it all into the jutsu at once. He concentrated, and then, poof, in front of Naruto were two clones. He wanted to make just one. He was about to dispel them when, no thesis is enough, Kurama said. Tell them to go away and talk somewhere where you can't hear them. Shoot them afterward. The clones left, and Naruto waited a few minutes until he dispelled them. Suddenly, Naruto felt the burst of chakra entering him. He felt it for a second, then remembered something. The two clones were talking about killing Bolton and how to do it, but these were his memories. Like them? Wait, if Naruto received his chakra, does that mean he received his memories? The moment that idea popped into his head, Naruto heard Kurama laugh. Ha ha ha, kid, you're not as dumb as you look. So you understand? The specialty of this technique will allow you to absorb the memories that threw them away. Wait, that means wait, they're alive? Not exactly a child. It's more like they're there, you know. Like a shadow of you, who can think and make decisions the way you'd like. Naruto looked up at the sky and then realized that he would never have to put himself in danger again. That there would be no reason for him to personally kill Bolton. He could have a clone do it, and then after it was done, Naruto could dispel it. There were so many options in that regard, oh god. Alright kid, before you lose your shit, let's get this training over with, shall we? I want you to make 100 shadow clones. Once we split up, I'll teach you a group technique, and then at the end of the day, I want you to dispel them, and you understand, right? Anyway, let's go! Naruto performed the jutsu, and 25 clones each split into groups. They then stared blankly up at the sky. Was this what Naruto looked like when he was talking to Kurama? Naruto then saw the clone come out of his trance and begin performing hand seals that Naruto had no idea what they were for. Finally, Kurama spoke to him. Alright kid, run. Now. There was a warning tone in Kurama's voice. Naruto ran through the village several times. Only once was he about to be discovered, but the villager had other problems. By the end of the day, he was tired. For some reason, Kurama had him lie on his stomach and then push off the floor. He called it pushing up. Naruto wasn't under a tree. He looked beyond exhausted. He looked at his clones, who weren't doing so well either. Only one group seemed relaxed. They were sitting lotus-style with their eyes closed. He looked at them and realized it was time to dispel the jutsu. He did so, and this time he got an even bigger headache. The pain drove him to his knees. Oh god, the pain. For an hour, the pain rang in his head. He stood up and started walking, but it took quite a while before the pain subsided. All right, Naruto, that wasn't a good idea. We won't be doing that training method again, at least not until you're older. Take a moment and then try to remember what the clones learned. Naruto nodded, The pain of even moving his head killed him. Oh God. He began to look at the clones' memories. They were practicing the jutsu that Kurama gave them. The jutsu were the transformation jutsu, the substitution jutsu, and something called the Bijou Ball. Naruto learned that the relaxed-looking group was actually learning the basics of chakra from Kurama. Overall, the clone had a tiring day as well. The transformation clone had just mastered the necessary seals. They were practicing their transformation when one of them transformed into Harlot. That knocked the clones out. They didn't really do anything after that. The substitution was good, they were getting somewhere. It was almost as if teleportation jutsu was in Naruto's blood. Then the last thing, the Bijou Ball. It wasn't going anywhere. Like nothing. The clones there were the most exhausted. Kurama was lending them chakra, but when they were asked to split it, well, that's when the explosion happened. Naruto looked down at himself. There were a lot of things he'd learned and accomplished today. Overall, it was a good day. He slept little that night, watching the stars and the village fire. Things were quiet. Naruto could hear his own heart beating. It beat slowly, but there was something there. Like a message, it was there, ringing in his ears. It was telling him to do it now. To do it tonight, to kill Bolton. Naruto knew that if he went right now he could kill Bolton and his army if Kurama took over, but Kurama didn't want to do that. Naruto could send a clone, but he wasn't sure if he had enough energy today to make a clone. He needed so much chakra, and right now he didn't feel like he had enough to even stand up. He looked at the stars again. "Don't worry, kid, we'll find him soon," Kurama said. The next day, Naruto woke up recharged. He was increasingly energized by the second. Shortly after that day, after his daily run and breakfast, Naruto practiced his jutsu. By lunch, he'd mastered the transformation jutsu. Not that he couldn't improve it. Naruto was happy, that was all. The first step to becoming a ninja. Who else can claim to do the things he's done? Then, after another physical section, Naruto dedicated himself to practicing the substitution jutsu. This came to him even faster, and Naruto could now even substitute himself for anything he saw with his eyes. That night Naruto couldn't sleep again. He wanted to go after Bolton now. But Kurama was right, he needed more training. The next day was the same as the previous one, only this time he did it faster with his jousting and physical exercises. "Alright, kid. You've just learned the basic jutsu. What you know now, every other student in the academy knows. Except for the shadow clone, that's something special. Now kid, let's focus on your control." "My control over what?" "It's like this kid, you're just using too much chakra. Like if really a properly trained ninja had your chakra, they could probably make twice as many clones with half the chakra. So kid, are you ready?" Naruto nodded, and they began. Naruto was taught the leaf control exercise, where he balanced a leaf on his forehead and held it with chakra. Naruto initially wondered who the hell was possible. Chakra must have some limits, right? And boy, was Naruto wrong. He forced his chakra into the blade, and by the end of the blade, he had finally managed to hold the blade to his forehead. These training exercises continued for a week. Every day, Naruto sent a clone to gather intelligence on Bolton's activities. Bolton apparently told the men to maintain their positions in the village. Oddly enough, of all the clones Naruto had sent, none had seen Bolton. He was in his tent the whole time. By the end of the week, Naruto had improved. He seemed less skinny, his body no longer resembling a skeleton. Now he could hold the leaf to his forehead while doing push-ups. It was a strange idea Naruto came up with when he had to exercise and practice chakra control at the same time. He combined the two exercises, and the result was something Kurama had no difficulty with. Kurama just laughed and said that maybe Naruto was smart, just in his own way. Damn that fox. Then came the news that Bolton was moving. Naruto and Kurama knew it was time. He covered his clothes in mud and his hair in mud. Kurama said he did something called camouflage. He gathered all his items in his bag, and the night before Bolton's army was supposed to move, he snuck in. The soldier slept, he rested. It was so easy it wasn't even fun. Naruto moved to the cursed shop. He'd been thinking about that shop since his training. He wasn't ready to see what was inside, but now he had to. Inside were two men. One wore a suit of armor that looked rustic, and the other was dressed in leather. The rusty man bore the symbol of some kind of creature with legs. A kraken! This man was a Greyjoy. That means the other is. Naruto looked at the fur-covered man now. He looked tall, now sitting, his hair long and his hairline receding. He looked deadly, almost as if his gaze could kill. Naruto was in the shadows. His camouflage was working so well that the two men hadn't noticed him yet. I agree with what I said, messenger, Bolton said. I will not betray the Starks. They may be arrogant and need to be slaughtered, but they are still powerful. Unless your lord can guarantee victory over Ned Stark and the king, I will not side with them. Lord Bolton, the messenger said. You are the only one who can do this. My lord needs your help. If you join us, then we can win. What about the treaty you signed with us, Greyjoy? Have you forgotten it so soon? I signed it so I could become Warden of the North, which you didn't do, remember? You were supposed to kill Ned Stark. And yet he's fighting back, and now the king is coming to the Iron Islands to destroy them all. So tell me, why should I risk my life, my land, and my honor to betray Stark and help you? The messenger withdrew. My lord, please help. If you're not supporting us, why are you causing so much chaos here? That was simply a distraction for the cocksucker Karstark. He's the watchdog now that Stark has gone south. He only wished to cause the man suffering. To make him look weak in front of Stark, Naruto was furious. All that death, all that pain, was it all for a distraction? Was it really worth it? These guys. They have no value in life. They're monsters. That was the last straw. He emerged from his hiding place, drew his dagger, and threw it. Bolton stood up the moment he saw the moment, looked, and for a moment his eyes and Naruto's held contact. In that moment, Naruto could feel the greed in his soul. The dagger struck Bolton in the shoulder. Naruto cursed his luck and ran towards the lord. He felt something on his face, and before he knew it, he was on the ground, bleeding from his nose. He looked up and saw the Greyjoy above him. The man looked down at the blonde boy with an iron gauntlet covered in Naruto's blood. Naruto darted away before the man could catch him. He leaped onto the table and leaped toward Bolton. The fur-covered man drew his dagger from his shoulder and was about to stab Naruto. Naruto replaced himself with the man in the rusty armor. The dagger pierced the man's armor. Bolton's eyes widened as he realized what he had done. Before he could react, Naruto leaped over the still-standing dead man and brought his foot down on Bolton's face. The man's nose broke, and he fell backward, dropping the knife and sending the Iron Man tumbling backward. Naruto drew his dagger from the man. He approached Bolton, formed 4 shadow clones, and ordered them to latch onto Bolton's limbs. He approached the immobilized man, dagger in hand. The blade gleamed in the candlelight in the room, blood dripping down it. Naruto pointed the dagger at Bolton's throat. Bolton looked down at his limbs and saw 4 identical assassins tearing his limbs apart. He was so distracted by the sight that he almost missed the boy's talk. Do you regret it? Naruto said, looking Bolton straight in the eyes. What are you talking about? Do you regret asking all your men to attack innocent people? Lord Bolton simply stared at Naruto, his northern face stone cold. Did you regret it when you ordered them to kill my father? Bolton looked at the boy, not the man. He looked at the man in front of him and said, This is a child of war. It's not personal. It's always personal. Naruto felt anger in his voice. His feelings were so dark that he could feel his chakra turning as dark and corrupted as Kurama's when the fox is angry. Naruto looked at the man. He could feel the man's heart. He had no regrets. Naruto raised his dagger and held it over the man's body. Bolton tried to move, but the 4 clones had already made several more, and now there were 3 Narutos on each of his limbs. He quickly accepted his fate and looked at the man holding the dagger. If you're going to kill me, at least tell me your name. Naruto glared at the man. No. He stabbed the man right in the heart. One of the clones muffled his voice so none of the soldiers could hear Bolton's screams. Naruto dispelled them and looked at the dead man. It was done, his first real kill. He pulled out the dagger and wiped it on his shirt. He looked at Bolton once more. The man had caused so much pain and suffering that he deserved to die. But Naruto still felt guilty. Naruto turned around and was about to leave when Kurama said, Wait, Naruto, look at those 10. There might be something useful here. Naruto did just that. The table was filled with papers. Some of them were reports. Most were letters sent to him by his men and his people. Naruto soon found a few books there. He stuffed them into his bag with the other books he had. He couldn't read yet. He found a large number of golden dragons. Naruto also found several beautiful Bolton clothes that he could steal for money. He even found armor, all of which was too big for him and heavy to carry. But he found something there that was strange. It was a set of leather armor. It wasn't worn much, and it fit him perfectly. There was a name on the leather. Naruto didn't know what it was, especially since he couldn't read, but he didn't care. He stripped off his clothes and put on his armor. It fit like a glove. He moved his arms, the creaking of the leather music to his ears. He looked inside and found a decent pair of gloves and even another dagger, this one bearing the House of Bolton symbol. Naruto sighed in disgust, but he didn't care. He took it as a trophy. He picked up his now heavier bag and stole it. A league passed before anyone in the camp realized Bolton was dead. Now what? Are you asking me? Who else is there? Kurama said nothing. They walked for a day in some random direction Naruto chose. His feelings were mixed. Happy that he'd killed a mass murderer. Sad that he'd killed a mass murderer. He felt like a failure because so many people were dying right now. He felt so useless. Cheer up, kid, come on. Just set up a major monster world, but there are a lot of them out there. Then you'll have to kill them too. No, do you know where you are? Naruto remained silent and continued walking. Eventually, they stopped for dinner. Then he took out the map, and well, he was confused. The only way he knew how to find Bolton was through common sense and reading a map. Now he had no idea where he was. He looked up at the stars. The sky was clear that night, not a cloud in sight. But he noticed smoke. Smoke was rising from the horizon. Naruto knew that was where he was supposed to go next. The next day he headed towards the smoke. Soon he arrived at a village. It was aligned with Bolton's. Naruto hid his bag before heading into town. It was small, and Naruto only had the basic things he needed. Food and a cloak. Now I really didn't know what to do. He climbed a small hill and from there he saw everything around him. He looked and saw a great plain in front of him. He didn't know where to go. The whole world was open to him, and for the first time, he really had nothing to do. He knew he wanted to save the world, to make sure there were no more senseless killings. But how? Hey kid, I think I can help. Help? What do you mean by Kurama? I think I can give you an idea of what to do, and even some more training. Aren't you helping me and training me already? Well, I mean more than I know. Maybe I'm a creature of chakra, but I have almost no idea of the different techniques for them. In fact, I just take the pure form of chakra and smash it into people. It's not elegant, but it works. So who are you going to teach me something you don't know? Well, when I said that, I really meant Just get in here, Naruto. It'll be easier that way. Naruto shrugged and then sat under a tree and meditated. Now I was standing in front of the well with Kurama in it. I looked over the edge and saw Kurama looking at me. So what is it you wanted to show me? Naruto asked. First child, do you trust me? Kurama replied. Naruto realized this was serious and his answer would change greatly. Naruto nodded slowly. Yes, I do. Okay then. I need you to remove the seal. Kurama looked him straight in the eyes. Naruto wondered why. What would he gain by removing the seal? His knowledge would be the no. He trusted Kurama. Kurama trusted him. Naruto jumped into a pipe and walked toward the giant seal in the center. Naruto couldn't read it, but Kurama told him it was a seal. He grabbed one end and pulled it out in a flash. He saw that beneath the paper was a spiral. It looked metallic and layered. He looked at the center and saw a small hole. The hole was large enough for Naruto to fit both hands in. He pulled, and the first layer of the spiral shifted inward, opening the first part. Naruto suddenly felt himself and Kurama getting closer. He could feel their emotions and power. It was like seeing him for the first time again. He pulled, and the next layer fell in. This time he felt anger, pure, uncontrolled anger. Naruto then kept pulling and pulling. Each layer increased the anger he felt and the power he felt coming from Kurama. He kept pulling, through the pain and anger, and then, when the fifth layer fell, he felt pain. The pain was coming from his stomach. It was like it was being ripped open, and Naruto could feel so much pain, like every nerve in his body was on fire. He looked and saw he still had 4 layers left. He pulled, grinding through the pain. It took all his willpower not to scream in pain. He remembered why he was doing this. His father, Rowan, his biological parents, and all the poor people in this world who never had the chance to live. He reached the 8 layers. The last layer was there, mocking him. Naruto couldn't feel anything. His eyes were weeping blood, his throat felt like it had been scraped from the inside out, his ears were ringing. He looked at the last layer. It was the final step. He stood up, saw black blood flowing from his insides. He looked at the empty spiral. He could see Kurama below them, looking like he was saying something. Naruto concentrated, and could hear Kurama's voice. It was tense and sad. "I'm sorry, Naruto. I can't hold back the negative emotions any longer. You'll have to endure the pain. I'm sorry, we're almost there." Naruto was shocked, even though his face didn't show it. Kurama had all this pain and suffering, all this hurt, and he could still make those jokes. Still help him without breaking down? Naruto looked at the last spiral. If Kurama could do it, he could do it too. He leaned down and pulled. He could feel it moving, could feel even more pain. He almost had it, and then something happened. He felt a hand on his shoulder. He opened his eyes, looked up, and saw a man. The man had blonde hair and blue eyes like his. He wore a green vest and a white robe with flames at the end. He wore a headband with a strange symbol on the plate. He looked at Naruto with a smile full of love and understanding. He gently pulled Naruto out of the seal, and with his free hand, remade the seal. She looked at Naruto and hugged him. "Hello, Naruto," Minato Namikaze said. Chapter 6. Naruto looked at the man hugging him. He looked a lot like Naruto, although he was wearing strange clothes. "Hey, are you really my dad?" Naruto asked, still hugging this strange man. The man broke the hug and leaned down and looked at Naruto with tear-filled eyes. He nodded and hugged him again. The hug was long and felt like it would never end, almost as if the man was afraid he would lose Naruto if he let him go. "I'm so sorry, Naruto, I'm so sorry. I never meant any of this to you." Naruto looked at the man. If he really was his father, then the man made a mistake and sent him here. "Dad?" Naruto asked, his voice questioning. The man looked at Naruto, whose eyes were now so wet. The man smiled at Naruto, calling him Dad. "Dad, how are you here?" "Naruto, you have no idea how much I wanted to hear you say that. It would be easier to show you." And with that, Minato extended his finger, and suddenly a ball of glowing light appeared. He touched Naruto's forehead with his finger, and Naruto's vision was filled with memories and thoughts. It was almost as if he were his father, reliving his last moments with him. The memories ended with Minato sending a large amount of chakra into Naruto's body, and thinking that he could use that chakra to help Naruto when he grew up and when Naruto needed his help. Naruto looked at his own, this man in front of him. Is he his father? Even now, he's tried to protect him. From the moment he was born, this man here has been trying to protect Naruto. So, is he his father? "Naruto," Minato said, distracting Naruto. "I understand what you're feeling." Naruto looked down. He wasn't in his mind. Wherever he was, it was bright and nothing could be seen. He looked at Minato. "How can you?" Minato smiled. "I saw my parents murdered before my eyes when I was young. My aunt raised me, and soon I saw my mother here. It was confusing to know what I thought of her or my parents, but Naruto Harlot Snow is your father. He gave his life for you. I'm just someone who wants to protect his precious person." Naruto looked at his father and smiled. Minato smiled back. He looked over his shoulder and saw Kurama waiting patiently there. He turned and spoke to Kurama. "I know what you've done for my son, Kyubi-sama," Minato said, turning to Kurama. "Don't call me that, Hokage." Kurama replied, his voice stern and strict, unlike what he used when talking to Naruto. "My name is Kurama." "Then thank you, Kurama-sama," Minato replied without missing a beat. Kurama just nodded. Minato looked at Naruto. "Naruto, when I sealed you here, I did so by putting a bit of my chakra here. This allowed me to hear you and speak to you. But I don't have much time, Naruto. I have to leave, but before that I'm leaving you a gift." He raised his finger again, and this time the glowing ball was filled with a golden light. He pressed it against Naruto's head, and suddenly thousands of ideas entered Naruto's head. "These are my thoughts and memories. This is my gift to you, Naruto. Use them to become a ninja that can do what you want to do. They are sealed now as the form of books inside your head you will. So you have to read to win their fear, Naruto. I'm sure Kurama-sama will help you." At this, the giant fox nodded. Then, suddenly, he began to disappear, his body turning to dust, scattered by the wind. He looked at Naruto and smiled. "Wait, Dad, I don't know if I can do this. I'm really scared." Minato looked at Naruto and smiled. You can do this because you are who you are. You are Naruto Namikaze, no, you are Ned Snow. Whoever you are, I will always be proud of you, but I still feel that I did something wrong. Remember Naruto, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and evil for evil. And with those words, Minato Namikaze disappeared. Naruto blinked back tears. Everything was happening so fast. One moment he was dying with 3 spears, his guts ripped out. The next, he was killing a man. Who is he? Is he Ned Snow, the farmer who had no idea what to do in life? That pathetic little thing who had to ask his father to sacrifice himself for him? Or was he Naruto Namikaze? Who was he? I don't know, kid, Kurama said. But I understand. Hell, I'm surprised you've managed to hold on to your sanity this long. But know this, you are both Naruto Namikaze and Ned Snow. You will take the world upon your shoulders, and you will be the one to remember your father's sacrifice. Just because you're moving on in life doesn't mean you have to give up on your past. So who am I? You are Naruto Namikaze, you are the first ninja of Westeros and the one who will save this world. So does that mean I can have a normal life? That is the price of power. Ned Snow is dead. He died with those spears. He died so that you might live and this world might have a chance at a future. Naruto opened his eyes and saw himself inside his mind. He looked towards Kurama's pit. The fox looked back with kind eyes. This is going to be a long life, isn't it, Kurama? Naruto said. It wasn't a question. Yes, that's how it is. They stood there in silence until Kurama said, Hey kid, it's time you woke up. Naruto nodded. He closed his eyes again, and then opened them to see that he was in a large crater. Naruto looked around the edges of the crater where there were trees and the landscape was familiar. It was very familiar. But why? Kurama, where are we? Naruto mentally asked Kurama. We're in that village, boy. When you opened the seal, my anger and power took over your body, destroying the village, boy. I'm sorry. Naruto feels at his wit's end. An entire village destroyed because of him? Because of what he did? Because he needed power? Are you sorry? He asked Kurama. Are you sorry? Those were innocent people. Kurama, this is not what I wish to become, so powerful that I destroy villages if I lose control. How can you just say sorry? Because people die, child. That's how life works. The life they eat, shit on, and then die. I'm not sorry they died because they're that man's people. Lord Bolton killed so many innocent people, don't you think? Wasn't it fair that his people didn't have to suffer? They were innocent people. I even remember some from my brief visit there. No one is innocent. No one. Not me, not you, not your father, not Minato, and not even that boy you idolize, Rowan. No one. So is it right for them to be a sacrifice? Is it right for them to lose their lives and not even know why? Don't act like I did this. I had no control and neither did you. It was just an accident. Naruto knew Kurama's words were true. He looked across the field. Is this the price of power? Yes, Naruto, it is. Then I don't want it. Kurama fell silent. Then, if that is your wish, Naruto escaped from the crater and headed to the hill where he first meditated. He walked over and grabbed his bag. He could see large footprints leading from the tree to the village. They grew larger as they got closer to the village. Naruto turned around and walked away. Now he was a child desperate to forget his past. 6 months later, Ned Snow pushed his bread cart through the castle streets. He shouted, Hot buns! Hot buns! The aroma of buns filled the air, and people came out and paid for the delicious buns. It had been a while since he and Kurama had spoken, and Ned had been glad. He didn't want to remember his past life as Naruto. It was a dark time. After the incident where he accidentally destroyed a village, Ned traveled to the Dread Fort. It was the nearest castle, and Ned wanted to make sure that whoever succeeded Bolton was a good man. The Bolton line was the only family that could make Ned become Naruto again. Fortunately for them, Roose Bolton's son, Domeric Bolton, took over. The man was a kind person, unlike the previous lords of the Bolton line. Ned decided that the son should not pay for what his father had done, so he left him alone. Ned found it easy to find housing here and eventually landed a job as an assistant to the baker who lived down the street. He remembered meeting Healy and his family. He introduced himself as Ned Snow and quickly became part of the family. Ned wheeled his cart to the bakery and said goodbye to his family. Then he went home. The house had only one room, a table in the corner with a candle, and a bed. It wasn't much, but Ned was happy. He walked over to a corner of the room, the one with the table on it, and lifted it up. He took out some bricks, and inside was his bag. The bag contained his armor and several other items he owned. He put in today's wages and resealed the bricks. Ned walked over, grabbed a pen and paper, and headed to Healy's house, which was just above the bakery. The whole house, no, the whole street, smelt of fresh pearls. What the members living on the street really appreciated was that the smell of bread masked the smell of shit there. Ned knocked on the back door, and it opened, showing a beautiful girl there. Her name was Rachel, and she was beautiful. She had short, shoulder-length hair and green eyes with a hint of gold. She wore a green robe and looked like a noble little girl. Ned looked at her in amazement when he first saw her. The two soon became good friends. "Hey, Ned!" Rachel said. "Hi, Rachel," Ned replied. Rachel beckoned Ned to come in. She greeted Healy and his wife Ursula. "Hello, Ned," Healy replied, smiling at the 6-year-old. His wife and daughter were very much in love with the boy the moment he showed up at their house looking for a job. He and his wife often joked to themselves that Rachel and Ned were getting married. While Ursula only joked about it, Healy took the idea a little more seriously. "Are you here for your lesson?" Ursula asked. When Ned told them he couldn't read, Rachel immediately offered to teach him. Those two were inseparable. Ned nodded, and soon he and Rachel were in the living room just above the bakery. He took out his paper and began writing his alphabets. He finished that, and then began reading the book Rachel gave him during their last lesson. It was the story of a boy who wanted to be a knight and the princess he saved. When Ned was reading, Rachel looked up at the boy. She was a year younger than him, so when he said he couldn't read, she was surprised. His mother was once a servant, so she was taught to read. Then she taught Rachel, and now Rachel was teaching Ned. Rachel looked the part of a Lannister to the Bond boys with her bright yellow hair and light blue eyes, and Rachel fell in love with her the moment they met. And these days, whenever Ned came to school, she would put on her best robes. She wanted to impress Ned, and her parents encouraged her to do so. At the end of the day's lesson, Ned stood up and said, "Thank you, Rachel, for the lessons." She replied that it was nothing. "No, it's very important to me that you helped me. I really can't thank you enough, thank you, Princess." Naruto thought he was being clever by calling Rachel that, but it worked too well. Rachel's affection for him only grew, and when he left that day, she was on cloud 9. That night, Ned was working at the local bar. He had just finished pouring a fine mead, like few soldiers, when he overheard the topic of their discussion. "Guys, have you heard of the devil?" said the largest man in the group. "Who doesn't have leeway?" said a scrawny man. "I don't have a can," said a blonde-haired man. "Yeah, Steve ain't got off. Kid, here's the story," Leeway replied. "They say it appeared 7 months ago. It was the first reported sighting of the beast. They say it took the form of a dead child and had 2 blood-red tails. They say the blood tail was boiling. The creature was so monstrous it killed an army." "Wait, who's the army?" Steve asked. "The late Lord Roose Bolton," Ken replied. "Why were your men there?" "They were tracking the beast. People say it began killing somewhere along the border between Bolton and Karstark lands," Leeway replied. "Yes, and they also said that the Biasi caused hundreds of deaths. In the Karstark army and in the Bolton army," Ken said. "I see. Have you heard of the 8-tailed skinned fox?" Steve asked. "Who hasn't?" Leeway replied. "Yeah, a giant fox that destroyed an entire village with the flick of a tail? Who hasn't heard of that?" Ken replied. Ned then stopped listening when the topic changed to the end of the Greyjoy rebellion. He went back to cleaning the bar, sighing. The memories of what happened that day slowly returned to him. It was painful to see all those people. Ned would like to forget someday, but that would be spitting in the memory of all those who had died. That night, Ned looked out the window and saw the stars shining in the night sky. It was a sight to behold, the only thing both Naruto and Ned had ever enjoyed. Then a scream pierced the silence of the night. Ned leaped out of bed, grabbed his dagger, and ran toward the bakery and prayed to the old gods and knew that he was wrong. When he got there, he saw Rachel being dragged into a wagon, and the horse taking her away. Ned ran toward the wagon, almost reached it, when a soldier stood up and struck Ned with the blunt side of his sword. Ned sank into the mud and watched as the cart entered the main corridors of the Dread Fort. "This means war." Ned stood up and went to the bakery. The entire interior was destroyed. broken tables, pieces of wood everywhere. Ned saw Healy on the floor with his wife by his side. He was bleeding, and his wife was crying. "What happened here?" Ned asked. They took her. They took Rachel." "Who?" Ned asked, already knowing the answer. "Lord Bolton. He ordered all the beautiful peasant girls to enter his castle," Ursula said. Those words, Lord Bolton, those words burned Ned to the core. He felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. Anger. Pure anger. "Wait here, I'll get her back," Ned said and turned to leave. Ned Snow entered that building, but Naruto Namikaze left. Naruto went home. He took out his leather armor and put it on. It fit him very well, and he kept up his training with the daily exercises he did. He looked at the collar of the armor and saw something ironic. It said Dameric, in very bad handwriting. It seems fate had a sense of humor. When Dameric was killed by someone wearing his old armor, Naruto took out the dagger with the Bolton House symbol and left the house with a cold look on his face and a cloak covering his face. Naruto walked to the bridge that connects the main castle to the rest of the Dread Fort. There were 2 guards ahead. "Halt! Who goes there?" asked the first guard. Naruto took out Bolton's dagger and showed it to the guards. "A friend of Lord Bolton." The guards looked at the dagger. It wasn't something that was easily given to anyone, so if the person had it, it must be a friend, right? The 2 foolish guards let Naruto in. That sealed his fate. Naruto slipped through the shadows and made his way through the castle unseen. It was late at night, and only the servants were out, and if anyone asked, Naruto simply told them the same thing he told the guards. Quickly and quietly, he went to the dungeon. There was a guard with a spear. The idiot was sleeping. Naruto covered his mouth and, in a single motion, without missing a beat, plunged his dagger into the man. The guard tried to scream, but after a few seconds he stopped. Naruto pulled out the dagger and wiped it clean. "I don't want to dirty your pass." He took the man's keys and went deeper into the dungeon. He looked in each cell. There were several. Most of them held dead people. They were flayed, and the smell spread throughout the chamber. Ned would have vomited his guts out, but not Naruto. Naruto finally heard a person scream. He looked through the keyhole and saw someone being tortured. "Come, Arik! Shout for me!" a voice shouted. Naruto slowly opened the door and walked in. A man was tied to a table and a young man was cutting him with a rusty, blunt knife. "Master Ramsey, please, Reek, promise not to do it again," said the man at the table. He was covered in cuts and the soles of his feet were raw. Naruto also looked away from his feet. "Did I give you permission to speak?" Ramsey stabbed the man in the waist, twisting the knife. This has gone on for quite a while though, Naruto. He slipped behind Ramsey and stabbed him in the back. "H!" the rabid dog yelled, turning around to see Naruto, who tried to reach for his sword but couldn't move, his arms trembling in pain. He looked like he was about to collapse at any moment. Naruto grabbed the man's wrist and dragged him forward onto his knees. He looked Ramsey straight in the eyes and asked, "Why do you torture? Why do you hurt others and get happiness from it? How can you?" Ramsey looked Naruto in the eyes and said, "Get lost." Naruto snapped his head and left. Reek was already dead. Finally, Naruto found the cell with Rachel and the other girls. He opened the door and saw something that made Naruto feel uncontrolled rage. There were at least a dozen girls there, all crying. They couldn't have been more than 5 or 7 years old, but they were brutally beaten. "Rachel?" Naruto asked, his voice weaker than he thought possible. He looked across the room, all the girls looking at him, then he spotted a girl in the corner. She was wearing green robes and had short brown hair. She looked up at him and asked, "Ned?" Naruto ran to her with tears in his eyes. He looked at what had happened, what they had done to her. Her left eye was closed and looked like it would never open again. Her cheeks were red and her dress was torn. "Who did this to you, Rachel? Tell me her name," he said, anger returning to him. "Lord Bolton." Naruto looked at all the other girls there. They were in the same condition as her. He looked her straight in the eyes. "Wait here, I'll check if it's clear." He stood up and left the room. He looked across the hall, no one there. He looked down at his arms. It had been a long time. Might as well do it. Hopefully, I won't make too much of a fool of myself. He crossed his fingers and said, "Shadow Clone Jutsu!" He could feel his chakra flowing through the coils. Then he heard Kurama for the first time in months. "Do you understand now, Naruto? You are not just Ned Snow or Naruto Namikaze, you are both. Decide which name to take, it is not important, but remember why you fight. Then answer me, who are you? Naruto/Ned closed his eyes. For the first few years of his life, he was Ned. There were so many things attached to that name. His father, Harold, Rowan, and even his bastard grandfather. But it was a relic of the past, something that didn't need to be remembered because the takeaway from it was that he knew he was once loved. That's what mattered. He opened his eyes and saw the thousands of clones in front of him. I am Naruto Namikaze. I order you all, kill everyone in this castle, but leave Daenerys to me. All the clones nodded. Naruto stopped one and told him to take Rachel and the girls out, while he looked for Daenerys. The castle fell silent as a dark shadow covered it. Shadows came from the passage to the dungeons. All the flames were suddenly going out. The shadows had a path, first the kitchens and servants' quarters. Every single servant died within 5 minutes. Then, the shadow made its way to the soldiers' barracks. The men's throats were slit as they slept. The only sound that came from the castle that day was silence. Naruto walked on, and the light went out behind him as the clones shut them down. Up ahead was the Lord's headquarters, with 2 guards there. Naruto ordered 2 of his clones to take care of them. Naruto stood there, 2 corpses at his feet. He looked over and saw that the entire castle was now dark and silent. Few felt a clone dissipate and regained its memories. It was the clone he sent with Rachel. They'd done well. Naruto thought it was time. He kicked the doors open. The doors opened, and inside was Daenerys Bolton. The man was in bed with the sheets covering his naked body. Naruto made 4 clones and had them tie Bolton's limbs to the edges of the bed. The fool was drunk, he didn't wake up. Naruto glared at the man and slapped the bastard across the cheek. He woke up with a start. Who are you? Guards! Guards! The drunk slurred. Naruto couldn't help but laugh. This man was so stupid. Guards! Guards! Naruto himself shouted. There was no response. You see, Bolton, there's no one there to help you. There's no soldier to hide behind, no thugs to hide behind. Bolton was wide awake then, his eyes looking into Naruto's. The man looked so much like his father. What do you want? I want you to answer me a question, Naruto said, climbing on top of them and then standing on their chest. Why did you ask about all those girls? That? I said, why did you ask your guards to bring you all those young girls? Naruto was angry. He took his dagger and cut Daenerys' palm. The man howled like a dog. Calm down, it's just a scratch. Unlike those girls. So tell me why you asked about them. I don't know. Don't lie to me. Naruto stabbed the man in his left forearm. Daenerys cried but said nothing. It's okay, you don't want to talk. Be like this. Naruto raised his dagger, but before lowering it, he thought of something. What did Bolton tell you? A flayed man has no secrets. Yeah, that's it. Naruto then brought his dagger to the sole of Daenerys' feet. Wait, I'll tell you. Please. Naruto stopped, looked at the pathetic man in front of him. Lord Bolton began. That? I like it. That? I like girls. Then it made sense to Naruto. All Boltonians were sadists. But this one here was a sadist and a pedophile. He raised his dagger and stabbed the man in the neck. Naruto left the castle that silent night. He went to his apartment and gathered his things. Within an hour, he was already out of the Dread Fort. He looked back and saw the street he lived on. It was hard to leave without saying goodbye to Rachel, but Naruto had homework now. Thanks to Daenerys, he realized how bad this land of Westeros really was. It needed a judge, a protector. And that was what he was going to be. Are you ready, kid? Yeah, Kurama just needed some time. Is 6 months a long time, kid? I'd hate to know what you think is a long time. How about a few years of training in the north? Kurama was silent for a while. Really, kid? Yes, I know what I have to do now. Alright, kid, but remember it's going to be tough. Yes, I know. Good, and boy, if you ever give me the silent treatment again, I'll haunt your nightmares. Chapter 7. The time after that fateful day in Dreadfort was a long journey for Naruto. He began his journey by training in the mountains north of Wolfswood. There, he perfected his body, gaining control over himself. From his father's memories, he began to learn all the things his father had learned. Eventually, even the flying thunder god Jutsu was his to control. The Rasengan soon followed, and Naruto could now split a mountain in half with the Raisin Disc. This was, of course, after he discovered its natural affinity. He learned martial arts forms from his father's scattered memories and even developed a new technique or two. Naruto's greatest creation was his chakra cloak. It was inspired by Kurama's cloak but was a cloak of his own chakra. This cloak allowed him to have extended reach in the form of chakra arms and super strength when the cloak compressed to form a thin layer on Naruto's arm. He spent 2 years there in quiet isolation. He soon became a master of the mountains there, able to climb them by clinging to the vertical cliffs. It was a long and tiring 2 years, but with Kurama by his side and the memories of his father, he was happy. He almost felt like a citizen of the village hidden among the leaves. Naruto was powerful now but needed experience in the real world, so Naruto, now armed with techniques that would rival the gods, set out on his journey. He traveled to the wall first. It was large, just as everyone said it would be, and for some strange reason, Naruto could feel chakra coming out of the wall. It was as if there was chakra living inside the wall. Naruto couldn't do anything about it, so he chose to simply watch the men of the Night's Watch. That group was a strange one. All criminals, and yet, for some reason, there was some honor among them. Something that kept them together. Duty, perhaps? Naruto stayed in the Black Castle for a while, staying in the shadows watching them and learning how the men interacted with each other. He also stayed because of the chakra produced by the giant wall. It wasn't something Naruto could ignore. In fact, even Kurama became nervous with excitement. After inscribing a seal of the Flying Thunder God on the wall and hiding a dagger, bearing the same seal, inside a storage cell, Naruto decided to leave. He quickly stole a cloak to remember his trip to the north, and a leather undercoat. He had spent a year on the wall, then finally moved on. Naruto then realized that he didn't really have a home, that no matter what he did, he would never have one. So he decided to make one. The next place he visited was Wolfswood. There, in the heart of the thick wood sky, he found the place for his village. Naruto made hundreds of clones and placed seals all over the land. The clones traveled to the mountains and, using the wind jutsu they knew, cut several stones from the mountains there. Some even went so far as to destroy an entire mountain and cut it into small pieces. Once the materials were ready, the clones took the stones to where the original was waiting. They set about building a castle, a place Naruto could call home. By the end of the following year, Naruto had built a great castle in the heart of the Wolf's Wood. He had used the wood found there and the stones his clones had made from the mountains. The result was horrible. The castle looked horrible. It was large and could hold an army, but not a great army. Naruto gave up and left, but not before placing a seal there as well. Then he realized that if he wanted a home, he'd have to find one in one of the places that was already populated. So, with that in mind, Naruto went to Winterfell. Winterfell Castle was boring. All people did was work. The Starks were fine. Naruto's first impression of someone with the Stark name was a little bad. Ned Stark, whom Naruto was named after, was the classic northerner. Honorable and loyal, which begs the question, who the hell is Jon Snow? Jon Snow, Ned Stark's supposed bastard. But a man like Ned wouldn't have succumbed to the temptations of war, so who the hell was Jon Snow? Jon Snow, the only interesting person in Winterfell. He seemed to favor his sister Arya. And his other sister, Sansa, or something, hated him for it. She seemed to really like Jon. Incest at this age? Oh God. Returning to the mystery of Jon Snow, Naruto felt like he knew the bastard. He looked like a Stark and acted like one, but there was something about him that made Naruto wonder who is Jon Snow. Naruto decided he needed to keep an eye on his little subject of interest, so one night when he gave Jon some alcohol, he placed the seal of the Flying Thunder God on him. Naruto then placed the seal on a random stone in Winterfell, and after a year acting as a servant known as Ned Snow and meeting Jon face to face, he left. Naruto explored the rest of the north, visiting the Dread Fort, or what was left of the place after it was abandoned following the Black Plague. Naruto was so tempted to take over, maybe get to his new village, but he needed a name for himself to lead him somewhere like the infamous Dread Fort, so Naruto decided to bide his time, increased the seal on the fort's main gate and left. The next stop was White Harbor. It was a major trading port in the north, and the cultural difference there was astonishing. There were so many people there, from all over the world, it was simply incredible. People worshipping different gods like the fire god, and even seeing people worship all seven, it was all so different to Naruto. Naruto was tempted to just hop on a boat and head off to a distant land, but Westeros still needed him. However, He found a ship leaving for a distant city called Pentos. It seemed like a nice place, so Naruto decided that if he ever wanted to go somewhere, he would just hop on that ship, so he created a small seal underneath the ship. Naruto didn't know if the seal would work at such a distance, but he wanted to try and see. He eventually went further south, into the riverlands, and even saw a bit of the valley. He saw the Lannister home, Casterly Rock, and just to be sure, he marked the spot. Naruto visited King's Landing and sneaked into the Red Keep, his transformation jutsu aiding in that. Inside, he met the entire royal family, the entire day being a dramatic event for Naruto as he took the form of Jaime Lannister, whom he had incapacitated and imprisoned. Naruto walked through the wall with Jaime's face. The Kingslayer was shown due respect and visited the entire royal family. The king was a royal pig. He was what a fart would look like if it had taken form. He wasn't someone Naruto would have trusted as his leader. Naruto could take him down with one finger, and that was without any chakra. He met with the pinky finger, and even the Master of Whispers. That man was strange, and Naruto was frightened by the amount of information he had gathered about him. It seems Varys had started calling Naruto the Fox. It seems Naruto was the main topic of discussion between Varys and Jaime. He knew Naruto came from Lord Karstark's lands and that even Lord Roose Bolton had attacked Lord Karstark. He knew the plague that struck the castle was him, and that Naruto was a very dangerous individual. When Naruto, with Jaime's face, asked him how he knew all this, Varys said his little birds had told him. The amount of information the man knew disturbed him, but it also made Naruto realize he'd been slacking and that a ninja's most important tool was information. He made a note of that. Naruto also meets the real Prince Jackass. Joffrey. Wait, no, I changed my mind, it's Prince Jackass. The royal donkey was killing kittens, apparently to please his father, who was drunk at the time and had beaten the boy, breaking his teeth. Naruto took the boy to his mother and fixed his teeth, but the prince still cried himself to sleep that night. Later that night, Naruto, wearing Jaime's face, was called to the queen's chambers, and when he entered, what Naruto expected was a conversation between siblings. What he got was a naked Lyanna covered only by deerskin. She dropped the deerskin, and Naruto was given a body that was kissed by the gods. She didn't look like she had any children at all. In fact, she was fit and had a flat stomach. Her chest was perky and not sagging like most women's. She was beautiful, and her voice when she said, "Well, my lion, won't you accept your price?" was so hexy. She rode Naruto like he was her horse, and there was no tomorrow if they stopped for even a second. She didn't really mind, and enjoyed the feel of his skin on hers. He grabbed her breasts and suckled like a child being fed by its mother. Cersei had never felt this way around Jaime before. It was almost as if it was their first time together, that tension and excitement. After hours, they both finally collapsed, Cersei fainting from the pleasure, and Naruto finally releasing his transformation jutsu. That was a strange achievement for Naruto, losing his virginity to the queen while wearing her brother's face. But needless to say, it was a night he won't soon forget, due to the extreme hex. And Cersei won't forget that night because it was a night she never felt so much energy from her brother. It was a night Jaime could never hope to repeat. He quickly ran away that morning, released Jaime, and marked the throne room with his seal before leaving. Eventually, Naruto settled into the still empty Dread Fort and made it his home. The first thing he did was create an army of his shadow clones and send them out as his spies. He sent one to all the major cities in Westeros and all the houses he wanted to keep an eye on. He was especially interested in the Wall and the city called Pentos. The clones sent there was more excited about the Vakti mission. Varys had his birds, Naruto had an army of disappearing ninjas, transferring instant information, each as skilled and powerful as he was. Naruto renovated the castle, got rid of all the torture equipment, and even burned his collection of flayed skins. He destroyed everything in that castle that reminded him of Bolton, and when the castle was stripped, Naruto sat on his throne and wondered, what do I do now? Month 1 day 1 year 297. The shadow ran down the corridor. Behind the man were 3 guards. Each one had a spear in his hand and they chased the thief down the corridor. "Stop the thief!" The shadow just looked back and smiled, then ran faster with an incredible burst of speed. The guards looked surprised by the man's speed, and shouted to the entire castle, "Stop that man! He has the books!" The man ran to the scribe's hearth, which was just beyond the citadel gates in Old Town. He almost made it, But as he ran into the open space, the great doors slammed shut, and the man was surrounded by 100 men. Sir Baylor Hightower, the leader of the guards at the citadel, stepped out of the group of men surrounding the thief and looked at the man. Sir Baylor awoke in the middle of the night, and was told that there had been an intruder in the library, and that the man had stolen many important and forbidden books. Sir Baylor truly had no love for the maesters, but his duty as Hightower demanded that he catch this man. But why anyone would want to steal these ancient fossils, Sir Baylor will never know. Sir Baylor looked at the figure. There wasn't much to see. The man was wearing a large, furry, black coat and had a hood pulled down over his face. The coat looked like it had come from the Night's Watch, but other than that, Sir Baylor couldn't tell much about the thief, other than that the thief was tall. Of course, there was a large sack over the man's shoulder. Sir Baylor assumed the books were in there. Very well, thief. I applaud your effort. It's quite something, even to boast that you snuck into the citadel without us knowing. Drop the bag and go, and I swear on my honor as Hightower that I'll let you go. The figure smirked. The great citadel, huh? I swear a boar's purse had tighter security than the Bafin's. Sir Baylor was outraged. How dare you! We of the high towers protect this great place of knowledge and maldash. Oh, keep your pants, idiot. I snuck in here in 2 minutes. The only reason you caught me was because I was stupid enough to start reading the books there. A mistake I won't make next time. At this, Sir Baylor narrowed his eyes. Next time? What makes you think you can escape this time? The figure merely smiled, reaching for his hood to reveal his face. He had bright blonde hair, which made Sir Baylor consider him a Lannister. However, his eyes were blue, and his face held the most shameless grin Sir Baylor had ever seen on anyone. Who are you? Sir Baylor asked. My name is Naruto Namikaze, remember that. Namikaze? I've never heard of that name. Very well, Namikaze, if you're so confident you can escape all these men, why not go ahead and try? Sir Baylor stepped back into the circle as the soldier followed his cue and drew his swords. Sir Baylor drew his sword, the Valyrian sword Vigilance. The sword had a black blade, and its handle was red with a black stone in the center. Naruto hissed. Wow, that Valyrian steel! Sir Baylor smiled at his pride and joy, the Hightower family's ancestral sword, Vigilance. Why, it is. With this sword I will never lose, Naruto smirked. Kind of a bold statement. Think you can back it up? How is that? One match, just you and me. If you win, I'll give you back the books and become your sworn shield. If I win, I keep that sword. Sir Baylor looked at the thief in front of him with amusement and surprise. H.A. Is that the wager? A Valyrian steel sword for a thief's life? What kind of idiot do you think I am? Naruto shrugged. Hey, if you're not confident enough, then that's fine, I don't care. If you think a lowly peasant like me can beat you, that's totally understandable. Sir Baylor became angry. The fool wished for death. Sir Baylor looked at his men. They were all looking at him. If he refused, he would lose face. He turned to Naruto. I accept your challenge. Naruto grinned like a fox. He dropped his book bag with a thud. He reached up and unbuttoned his cloak. Sir Baylor saw that Naruto was at least 5 feet 6 inches tall, and a burly man. But his armor was something Sir Baylor had never seen before. Naruto had steel plates on his chest, each overlapping and split in half. In the center was a spiral. He had a large, heavy gauntlet on his forearm, and 3 blades protruded from his upper arm. He wore gloves with metal knuckles, and the rest of his body was covered in a suit that looked thick and skin-tight. His boots were metallic and heavy. On his abdomen were several belts, each with 4 small daggers attached. The armor was sleek, black, and overall looked dangerous. There were also several daggers around the armor, 5 on each side of his main belt and 2 on his gauntlets. Naruto looked at Sir Baylor. Are you sure you want to do this? Sir Baylor had no choice now. He stepped forward. Then he took his position in front of Naruto. Naruto smirked. Sir Baylor was hooked and sunk. Naruto spread his legs and bent down ready to run. He pulled a dagger from his belt and held it diagonally in front of him. Are you ready, peasant? Sir Baylor asked with just a hint of fear in his voice. Is that you? And with that, Naruto kicked his foot back and lunged at the real one in front of him. Sir Baylor barely had time to react, bringing his sword down, relying only on his reflexes. It seemed like he almost caught Naruto in his shoulder, but just before impact, Naruto threw his dagger at Sir Baylor, went behind Hightower, and just before the blade touched Naruto's shoulder, he disappeared. Sir Baylor was surprised when his sword hit the stone floor and cut it. He drew his sword and turned around to see Naruto there juggling 3 daggers. "Are you sure you want to do this? You can give me the sword and avoid the humiliation, you know," Naruto joked with the man. Sir Baylor gritted his teeth and charged at Naruto. Naruto simply threw a dagger a few feet in front of Sir Baylor, which Sir Baylor jumped over and dropped a dagger right where he stood. Just as Sir Baylor swung his sword horizontally, Naruto disappeared again. This time the only thing Sir Baylor saw was a black blur and a flash of yellow in the hair on Naruto's head. Sir Baylor turned around and saw a fist coming towards him. The fist met his face and Sir Baylor fell down, knocked out. Naruto stood over the fallen man. He raised his hand, and the soldiers swore they saw blue hands emerge from it and grabbed the daggers he dropped. Naruto tucked the daggers into his belt and walked over to Sir Baylor's sword. Naruto lifted it and saw the black blade gleaming. In a word, it was beautiful, the blade sleek and smooth, and the handle felt perfect. Naruto smiled and sealed the blade in its sheath that he took from Sir Baylor's body. He looked at the men there. They looked like they had seen an act of God. Naruto smiled at them and went to pick up his sack. "I'll go now. Our Lord may have bet his sword, but he didn't say anything about letting you go," said a soldier. Naruto, though the man had a lot of guts and was quite intelligent. "That's true," Naruto began. "But who's going to stop me?" The men looked at the soldier who had the brilliant idea of opposing a man with almost godlike abilities. The man looked at Naruto and said, "We will." Naruto smiled. That man really had guts. Maybe not all southern men were useless cowards. "Well, good luck with that." Naruto gave the men a smile and disappeared in a flash of light. Cersei Lannister wasn't having a good year. It had been exhausting and painful. Her main problem right now was a suspicious Jon Arryn. She believed her children were bastards. They weren't. They were the children of her true love and husband in all but name, Jaime. Just a few weeks ago, something had happened to Jaime. He was like a man possessed, his moments so wild. Just thinking about him that night, and all the things they did made her wet. Surprisingly, Jaime remembered nothing the next day and has sadly never been able to repeat that night. Then came Jon Arryn. That bastard caught her and Jaime as they were embracing and Cersei was trying to get Jaime to take her. They didn't get far because the bastard caught them in the act, that old man. Maybe Jon needed to be taken care of. And now there were rumors of Dreadfort being used again. Ever since the dreaded plague struck that castle, people had been afraid to approach it. The crown had ordered the place to be damned, and no one had entered it since. Cersei, however, thought it was trash and whoever killed all the Boltons that night was still there, and Cersei, along with all the other Game of Thrones players, wanted to make these murderers an ally. There were so many people wandering around the continent these days that Cersei didn't know what to believe. There was an 8-tailed fox being flayed in the north, along with blood-tailed demons. And she just received news that a burglary had taken place at the Citadel, and that several books had been stolen. The thief was a man named Naruto Namikaze, and he is rumored to be the current owner of the Valerian Hightower's sword Vigilance. The man had become a legend overnight. Every man who fought with him swears that the man struck Sir Baylor Hightower down with just 3 daggers. Sir Baylor Hightower, who was a highly respected knight and swordsman, lost to this man. This impressed Cersei. He decided to keep an eye on this man, Naruto. People called him the Flash. I call him Razordisk, because Naruto has never seen or physically used a shuriken. He knows about them from his father's memories. The armor is basically the Arkham Knight armor. You know, the bad guy. It also has the Uzumaki spiral symbol in the center, but it doesn't have a helmet, otherwise it looks the same. Chapter 8. The sun illuminated the throne of the Dread Fort. Inside, Naruto sat on the throne with the sword Valerian Vigilance. He was tending to the sword, sharpening it with a water stone. The blade was already incredibly sharp. Naruto didn't actually need to sharpen it, but he wanted to. This was a time when he could relax and enjoy the little things in life, like sharpening a sword. It had been 10 months since he had gained the sword, and every day since then, he had trained day after day with it. But as the days of having the sword passed, Naruto began to notice something strange. It was as if the sword had its own chakra. This chakra fused with the steel of the swords, making it indestructible. This was something Naruto found quite impressive. Naruto looked up from his sword and saw the packed courtroom. There were several clones performing their duties. Some were maintaining the castle, while most, however, were at the large table in the center of the room. On the large table was a map of Westeros, and next to specific cities was a small note containing information about a clone in that city. The clone would dissipate, then Naruto would make another clone, and the new one would teleport to the city and replace the clone. This created a long cycle for the clones and a constant flow of information. There wasn't much relevant information at the moment. The only thing his clone in Pentos had to say was that he was having a wonderful time there. He had befriended a young thief there, and created a sort of thieves' guild. Naruto had visited it once in the clone's place, and he was very impressed. Pentos City was the nicest city he knew. He almost wanted to stay there forever. His spies in Highgarden informed him of something very amusing about the cheerful flower knight, lore asked Tyro. His clone saw him, and his squire, you get the point. Naruto filed that away for later in case he needed to blackmail the Tyrells later. In King's Landing, it looks like there's going to be a tournament for Prince Jackass's name day. Naruto thinks that might be the perfect time to introduce himself as the new Lord of Dreadfort. He'd need a banner made for himself, as well as a family name. This would take time, so Naruto put it off. Naruto then headed to his smithy. There he saw his battle armor being remade from chakra-infused metal. Naruto called this metal Fu. It was as durable as Valerian steel and just as powerful, but for some reason, when Naruto dueled another clone, the clone had a Fu metal blade and Naruto had vigilance. Vigilance cut through it like butter. So, it might not be as good compared to Valerian steel, but it was still amazing. Naruto then decided that his new castle would use this Fu metal as its main source of export. It would be the new thing, and the best part is that if Naruto wanted, he could remove all the chakra from the metal with a click of a finger. After all, it was his chakra he was putting into the metal. Naruto, after ensuring he now had an identical suit of armor made of Fu steel, left the smithy and walked out of his castle. Outside, several hundred clones were rebuilding the entire city. Old neighborhoods destroyed, broken sewage systems rebuilt. Naruto would soon make this entire city the finest architectural achievement in Westeros. He even fused the stones in his castle with chakra. Now it was something called the Fu Stone. God, how he loved chakra. I was even thinking of changing the name. Dreadfort just sounded like Bolton. I was thinking of Konoha. Naruto smiled at that and looked at his city. Naruto went to the library next and looked through all the books there. Once Naruto had his clone memorize and copy all the books he had stolen from the Citadel, Naruto returned the books. He then got another set and another. There were many books in the Citadel, and so far Naruto had only managed to copy and memorize half of them. The Citadel's maesters knew Naruto well now, as his thirst for knowledge rivaled their own. They allowed Naruto into their citadel with open arms. As long as he returned the books, he returned to the smithy and took out his Fu battle armor. He wore the elegant black Vigilace armor along with the heavy black cloak and left. When he reached his door, he activated his seal on Pentos and took a yellow flash. Naruto arrived at the center of Pentos. It was a crowded place, so no one noticed a random stranger who appeared in the plaza. Naruto looked up at the rooftops and jumped onto the nearest one, escaping the crowd. Running on the red-tiled roofs of Pentos was always fun for Naruto. I mean, his clone. Oh god, this was getting so confusing. Naruto soon found himself in a seemingly normal house, except the door had a circle with a box inside. Naruto pressed his hand over the symbol on the door and said, "Never fear." The door opened with a click, and inside he found his small group of thieves. "Hey Naruto!" said Nurok. Nurok was the guild's first thief and by far the most talented. He was quick with his fingers and almost pocketed Naruto's clone, almost. When Naruto's clone caught him, Naruto was so impressed that he didn't turn Nurok in, but instead they became fast friends and eventually formed this guild together. "Hey Nurok," Naruto said, hugging the thief. He looked at the other occupants of the room. "Lai, Karist, and how's everyone?" These were the rest of the Thieves' Guild. Lai was a con artist. But then again, with a name like Lai, what else did parents, even their son, think they were going to do? Karist was the youngest of the group. She was in a difficult situation when Naruto found her, and when she joined the guild, she became everyone's favorite little sister. Last but not least, there was Hao. She and Nurok had this on-again, off-again relationship, which was complicated, to say the least. However, she was the most acrobatic of the thieves, which is why she was nicknamed the Cat. She stole a lot. And she'd never been caught. All in all, this was a good team. So what's everyone doing here? Naruto asked, surprised that all four of them were there waiting for him. We were just about to plan a heist, Naru. Karis replied, jumping up and down excitedly. Who are they robbing? Naruto asked. We're going after the cheesemonger Illyrio Mopatis, Lai said. It seems he's going to marry one of his people off to the Dothraki. A Khal named Drogo. It seems he's raking in a lot of wealth from the deal. So we were hoping to help him carry some of that heavy gold. Naruto nodded. Do you know whose slave he is? Hao shook his head. No, we don't. Apparently, Illyrio's keeping her under heavy blows. Whoever it is, they're in for a bad time. Naruto nodded to Hao and said, Okay, I'm in. When do we start? At dusk, which should be right now. Hao said, and with that, the Thieves Guild left their house and disappeared into the rooftops of Pentos. They arrived at what appeared to be a castle. The cheesemonger seemed to have a lot of money to spend. The castle had 3 guards on the wall and 2 at the gate. Naruto could have knocked out all 5 of them in the blink of an eye. But where was the fun in that? Naruto put on his hood and looked at the other thieves there. They all nodded, showing they were ready. Hao climbed the wall and hooked several ropes onto the wall for the rest of the thieves to use. Naruto used the rope with Karis on his back, and just as the 5 were about to climb onto the wall, Naruto threw 3 daggers, killing the patrolling guards instantly. They made quick work of hiding their bodies and were soon inside the castle. While the thieves went their own way and searched for treasure, Naruto decided to go exploring. He transformed his armor into a guard's armor and made his way around the castle. He was greeted by the still awake people like an old friend, and Naruto was getting very bored. There was nothing exciting there, so he finally stumbled across the garden and sat there, simply enjoying the moon and the stars. The stars were something he had always found satisfying to look at. It was something that calmed him. Hello? Naruto heard a voice, quickly standing up and turning around, his hand on his sword ready to unsheath. But the sight he was met with made him freeze, his bones heating up and his stomach feeling like it was about to burst. There, in front of him, was a little girl. She couldn't have been more than 13, but she was the most beautiful girl he'd ever met. Her hair was pure white and shone like spun silver. Her face was perfectly symmetrical, and her eyes, were the most beautiful thing Naruto had ever seen. They were purple, deep royal purple, the most beautiful things he'd ever seen, like stars. Hello? Who are you? The girl asked again. Naruto regained consciousness and looked at the girl. Looking at her face, he had been knocked unconscious and made a complete fool of himself. He regained his guard stance and bowed to her. My name is Naruto Namikaze, my lady. Shit! He gave her his real name. Wait, this is Pentos, so maybe she doesn't know me. Since it seemed like he hadn't, since he wasn't shouting, he simply said, Namikaze, I've never heard of that name. Where are you from? Naruto looked at the girl with his bright purple eyes. Of Westeros, my lady. The little goddess stepped back. Westeros? Are you really? Yes, my lady, I am Naruto Namikaze, also known as Flash. Naruto then bowed to the girl. I've never heard of you. Most haven't, but I'm sure one day my name will be sung in all sorts of songs, Naruto said, grinning like a fox. Apparently that was funny to her as she burst out laughing. Ha ha, well I hope so, you certainly have the wit for that. Naruto just leaned back. After the laughter stopped, the girl sat down on the bench Naruto was sitting on and asked him to join her. The silence that followed was pleasant. Naruto, can I ask you something? Of course, my lady. If you were forced to marry someone you didn't know and be something like a slave, would you do it? Naruto's face dropped at this, so she would marry. No, my lady, I wouldn't. I would tell the person to go suck a cock and kick him in the balls. The girl laughed, imagining herself saying that to the cheesemaker. But what if it was your duty? Then you must do your duty, Naruto said with a stone face. At this the girl looked at Naruto surprised by what he said. But you just said dash. I meant you could say that if you were just a peasant. But if you're a noble like yourself, then that would be a different matter. Because Nobel laureates have power, and with that power comes responsibility. They have a responsibility to that power and to the people they govern. They have to fulfill their duty under their title. But what if they don't? What if the person takes the power but not the duty? Then they become a bad Nobel. Look at King Robert, for example. At the mention of Robert, the girl's face darkened. Don't worry, I hate him too. So, as I was saying, King Robert has the power, but he has no duties. All he does is bore all day and drink all night, and that's why we should return to Westeros and reclaim the Iron Throne, the girl said, standing up. Us? Naruto asked, surprised by the girl's outburst. My brother and I. I am Daenerys Targaryen, and my brother is the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. She looked Naruto straight in the eyes. She expected him to fall to one knee and pledge his loyalty. No, Naruto, on the other hand, burst out laughing. He fell to the ground, laughing. All Danny could do was blush. After a good minute of laughter, Naruto stood up and apologized. I'm sorry, my lady Targaryen. It's just that so many funny things happened at once. Danny was furious. What was so funny? Naruto smiled. Well, when I first met you, I thought you were the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. I was surprised I didn't realize you were a Targaryen. At the mention of her beauty, Danny blushed, this time due to the compliment. Also the fact that they think they're all the rightful heirs to the thrones. We are the rightful heirs. In fact, our ancestors made the Iron Throne. Danny was angry and Naruto took a step back, sensing her anger. Don't wake a sleeping dragon, indeed. That could be true, and maybe I phrased it poorly. I mean, I thought it was funny that you thought there were heirs to the throne. At this, Danny's hatred turned to surprise. What? Naruto smiled at her surprise. I mean, there is no true heir to the throne. You see, the next king of the kingdom could be anyone. What? Danny said again. Okay, so what I'm saying is, a king might rule, but that doesn't mean he'll rule until he dies or that he's the rightful king. It just means there's no one who can overthrow him. Look, for example, you have Dad and fat-ass Robert. Your dad, when he ruled, was called the rightful king. When he was overthrown, Robert became the rightful king. So now, if your brother or overthrow him, he'll become the rightful king. Is that known? Understanding slowly dawned in Danny's eyes. She understood. She'd always been told that thrones were rightfully hers, but now she knew that wasn't true. So what you're saying is, she said, looking Naruto straight in the eyes, that the reason someone has a right to something is through power? Naruto grinned like a fox. Exactly. Wow, my lady, you have brains and the look. Danny blushed, looked at the handsome man in front of her and said, so if power rules the world, who is right or who is wrong? Naruto winked. It's what we do with that power that makes us good or bad. And it's how we react to the duties that come with that power that tells us how good and noble we are. At the mention of duty, Danny looks down and sits back down, shoulders slumped. Naruto saw that she was clearly depressed. I don't want to marry him. Naruto realized this was the sheep Ilario was pawning. Usually, he'd be smarter than that, but for some reason he was slow from the moment he met Danny. God, she was a bad influence on him. So tell me, my lady, what has the call offered for your marriage? Danny seemed surprised that Naruto knew that, but then again, he was a guardian here, so he must have known something was up. In exchange for me, you will give my brother 10,000 men as the first part of his army. What a horrible deal. They get you and are only willing to give your brother 10,000. It should be 1,000,000, but that's just my thought. That brought a smile to Danny's face. It's my duty as a Targaryen, but I don't want this. I don't want to marry him. He's a brute and a savage. Anne. Danny burst into tears. Naruto hugged her. Now, a pretty girl shouldn't cry. That calmed Danny. I'm sorry, I know I shouldn't bother you with my problems, but I just. Danny stayed silent as she snuggled into Naruto's chest, and Naruto just stared at the beautiful girl. Then he had a really bad idea. Do you want to run away with me? Okay, great, he said it. This wasn't so good. I have plans to make, and now I've ruined them all because then I'll be thinking about her all the time. God, she was bad for him. Danny looked up from the man's chest. What? Very well, I said I might as well go ahead. Do you want to run away with me? We can put all of this behind us. I can take you to Westeros, show you the north, no one would know, you could have a life there. And maybe even marry someone you love. Naruto looked at her, and Danny could see the longing in his eyes. No, I don't know, she replied. One side of his brain was telling him it was impossible, that a simple man like him couldn't do all that. And another side of him was telling him to do it. It was screaming at him. A chance to live in freedom. To go to Westeros. I understand, Naruto said, then pulled out a knife. Danny was surprised at first, thinking he was going to stab her, but she handed him the knife. "This is my special blade, made from a metal I made myself called Fu steel. If you're ever in danger, throw this knife away, and I'll be there to help you." Danny looked at the knife. It was black and gleamed with a blue tint. There was a carving on the blade, but otherwise it was plain. "I want to go. But I have my duty here, to my brother. I have to marry Khal Drogo, I have to," Danny repeated, holding the knife close to her heart. "No, you won't. I can help you, Danny." That was the first time he said her name, and I had even guessed her nickname without knowing it before. She looked into Naruto's eyes. "I'm sorry." Naruto looked at her and nodded. He stood up from the bench and said, "Remember, if you ever need help, if you're in trouble, if you need anything, just bring that knife." Danny blinked, and when she opened her eyes, Naruto was gone. All the thieves gathered at his house. Tonight was an easy job for them, and they had scored big. After dividing all the gold and jewels, Naruto collected his small share and was about to leave when he saw something. On the thieves' table was a shiny, scaly gold stone. "Hey, Lai, who's that?" Naruto asked. Lai looked up from her gold and said, "Oh, it's Hao's. He found it in one of the vaults in Illyrian. He thought it was pure gold, but it was just a single stone. Luckily he didn't grab all three, otherwise he wouldn't have made it in time with all the extra weight." She turned back to her gold. Naruto looked at Hao. "Hey Hao, do you want to seal your stone? It looks pretty." Hao looked Naruto up and down. "Sure, why do you want it?" "Just looking at it, it had very good details. I'm sure I could find someone willing to buy it and realize that as well," Hao said negotiatingly. "So how about your share of the gold?" Naruto looked at his bag. "Really? What kind of fool do you think I am? Half, 3/4, half, and I owe you one." Hao was thinking about the offer. If Naruto owes him a favor, it could be extremely profitable later in life. Very good deal. Naruto then left the guild house with half a bag of gold, and what he knew for sure was a golden dragon egg. Just as he was about to leave, he felt a seal activate. It seemed Danny had thrown the sword away. Naruto donned his disguise and walked over to Danny. He appeared and saw Danny packing, one bag ready and another almost full. She looked up and saw Naruto there. "Oh, God, Naruto, how did you do that?" Naruto just smiled. "Do what? Appear out of nowhere? Oh, I'm special that way. Are you ready?" Danny looked back at her trunk. "Yeah, I have a few more to pack, I'm almost done." She repacked as quickly as she could. "Take your time," Naruto said, walking to his bedroom door. "I have to check something." He left and quickly went to the vault. It seemed the cheesemonger still hadn't realized he'd been robbed. Naruto went to the vault and saw the black and green eggs left there. He grabbed them and caught up with Danny just as she finished packing. "Do you have everything?" he asked, looking at the heavy bags. Danny nodded. "I half hoped you wouldn't come. I kept telling myself it was a dream, but well, hey, I understand I'm a dream," Naruto said, smiling. That earned him a slap on Danny's chest and a playful smile. "So, how exactly are you going to get me off my knight?" Danny asked. Naruto simply extended his free hand. The other held his bag and Danny's. Danny took it. "Close your eyes." And when Danny did, they left Pentos. When he opened them next, he saw 2 large red doors and a giant wall almost 20 meters high. He almost thought he was somewhere he had once called home. But he soon realized that these doors were far too large to be Sir Willem Derry's home. Naruto let go of her hand and walked towards the gates. His armor transformed in front of her into something black and dangerous looking. He said, "Welcome to the city hidden in the leaves, Konoha." With his words, the gates slowly opened, and inside, Danny saw a city like no other. The roads were made of stone, and all the houses looked newly built, none damaged. The city smelled pleasant. The roads led directly to the main castle, which was a tall building with a main tower in the center. There were 2 trees on either side of each building, and everything looked so green. Danny knew this city wasn't Pentos or any other city he knew. She looked at Naruto. Is this your city?" Naruto just smiled. Danny lost it, then walked over to Naruto and hugged him. She cried, Thank you. Naruto hugged her back, glad to have made a friend. Chapter 9. Naruto stood on his balcony in the main castle tower. The castle had finally finished being rebuilt, and now, added to the old Dreadfort, stood a large tower overlooking the entire city. It was quite an impressive sight for Naruto. The houses were finished, and the sewage system was rebuilt. Overall, the city was now habitable and glorious. That's an impressive sight, Naruto, Kurama said in Naruto's head. That's Kurama, Naruto replied before getting ready for the day. His clone in King's Landing had told him that today was the idiot prince's name day. There was going to be a tournament in his honor, and Naruto planned to win it all. It was time to make his village worthy of the world. Naruto walked down to the main hall and saw that the dining table already had someone there. It had been 4 months since Dani had arrived in Konohagakure, and she was knocked unconscious when she woke up the next morning to see hundreds of Narutos working in the city. After Naruto woke her up, she was told that Naruto knew a magic trick that allowed him to make copies of himself just like him. It took some getting used to, but she eventually got used to seeing the blonde everywhere. "Hey Dani," Naruto said as he took the seat across from her. He was served by a clone whose job was to cook. "So, what are you planning on doing today? Didn't I tell you already? Oh, was that a clone? God, I swear, Naruto, this is so difficult. Wait, are you a clone?" Dani said as he looked at all the clones in that room. Each clone laughed along with the original and then went back to doing their job. "No, Dani, I'm not, so tell me, what are you going to do today?" "I'm not really sure, Naruto. There are still so many books I have to read at the library, and every day at least 5 new books arrive every day." "I swear you have no limit," Naruto laughed into his milk. "Haha, yeah, well, I need something to keep me busy. In fact, I'm going to King's Landing today. The royal prince is holding a tournament in his honor, and I'm planning on crashing it. Would you mind coming?" Dani's face turned angry at the mention of the royal cocoon, and then she was surprised by Naruto's question. "Is this really a good idea? Robert might recognize me. White hair and purple eyes aren't easy to hide, you know. We can always cover for him. I found some plants that make a fantastic dye in one of the library books. We could give you black hair he'd never know about. And besides, I need someone to back me up." Dani smiled at that. "You could make 100 clones and ask them to cheer you up," she joked. "Yeah, but none of them are as beautiful as you," Naruto joked, a pair of clones who had heard them shout. "Hey," Dani laughed and went back to eating. At the end of her breakfast, "Fine, I agree. I haven't seen King's Landing yet, so I might as well," Naruto nodded. "So tell me, why don't you want to take command yet? I assumed the moment you came here you'd want to take command." "Why not?" Dani shrugged. "The timing isn't right. I need allies, and I can't do that right now in a time of peace. I also need knowledge. Your library helps there. I was also wondering if war broke out, could you be my ally?" Naruto smiled. "I thought we were already friends." "Why, Dani, don't you have faith in me?" Dani laughed, and they continued talking for another hour or so. They finally finished their meal, and Naruto went to his room to get ready. He put on his full armor and black cloak. He put on vigilance, and finally got ready after grabbing his shield and helmet. Both were simple-looking items made of fused steel. He grabbed a banner with the sigil of his new house embroidered on it, and went to meet Dani in the courtyard. When he arrived, he saw a beautiful woman with black hair as dark as a Baratheon's and eyes as purple as a Targaryen's. She looked like she had been the love child of both families. She looked at Naruto and smiled her beautiful smile. "Are you ready, my lord?" Naruto smiled. "Of course, my lady. Let's go," he asked, offering her his arm. Dani took it. "We'll do it." They disappeared in a flash of light. Cersei sat in the stands watching the tournament. It was a boring competition. They were in the final round of the first round, and the only thing that amused her even slightly was how poorly her brother hit his first match. She looked over and saw the last 2 fighters enter the arena. One was Harem Karstark, one of the few Northmen here at this tourney. The other was a man with a strange sigil Cersei wasn't familiar with, like an orange fox with 9 tails. The tails encircled a giant coil above the fox. "May I introduce Lord Harem Karstark, heir to House Karstark. And his opponent Naruto Namikaze, the Flash," the announcer said. This caught Cersei's attention. So this was the man who had won the Sword Hightower and become a friend of the Citadel. She was more interested in seeing the man's skill in battle without his magic, or whatever he did. He wore strange armor, looking deadly either way, his helmet covering his face. The 2 opponents reached the center of the battlefield, bowed, and then drew their swords. Naruto drew vigilance, causing the high towers there in the tournament to shake, the black blade gleaming in the sun. Naruto held the sword in front of him and took his stance. The Karstark looked down at his opponent, assessing him carefully. After several moments of silence, there was a shout from the crowd. "Kick his ass, Naruto!" That made the entire crowd laugh. Joe Fry turned and looked at who said that. It was a little girl who looked to be a little over 13 years old. She had black hair and purple eyes. She was beautiful and quite lively. Maybe this is my new toy, Joe Fry thought. He would get the dog to talk to it after this game. Maybe they could play that night. Then he turned his attention back to the game. Karstark made the first move, charging at Naruto and spinning vertically. Naruto blocked it with vigilance and knocked Karstark back. Naruto jumped over Karstark, bringing the weight of vigilance down on the northerner. Karstark rolled away, but his shield was splintered and broken at the edge. Karstark snapped out of his roll and saw his shield shattered at the edge. He looked up and saw Naruto pulling vigilance out of the ground and charging at the man. Karstark jumped back and swung his shield, throwing the shield at Naruto. The half-broken wooden shield spun towards Naruto, who brought vigilance down hard, splitting the shield down the middle. Karstark was shocked beyond belief. He knew Valerian swords were sharp, but to slice an oak shield in half without stopping? It was incredible. Karstark took a step back and held his sword strong. He knew Naruto was going to attack again, and he was at a disadvantage since Naruto had a shield and he didn't. Naruto looked at Karstark and his shield. If he was going to bet the man, he would do it thoroughly and poorly. He slid his shield down and threw it away. The crowd applauded Naruto's honor. But Naruto only wanted to humiliate the man. Damn all Karstarks to hell. Naruto then started the charge again. He swung his sword towards the Karstark, and with each swing of the Valerian's sword, the Karstark's blade began to splinter. Soon, Harry and Karstark hit the edge of the arena, and this time, when Naruto swung, he had nowhere to go. He raised his sword in time and blocked Naruto's attack. Vigilance slowly pierced Karstark's sword. Harrian was sweating. The Valerian blade was halfway through its sharpness now. He wanted to let it go, but he was a lord, and this man was a nobody. Harrian roared and kicked Naruto. The other man then saw red and began randomly punching Naruto. Naruto saw through the obvious blows and sidestepped through each and every one. Soon they were back in focus and Naruto had enough. Karstark, still enraged, raised his sword to strike Naruto down. The man swung, but Naruto just raised his gauntlet in front of his face, not caring. The moment the sword hit the full steel gauntlet, the sword split in half. Karstark stared at the stump of his sword in surprise. He looked up just in time to see a fist connect with his face, knocking him unconscious. Cersei was on the edge of her seat. This match was electrifying. Everyone watched in surprise. Robert was laughing out loud, and Jamie stood there in shock. Naruto's next match was one that resulted in the same electrifying experiences. This time Naruto fought someone named Cedric Payne. This time, the match ended when Naruto was disarmed, and as Payne swung down, Naruto crossed his hands in front of him, and when the blade came into contact with the gauntlets, they were caught by the blades of the gauntlets. Naruto uncrossed his hands, and the force of the pull and the sharpness of the blades sliced the sword to pieces. Payne surrendered, and Naruto won every match since. During the semifinals, Naruto faced the Flower's Knight, Loras Tyrell. The man was killed with a sword, and Naruto was amazed at how the sword and the man seemed to be one. The knight's moments were like water. He had struck Naruto several times, but because he was wearing full armor, the blade didn't penetrate far. But it still hurt like hell. The match lasted quite a while, and Naruto was starting to tire, and so was Loras. They finally ended their sword dance when Naruto charged and swung vigilance, breaking Loras's shield. Naruto kicked the man, and before Loras could get to his feet and have his sword in hand, Naruto had vigilance at the Flower Knight's throat. The match was spectacular, and Naruto lifted Loras. "You are a man of honor and skill, Sir Naruto," Loras replied, shaking Naruto's hand. Naruto smiled at the man. "I'm no knight, Sir Loras, but I hope to be. Then I'm sure you will be." With that, Loras left, and the final match began. Naruto turned around and saw Jaime Lannister enter. Naruto readied his sword. His armor was dirty from the day's battle. Mud covered the black of the armor, ruining the intimidating feel it gave off. But it didn't matter. Against a man as skilled and experienced as the Kingslayer, he couldn't be intimidated. Naruto looked at his battered shield. It had taken a beating, but it was made of faux steel, so it would work. Jaime Lannister was excited. It had been a long time since he'd had a good match. And if he'd learned anything from watching Naruto fight today, it was that Naruto was skilled and had the tools to back it up. Jamie's armor gleamed and flashed in the sun, blinding quite a few people in the stands. He drew his sword and shield and took his position in the center of the field. The lion and the fox circled the center of the field. Each looked for signs of momentum from the other. Jamie grabbed his sword. It was going to be a long game, he thought. Naruto slowly raised his sword to eye level. They stopped moving and stared at each other. No one spoke. Naruto then twisted his body and swung his shield at the Kingslayer. Jamie rolled away, the shield hitting the edge of the stadium, and then bouncing off and hitting the unsuspecting Jaime Lannister in the back. Naruto grabbed the shield, put it on his shoulders, and lunged at the Kingslayer. Jaime rolled away just in time. The lion leaped to his feet just in time to block a blow from the fox's sword. Then, the fox and lion began trading blows. Each clash caused one to retreat and the other to advance. The battle lasted for several minutes. Naruto was sweating, and Jaime felt like his bones were about to break. Naruto then swung his sword downwards 3 times, and then the 4th time he swung it downwards, and this time vigilance hit Jaime's sword right in the guard, pushing the sword up and out of the Kingslayer's reach. Naruto brought his sword to the man's neck, panting the whole time. The crowd was silent, unsure if what had just happened had actually happened. The fights were lightning fast, and every moment between the two fighters seemed like a blur. And now it was all over? Like this? Dani was the first to snap out of her shock, standing and clapping. Slowly, everyone joined in, and soon every soul in that stadium was applauding, except for Cersei, who still couldn't get over the fact that her brother had lost. Naruto took his sword from the gasping Kingslayer's neck, sheathed it, and shook Jaime Lannister's hand. "Come, Naruto Namikaze!" Robert Baratheon shouted over the noise of the cheering crowd. Naruto did so and bowed to the king, something Dani didn't like to see. "I hereby proclaim Naruto Namikaze the winner of this tournament." Robert took out a gold medal and placed it on Naruto's head. "Do you have any requests for the crown, Naruto?" "Yes, my lord," Naruto said, standing up. Robert had expected him to ask to be knighted like so many others, but Naruto simply turned his back on the king, on the people. "People of Westeros, I am Naruto Namikaze. Some may know me as the Flash. I am of the House Namikaze." Naruto reached the stands where the house banners were held and held his house banner high. "Our words are our will is fire. I am the Lord of Konoha. This amused the king, so he played along. "And where is this mysterious Konoha? In the sea?" That made the entire royal family and nobles laugh. But Naruto was on paper, once known as the Dread Fort. "Now I claim it as my home." The king was shocked. "You have no right to the Dread Fort. All the Boltons are dead, and to the victor goes the spoils," was Naruto's response. That shocked the entire crowd, except for Dani, who had heard this story before. "I killed the Boltons. I am the Black Death," the foolish king then said the stupidest thing he could think of. "Guards! Stop him!" As the guards approached Naruto with their swords drawn, Naruto simply pulled out a handful of daggers and threw them at the men, each dagger finding its mark on a guard's throat. They felt each other instantly. Naruto looked at the king. "Is that all you can do? Bring the archers! Bring everyone!" The Donkey King did just that, calling for the archers, and they fired at Naruto. However, their arrows shattered when they hit his armor. "What's that?" Robert asked. "It's known as Fu Steel," Naruto proudly announced to the world. "I've discovered the secrets of a Valerian sword and turned it into a suit of armor." If there was anyone in the crowd who wasn't paying attention then, they were now. "A suit of armor made of Valerian-like metal?" Robert turned red. "I demand that you give me that armor, boy, as you are a king, I demand it." Naruto looked at the king. "If you want the Fu Steel armor you can buy it from me." Naruto took off his helmet, and everyone gasped at this face. He looked like a Lannister, with blonde hair and a confident smile. But his eyes were blue like a Baratheon's. Cersei wondered if this Naruto was a bastard of her husband's who had come back to haunt them. "Now I address the world when I say this. If you wish to acquire armor or Fu Steel materials, then come to Konoha, formerly known as the Dread Fort. For people who wish to stop living in these pathetic things you all call homes, then come to Konoha." Naruto reached out for the crown. Dani ran up to him and grabbed his hand, and then in front of all the people of Westeros and the king and most of the royal family, Naruto flashed in a bright yellow light. The political collapse of Naruto's little program was a disaster. The king called out all his men and threatened war. Hightower and the Tyrells supported the king, but no one else cared about the king's revenge. They focused instead on forming an alliance with the new player on the field, someone who was both a skilled warrior and a mage with an unknown amount of Valerian-grade armor and weapons for sale. The king was enraged that night. The women who shared his bed that night felt his fury in their rear ends. The king drank himself unconscious that night with a boar who was still sucking him off. The Lannisters all had different opinions about what had happened that day. Cersei wondered how best to form an alliance with this new player, and the man seemed like a Lannister to her liking. Jaime respected the man's skill and knew that if the Lannisters supported Robert's insane call for war, they wouldn't end the war without significant damage to their side. Honestly, Tyrion didn't care. He showed Naruto he had balls the size of castles, but he wondered if the boy could back it up. Joffrey, our favorite prince, slept that night after killing and gutting a dog he found on the street. Poor Prince Jack had his panties in a twist because he couldn't play that night with that girl who went off with that Naruto character. Naruto interrupted his fun and would make sure Naruto paid. The High Towers wanted Naruto's head on a platter. They had allied the Tyrells to their cause and were determined to attack Naruto's new home, Konoha. He had taken his family's sword and used it to unlock the secrets of Valerian metal. All the money he earned should be theirs. There was a Tyrell that night who went to bed thinking of Naruto in a more different light. Loras had been very impressed with Naruto, very impressed. Varys had been up all night for weeks since that day at the tournament. He tried again and again to contact his little birds in that area, but for some reason, he couldn't. This Naruto was a player in the game, and he needed information on someone like that. But none of his birds were talking to him, which meant one of two things. One was dead, or two had switched loyalties. Since the latter was impossible, that meant all his birds around the Konoha area were dead. Shame. Littlefinger was having fun. Everything was so exciting now. This new player in the game was a breath of fresh air. He had turned the crown around and nailed so many people. Littlefinger didn't care. As clever as the blonde was, he thought he was the Lord. Littlefinger was smarter. Peter's plans were going according to plan. He had charmed Lisa Tully's skirts and pushed her to kill John. Everything was going according to plan, and Peter had already included Naruto in his plans. When Harry and Karstark returned to Karhold, news of his new neighbor reached the city, and the town was bustling like wildfire. People were leaving by the hundreds, and there was a lot of trading. For some reason, Konoha had refused to sell to the Karstark family. Instead, they sold to the peasants. Soon, every knight in Karhold who could afford the steel had a blade of fused steel with his name inscribed on it. The Karstark family felt that this newcomer had thrown dung in their faces. And although Harrion begged his father not to go to war, Robert wanted to spare Konoha. His father refused to listen and had promised the king that if he ever came north with an army to attack this new city, the Karstarks would support him. Naruto smiled. Things were going exactly as he'd planned. Robert was angry, and his northern neighbors were quickly coming to collect his fused steel. Naruto sold them for a very high price, but the knights could afford it. Naruto also inscribed each sword with a knight's name, so that the sword would always be with the rightful owner. However, Naruto refused to sell to the Karstarks. Those bastards would get theirs soon. There were several people living in Konoha now. Some were Varys's little birds, so Naruto took care of them. But aside from the minor inconveniences, the town was thriving. There were about 200 people living there now. Not many, but soon more would be known as the Lord of Konoha. He lived alone in the castle with Danny. At first, he'd sealed the castle to the people, and then he'd slowly started hiring workers. Now there were several people working there, from cleaning to cooking. Danny was the unofficial lady of Konoha, as people knew she was friends with Naruto and they lived under the same roof. You could almost hear them spreading rumors that Naruto and Danny were going to end up together, those idiots. They were so wrong, Naruto thought. Danny probably doesn't even like him. Naruto still used his clone, but they wore hoods when they were out. There was no need to tell people all the little tricks. Soon, the clones were known as the Plague Shadows by the common people, as people could only see a shadowy village with hoods. And ironically, they were right. The clones mainly covered the armory part of the castle. It was off-limits to the people, and if someone went to place an order for food steel, they had to go to the hooded figure near the armory door, pay the amount, and describe the order. Naruto was ready for war. He didn't have an army, but he was pretty confident he could take on a few hundred men. He didn't have any knights who had come to him to swear loyalty, but they soon would. At this time, he focused on making sure the people were happy. Although he lived in the castle, he spent most of his time in a bar talking to people, or just having a beer. Danny focused her time at the orphanage, raising the children who had come to the village and helping the woman there. Overall, Naruto and Danny spent most of their time with their people. Naruto also began teaching his army. When he wasn't talking to people, in the library helping Danny, or practicing his ninjutsu, he was in the military section of town training his new recruits. Currently, there were only 20 young greens, but Naruto believed that with time and training, they would become his first generation of soldiers. Naruto smiled. If war was coming, let it come. He was ready, and he had something to fight for. Chapter 10. John Aaron died. Robert was a broken man, the thought of the war with Naruto the last thing on his mind. Right now, he was more focused on the time he'd spent with John and Ned. The memories brought tears to his eyes. Ah, Ned, what was that old wolf doing? Perhaps I should pay him a visit, Robert thought. Yes. That's what I'll do. I'll take everyone north. Just as soon as that hitch calls my wife and children back from visiting that damned rock. Naruto left the Nine Tails pub laughing with his new friend, a man named Farron. They were walking in the blazing sun, and Farron was being loud. And then he peed his pants! Farron shouted as they walked down the street. They were sharing stories, Farron telling one where he scared his younger brother. The poor boy never saw it coming. They had arrived at the barracks where the 20 recruits were training. They had finished their laps and were now concentrating on push-ups. Naruto was proud of the boys. It had been 5 months since they started training, and the group had already mastered the art of hard work, something Naruto greatly respected. As soon as Naruto appeared before them, the boys stopped what they were doing and lined up. They greeted Naruto. "Sir Naruto, sir!" they said, then stood at attention, waiting for orders as they were trained to do. Farron looked at the children and smiled, said goodbye to Naruto and returned to the kitchens where he was head chef. Naruto looked at the cadets. Today was going to be a very special day for them, they just didn't know it. "All right, cadets, today you will be assigned a position in the Konoha military." At that the cadets smiled. "Don't smile. This doesn't mean you'll be joining the military, it just means you're being considered. Do you understand?" "Sir, yes sir," came the reply. "Okay, there are 3 branches, warriors, archers, and intelligence. When I call your name, you'll step aside, and I'll tell you you're a branch. Warriors stay in front, archers on the left, and intelligence on the right." Now, after Naruto finished reading the names, the army split up. There were 10 warriors, 7 archers, and 3 intelligence officers. "Very soon, when I dismiss you, your branch will have a shadow assigned to teach you what you need to know, and what you will be learning. Before I have instructions. You will start the mornings and do basic exercises with everyone as before, then you will separate and be assigned shadows who will give you your instructions for the day. Any questions?" There was none. "Well then, fired!" At the dismissal, 3 hooded clones appeared and took over their assigned branch. People had started calling them shadows and knew about them, so why not use them? The shadows slowly became known as Naruto's private army. Naruto then slowly walked away towards his castle. On the way to the castle, Naruto thought about the events of the past 5 months. Robert's hand had died, causing the king to forget about his revenge against Naruto. The man was even traveling north, not to fight Naruto, but to speak with Ned Stark. Naruto guessed he had wanted Ned to be the new hand. The Starks and Karstarks had visited Naruto at one point in Konoha. Danny had to hide in her room for the entire visit. They had come under a banner of peace and had said they simply wanted to make sure the people were treated properly. Naruto allowed them in, and when they saw Konoha, they were both impressed and terrified. From their point of view, it was a very organized city, and if Naruto left on his own, he would become very powerful and very dangerous unless they became allies. Ned Stark was impressed, and Naruto knew he wanted Naruto to bend the knee to avoid war with Robert. Naruto agreed and officially became the Lord of Konoha. Naruto was now an ally of Ned, and that had calmed Robert down. Well, he was calm now, he couldn't give a shit. And then there was Karstark, Naruto's grandfather. It took all of Naruto's willpower to keep from overextending himself and snapping Karstark's neck. At one point, Lord Karstark even had the nerve to ask Naruto for a full steel blade specially made for the Karstark family. Naruto put on a fake smile and told the damn prick very politely that they had sold out, and the next batch was being made and that it would take a few months for the full metal to be ready for manufacture. A lie, but it was worth it to see the look on Karstark's face. And the worst part was, the cocksucker didn't even recognize Naruto. How many kids do you know that have whisker marks on their cheeks, blonde hair, and blue eyes? God buck Karstacks. Then there were the Lannisters who were convinced that Naruto was not related to them. There was even some rumor among the common people that Naruto was actually the son of Robert Baratheon and Cersei Lannister, and that they had abandoned him as a child because of his magic. And now he was back seeking revenge. Naruto laughed a lot at that, and when he thought about the one-night stand he had with the queen, well, it wasn't a very appealing image. Then there was the only interesting person playing the game, and the only one who ever improved Naruto, Varys. That damn spider. God! Naruto had made a mistake. He had brought Dani with him to the tournament. The spider had seen her and recognized her. It had sent Naruto a letter saying only a few words. So the dragon and the fox wished to play? That pissed Naruto off. He didn't like the fact that Dani's secret was out, but for some reason Varys hadn't told the king. And how does Naruto know? Well, Dani's a Targaryen, and if Robert knew she was here, he'd be knocking on the front door right now. So Varys hadn't told Robert. What kind of game was the spider playing? Naruto sighed again, thinking about the spider. There was always that threat of war, and now Naruto had finally found a way to form his army. First were the warriors. They would be trained in swords, spears, and shields. Yes, Naruto even planned to teach them how to use their shields as weapons. The warriors would make up half of his army, all of them clad in full armor and carrying full weapons. Naruto would use these soldiers for a frontal assault, if it came to that. They would be led by generals that Naruto himself handpicked and trained. Then there were the archers. Naruto planned to put his most accurate cadets in this branch. There would be much to be gained if every arrow shot hit its mark, and Naruto knew it. So, these cadets would be trained to be extremely accurate and lethal. They would also be taught how to use throwing knives and a bow and arrow. Naruto planned to use a little over a quarter of his men to complete this branch. They would be an extremely important part of the army. This branch would obey the generals he assigned to them. The archers would wear light leather armor and carry many arrows tipped with full metal. The last branch with the fewest members would be the intelligence branch. They would have the fewest members, and only the most loyal people would serve under them. The head of this branch would be Naruto himself, and the members there would be, in a word, spies. They would be trained to be the best of the best. They would have skills in weapons and archery. Then, once their training was complete, Naruto would assign them missions, such as assassinations. However, they wouldn't just be a branch of the military. They would be much more. Naruto thought he was crazy when he first thought of the idea, but now it made more sense. He wasn't going to live forever, so he needed someone to keep the peace in this world. Someone who would uphold the ideals Naruto stood for. For peace. So Naruto created the intelligence branch, or as he liked to call it, his Brotherhood of Assassins or the Assassin. They would be black-hooded, and their specialty would be knives and poisons. Naruto couldn't teach them ninjutsu, so he'd give them the next best thing, knowledge. Naruto then realized he had reached the main hall of his castle. Oh, and there was Dani, reading a book again. Naruto swore the girl loved books more than he did. She still had her hair dyed black so none of the servants would know she was a Targaryen. "Hey Dani!" Naruto said, smiling his sly smile. Dani looked up from her book smiling at Naruto before standing up and asking, "Naruto, do you know what a blowjob is?" Naruto fainted on the spot. 10 minutes late, Naruto woke up and saw Dani standing over him. "Dani, I had the strangest dream, you asked Dash. I asked you what a blowjob was. I've been looking all over the library all afternoon. I can't find what it is. So what is it, Naruto?" Naruto blushed again, wondering why he wanted to know that. And why did he think it was okay to ask him that? Did he want to know why there was another guy? What? Did Dani like him? Did she like him more than me? That adolescent thought flashed through Naruto's mind. It was a wonder how someone who could control people with words and create a legend that would stand the test of time was reduced to a hormonal teenager. "Tell me, Naruto!" Danny yelled. "Tell me what a blowjob is!" Naruto blushed, leaned down to Danny's ears and whispered what she wanted to know. Danny blushed, her face turning the color of Tully's hair. She picked up her book and walked away silently. That night when Danny came down for dinner, Naruto was already waiting for her. He sat down next to her, and when they made eye contact, Naruto burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, oh god! Danny! Oh god, my ribs hurt!" Ha ha ha. Naruto soon felt himself in his seat and started rolling on his feet, laughing his head off. Danny glared at Naruto on the ground, trying to intimidate him, but soon her mask of anger broke and she started laughing. When the servants came in to clear the dishes, they saw their master and lady laughing out loud. They simply shook their heads. What strange masters they had. After they finally calmed down and stopped laughing, Naruto looked at Danny. "So Danny, tell me why you wanted to know about that." Danny blushed. "I was talking to a woman who worked at the orphanage, she mentioned it in passing. And after that, when I asked her about it, she denied it. Now I know why." Naruto chuckled and thought, at least it wasn't for another guy or something. Wait, why do I care what she wants to learn for another guy? I mean, it's none of my business who she likes. It's not like I owe shit. I'm in love with a Targaryen. Great, this is going to end well. As Naruto thought about his future, Danny looked at the stones resting on the fireplace. They were green, red, and gold, and Danny, for some reason, felt drawn to them. Danny remembered that Naruto had received those stones when she first arrived in Konohagakure with him. But what were they? "Naruto, what are those stones?" Danny asked. Naruto looked at the stones in question and smiled. "Oh, didn't I tell you about them? Come here," he said, standing up and walking over to the fireplace. He took the eggs and handed them to Danny. She looked at them and felt that they were warm. "Naruto, are these warm? How is that possible?" she asked, stunned. Naruto smirked. "That's because they have dragon eggs, Danny." Danny's eyes shot open. "Were they dragon eggs? How was that possible? Where did you get them?" "In Pentos, the cheesemonger had them locked up. I guess he planned to use them to hit you with the Dothraki. I stole them." Danny looked at the eggs, the scale patterns on them. They were beautiful. She felt something in these eggs, a kind of connection. "Can you incubate them?" Naruto sighed. "No, I tried everything, but it seems these burgers just won't turn out." Naruto walked over and gently moved the egg in Danny's hand, showing him a spot where there was a slight crack. "No matter what I did, it only appeared this tiny crack. It's not deep enough to harm the dragon inside. I even tried using some of my magic on it. Look, even if I channel some right now." The red and black egg glowed and heated up. "But no matter what I do..." Naruto looked up from the egg and saw Danny looking at it. He hadn't realized how close he was standing next to her, but now, he didn't want to back down. He looked into her purple eyes. Those things were like stars to him. Even now, whenever he was angry, the two things in the entire world that could calm him were either the night sky or her eyes. Danny saw Naruto standing so close to her. She didn't know what to say. Ever since he had saved her from her brother and the cheese maker, she had been in love with him. She wanted to kiss him and feel his lips, but he deserved better than her. Anyone was better than her. She was a Targaryen, and her path was one of blood and fire. What if she kissed him and then he didn't share her feelings? Then their friendship would be broken, and everything Danny had in this world would be gone. She looked at him, looked straight into his eyes, his beautiful blue eyes. She loved those eyes. In her nightmares, every time she was attacked by a monster, a dragon with those eyes came to protect her. The distance between her and Naruto narrowed, and soon the only thing blocking them was the egg in Danny's hand. Naruto was sweating bullets. Why was she approaching him? Did he do something wrong? This wasn't so hard when he did it with Cersei. "Yes, but she's not Cersei," Kurama said. "Shut up, Kurama," Naruto mentally shouted. The egg was squeezed between their bodies and ignored. Naruto bowed his head down and closed his eyes. Danny closed hers and stood up straight, and just as their lips were about to touch, crack, Danny opened her eyes and looked at her hands. The egg. It broke. She watched as the dragon inside slowly broke through its shell. She looked at Naruto and Danny, then flew, flapping her small wings, toward Naruto and wrapped herself around his neck. "What?" Naruto said, only just now opening his eyes, wondering why they weren't kissing. Danny pointed at her neck and Naruto felt something move. It was big, black, and holy crap, a dragon. Danny, is that a dragon? He asked, still maintaining eye contact with the thing around his neck. Danny nodded. How the hell is this possible, Naruto? She said, half screaming, half yelling. I have no idea. Wait! Naruto's brain was in overdrive now. He had channeled chakra into the thing before. Only now when he did it, Danny was holding it. Maybe it has something to do with his Targaryen blood. That's it, I got it. What's that? Naruto explained his theory to her, and just to make sure they grabbed another egg, the green one, and held hands again. Naruto channeled his chakra into it, and Danny held onto the egg for dear life. As Danny focused on the egg, Naruto looked at her, remembering that moment they almost had. He was so lost in his thoughts that he almost forgot to watch the new dragon hatch. Oh my god! Naruto, this is amazing! The now hatched green dragon jumped out of the small hole in its egg and crawled into Danny's arm, snuggling up to her. They took the last egg, and when it hatched, the golden dragon crawled toward Danny in her other arm. She looked so happy with a dragon in each arm. Naruto looked at her and smiled. He wanted to see her that happy. Danny, he said. When she looked up, he walked over to her and hugged her, putting his arms around her and kissing her. Danny was surprised, but then she immediately kissed him back. When they came up for air, she said, "It's about time, idiot." Naruto smiled and kissed her again. Dragons suck, period. Naruto and Danny were up all night taking care of the 3 new babies. It wasn't an easy task. Either they were crying for milk, or meat. Or they started pooping everywhere. Seriously, poop everywhere. Oh my god! They had finally fallen asleep when the sun rose. Although the black man refused to leave Naruto's neck, Naruto had to wait until he was fast asleep before removing the black choker. That day he sat on his throne in the main hall, his eyes fighting a war with him, and they were winning. His clones gave him the daily report. The warrior branch of the military slowly began to evolve. They were designed to fight and practice basic sword fighting techniques. The archers were taught to use a throwing dagger like they'd never used one before. They were getting good at it, and showed promise of more talent. Next came the intelligence branch. Yesterday, the 3 members received a mock presentation at a fake intelligence branch. They were shown the locations of the blueprints and the layout of the cities and told that their duty was to keep them in order and ensure they were maintained. They were told this was the first step in the branch's duties, and then they were sent on their way. Later that night, the 3 were kidnapped and extensively tortured to reveal the location of the blueprints. They were tortured by the clone in separate rooms, and none of the techniques used were lethal or involved mutilation. 2 passed, 1 failed. The one that failed was sent out of Konohagakure. Naruto was going to meet the 2 who passed later and introduce them to the Brotherhood. Naruto smiled. Everything was going according to plan. Soon he'd have more people and more soldiers, and hopefully, one day he'd be able to introduce women who wanted to join the army. Naruto smiled and headed to his new agenda. He needed something to do with the dragons. There wasn't room for them in the city. Right now, they're living with Danny in the tower, but eventually they'll grow up very big. And so Naruto needed a place for them to grow up. There was a large open roof at the top of the tower, so Naruto could let them stay there when they grew to be as big as a horse. But then when they grew up, big enough to ride? Naruto hit his head. It was a problem for another time. Naruto was also planning to create a place where people could learn like the Citadel, or the academy where his father Minato learned his ninja arts. His clones could teach the first batch, and then the star student from the previous batch could teach the next batch. It would create jobs, and many people would want to join. Of course they need books, so maybe a library, from his personal collection in the tower. He'd copied every book from the Citadel down here. He could copy some books, and he could give them to the schools. Obviously, he could only give them a few things. There was no need for people to know about common poisons and all that. And then what about the army? He'd have to teach the warriors to see the pitfalls and ways of war. Just one more thing for his clone to assign them to teach, and maybe a special building for the warriors, a room with books for them to relax in after a day's work. The warriors' room, same for archers, but what about Brotherhood? I would also need to make a base for them, and teach them everything. Whatever missions they complete and prove their loyalty to the village, the more books they will have access to. Yes, this is perfect. They could have ranks. The newbies, They can read what the public does and the next level gain more knowledge, and by the time they are a master class like Naruto, they will be loyal to Konoha like Naruto and also just as knowledgeable. But they need something to unify them. A creed, a faith, maybe yes, the Assassin's Creed. Nothing is true, everything is permitted, but that's too vague. There needs to be something more. Yes, the 3 Southern Creeds. The greatest gift is choice. The greatest crime is making that choice. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and evil for evil. Naruto smiled at the thought of the 3 faiths. He stood up from his throne. It was time to speak with the remaining members of the intelligence division. If I recall correctly, their names were Altair and Ezio. The queen was tired from the march north. She looked at the castle that was Winterfell and felt very uneasy. Then her foolish king had said he was going to the bloody crypt to see her. As Cersei entered, she looked up and saw a bright red comet. Varys stood in the garden of King's Landing grinning like a man, and he had gotten a spy inside Konoha. The boy had started training in the army there. From what his little bird tells him, Naruto has a well-thought-out army, and from the way his little bird described it, Varys thought Naruto's army could be the best there was, if he was given the chance to build it. His little bird was classified in the archery section of the city army. Varys could use this. Just as Varys was about to enter a small council meeting, he looked up at the sky and saw a red comet there. Things were progressing in the game, and Varys could guess the dragon and fox responsible for it. Just as Naruto was about to meet his 2 intelligence branch members, he had an idea. Robert must be in Winterfell. Maybe he should break up his part. Chapter 11. It had been a difficult 3 months for Naruto. Ever since the dragons were born, Naruto and Danny were forced to lock them up in the upper levels of the tower. Danny would take care of the dragons, and when she was busy, Naruto would take over. If he was busy, he would use a clone. The dragons were eating a lot and seemed to be slowly growing at a surprising rate. One night, Naruto was at the top of the tower with Danny and the 3 dragons. They had decided on names. The red one was Minato, the green one was Regal or Rha, and the cream-colored one was called Hope. Danny was curious about the black dragon's name. Naruto explained that Minato was his father's name. That night in the tower, Naruto told her everything, except for the giant fox inside him and the fact that he was a ninja. He told him that his father was a wizard from another world who had been forced to send him here. And when Naruto's adoptive father died at the hands of Bolton men, his true father appeared before him and showed him how to use his magic. Naruto then told him how he killed all the Boltons in one night, and the journey he had to take to gain control of his powers. And now, 16 years since his father sent him into this world, Naruto now had a city to protect and someone he could love. With those last words, he looked at Danny. They kissed under the stars, and Naruto, for the first time in a long time, felt like he didn't have to be in 2 places at once. The next 3 months after the dragons were born were long and demanding. The city was doing very well. There were now 1,000 people there. Naruto had even fulfilled his first official duty as Lord of Konoha. He had ordered a large food production for the farmers, telling them to give food instead of taxes. He had also hired many city workers from the peasants who were out of work. They maintained the city now, and Naruto began using fewer and fewer of his clones every day. Naruto had also asked the citadel for a maester, and they had agreed. Naruto once visited the farmlands and noticed that the land Konoha held was much smaller than Naruto remembered. In fact, the land of Karstark seemed to have doubled in size since Naruto last saw it 10 years ago. Those Karstarkers needed taking care of. Naruto would see to that. The next order of business was Naruto's trading partners. The knights were primarily responsible for Naruto's Fu steel blade. Now, every family with a knight had a family sword. Naruto's other major trading partner was House Hornwood. They were loyal to the Starks and held the honor the North was famous for. So far, they had placed the largest order Naruto had ever received from someone outside the city. They had ordered 1,000 spears and had been paid quite well. They gave Naruto gold and large portions of land. Naruto knew the land was rightfully his and he was being cheated, but in a game, one couldn't show emotion. So far, Konoha's economy has been on the rise. Naruto was impressed by the increase in the treasury. Naruto had even built the civilian library, which had hundreds of books that would make anyone who liked to read pee their pants, and those were only the books Naruto thought were safe enough for the public. Next up was his army. The first group of soldiers in his army was doing well. In the 3 months they had been training for their own branch of the army, they had done very well. All the warriors had become very skilled in the art of the sword and had now moved on to the art of the spear. They weren't masters, but Naruto figured that after they'd learned all the basics of everything required of them, they would focus on mastering the tools. The warriors' hall was almost finished, and the books were already made. The archers had no shortage of ether. Their aim had improved to the point that Naruto had once watched a competition between 2 of Naruto's best archers. They aimed at a fruit basket filled with apples and oranges. One aimed only at the apples and the other only at the oranges. Neither missed a shot. They were far more accurate than Naruto could have hoped for. He still remembers the names of the 2 archers, Oliver Queen and Clint Barton. Naruto was considering making them his first generals in the archer branch. Then there was 12-year-old Ezio and 14-year-old Altair. The 2 rookie assassins. The first thing Naruto had ordered them to do was read several hundred books Naruto had picked out for them. The book was something that was available in the library, but Naruto had asked them to memorize it. Ezio at one point asked Naruto if he had done it. Naruto then proceeded to recite a paragraph chosen at random from a book, which made Ezio shut up. The first real physics lesson Naruto taught those 2 was to run freely. He remembered the day he had woken Ezio and Altair from their sleep and dragged them outside. He had them climb a building, and once when they were at the top he told them to run. When they didn't understand him, Naruto took out vigilance and began to swing his sword. Those 2 could move whenever they wanted. Soon they had licked the city and had done so while running across the rooftops. So Naruto had taught them the creed. That moved Ezio and Altair. They wanted to be a force for good in this world. Ezio, when he was young, saw his entire family slaughtered by bandits. Altair was raised on the streets after being orphaned, never having a home, until now. Naruto soon began to regard the 2 novices as brothers. The assassins' training became increasingly difficult. Very soon, though, they had the basics of free running down. They did it on their own time and became quite acrobatic. Naruto was proud and would soon give them a chance to test themselves. There was also a new batch of unranked cadets. This batch was filled with 100 new blood. Naruto had put them through their paces. They had only completed 3 months of basic training. It would be 2 more months before they were assigned to a branch of the military. Naruto finally took a break. It had been a hell of a time, and even with all his cloning he felt like he had so much to do. It was exhausting. The only one who could calm him down was Danny and the dragons. Naruto walked through the park he had made. There were children walking around and Naruto felt welcomed with them. This was mostly due to his appearance. Naruto was wearing loose robes and baggy pants. He looked like a normal civilian. Sure, he had swords hidden all over his body, but they didn't know that or see it. Naruto looked at his reflection in the pond. He looked so different from when he was 5, so Naruto could forgive Karstark for not noticing. He was now 5 feet 11 inches tall. His face was angular. Hell, he looked just like his father. Minato, that's what he was. Naruto sat down on one of the park benches and relaxed. But then memories began to flood back. Naruto made a clone, and the clone went to Winterfell to replace the one that had just dissipated. It was important news. Bran Stark had just woken up. It had been 2 months since the young Stark fell from a tower, broke his legs, and fell into a deep sleep. Naruto wanted to go and offer his advice, but he was afraid that if he somehow fixed Bran, he would be blamed for the fall in the first place. He also really didn't want to see Robert right now. At least the young man was awake now. However, much had happened. Ned Stark had been asked to be the new Hand of the King, and he accepted. Now he was traveling south with his 2 daughters, and beloved Jon Snow was up for it. Naruto wanted to appear and greet Jon, but realized it would drive Jon mad. Then, alas, another good man who will never have a son. Naruto then began to think about the Night's Watch. Perhaps he should send them a large wagon full of foo steel as a gesture of goodwill? Perhaps some specific instructions telling them not to sell it? No, they're the Knights of the Clock, they'll figure it out. Naruto remembered the last time he visited the Night's Watch. He was with Danny and Minato. The dragon was around Naruto's neck. They entered Castle Black and then sneaked around until they reached the Maester's chambers. Naruto remembered meeting the Maester of the Night's Watch. He was surprised to learn the man was Aemon Targaryen. So Naruto arranged for Danny to meet the man, of course. The moment he entered the chamber with Danny, Iman called out, "Hello, Naruto." The old maester was sitting in a chair across from the door. "Seven hells! You must teach me how you do it, that master," Naruto said, closing the door. "Oh, it's quite simple, lad. You smell of pine, lad. And I see you've brought two other guests, one who smells of smoke and one who smells of lilies. Correct on a maester, would you mind guessing their names?" Naruto said, winking at Danny. The poor girl was so excited she was about to burst into flames. "Now, Naruto, is that really good? Making fun of an old man?" Aemon replied. "Very well, Aemon Targaryen, may I introduce you to Daenerys Targaryen, she who smells like lily, and her dragon Minato, she who smells like smoke." Aemon sat there with his mouth open. Daenerys Targaryen? Danny couldn't stand it any longer. She jumped into Aemon's lap and hugged him. Aemon burst into tears. The dragons talked for quite some time. Finally, Minato stopped grumbling and began flapping around the chamber. Aemon even petted him once. The old maester burst into tears of joy once more. The time of dragons was upon them again. The man was so excited, the moment he touched the dragon it leapt out and began dancing with Danny and then Naruto. That old man sure had moves, and that was the journey Naruto made to the north. 2 months later, Catelyn Stark was a fool. Naruto had just received news that Tyrion Lannister had been captured. Naruto knew he suspected the Lannisters might have pushed Bran, but capturing someone without proof? Naruto sat on his throne rubbing his head. Now he had to make a decision, either save Tyrion and piss off the Starks but get a contract with the Lannisters or let them do what they wanted. Naruto chose the second option because making enemies of the Starks, who lived nearby, and defeating the Lannisters, who lived far away, was a no-brainer. Then there was the tournament for the hand that was happening in King's Landing. Naruto didn't really know what he was going to do with these idiots. His clone had once transformed into the Fat King himself and attended a small council meeting. There, Naruto's clone discovered that the crown was on the verge of bankruptcy and owed the Bank of Bravos a lot of money. Naruto just shook his head, thanking God they had the pinky finger to help them. Naruto still needed a knight in his army, if only for appearances rather than any military use. He had no offers and wondered if he really needed a knight, and then he realized that a knight was a symbol of power, so yes, he needed knights, several of them in fact. However, his army was doing well. The previous group of cadets were now assigned to their branch of the military. Now there were 65 more new cadets Naruto had to train, and one batch had just finished their 2-month training. The warriors now had 10 fully trained, experienced members. They also gained a new batch of 65 cadets that they had to train. So now their duty was to train the cadets in the morning, and then wish they could be trained further by Naruto in any particular combat art they wanted. The teacher said the art would take them to a higher level, and if they mastered the arts, then they were promoted 2 levels higher, and if they mastered all 3, then they were promoted to captain and assigned a squad. By this time, of the original 10, all had requested master-level training. 4 of them had mastered 1 art, 2 had mastered 2, and 4 had mastered all 3, leading to their promotion to captain. Now the new soldiers were to be trained. The archers now had 2 leaders, Oliver Queen and Clint Barton. Ollie and Clint were close friends, and Naruto assigned them both as generals of the archers. The original 7 now completed their training and spent time practicing to become as good as their generals or training their new 30 cadets. Then, the intelligence group gained 5 new members. After Ezio showed them the same test Ezio and Altair had to take, they all passed. Just to be sure, Altair threw them in a cell for a day. The result was that the cadets didn't say anything to Ezio, but they were enraged when they discovered it was all a test. But now the assassins had 5 new members. Ezio and Altair grew at an astonishing rate. After mastering their bodies, they were sent on missions. Their first mission was to find out who tried to kill Bran Stark. Their search resulted in them discovering that the dagger belonged to Peter Baelish. Littlefinger. So there was another player in the game. After that, Ezio and Altair were promoted a rank and sent on a long mission to infiltrate Lord Hornwood's castle and find any information. After completing that mission, they were promoted a rank. Naruto gained valuable information on that trip. Like the fact that Lady Hornwood had an affair, and that they had been together when her son was born. The man was now dead, but knowing this twisted world, Naruto was willing to bet that Darren Hornwood might not be the true heir to House Hornwood. Oh, this would greatly aid the trade relationship between the two houses. Now Ezio and Altair had novices to train. Naruto still remembered one morning when he woke up to see Ezio chasing the new blood with a sword across the rooftops. Naruto left his throne and climbed his tower to the roof. There he removed his cloak and sat down to meditate. Then he appeared in his mindscape, only one being his Konohagakure. He entered his castle and the main chamber, and there was Kurama sitting in what would be his seat. "Hey kid," Kurama said. "Hey Kurama, what's up?" Naruto replied. "Nothing big, you know. Just hanging out. Wanna join me?" Naruto nodded and sat down next to Kurama's legs, taking a breath. "So do you have any idea what to do next?" Kurama asked. "I sent the Fu steel chariot to the night watch, and it arrived there safely. The night guard needed an upgrade, though I still don't understand the point of one." "The point of a night watch?" Naruto nodded. "Yeah, I mean, look at it this way, there's nothing they can protect us from. There are true savages, but if a savage wants to escape that badly, why don't they just let him? What's worse than that? Could happen?" Kurama simply shrugged. Then, after a few minutes of silence, he said, "So, are you going to tell Danny about us?" Naruto sighed, more trouble. "Yeah, as soon as I marry her," Kurama laughed. "You don't have the balls, kid! You barely even touched her. I swear, if it weren't for that night with the queen, I would have thought of someone like Loras." Naruto smirked and then punched Kurama in the nose with a chakra-covered fist. The fox was knocked out of the tower. As he landed on the ground, he started laughing again, Naruto grumbling under his breath about stupid foxes and their healing abilities. Naruto opened his eyes and began his ninjutsu practice. First he did the Rasengan, and then the cloak jutsu that resembles the one Kurama has. Then he practiced his wind jutsu. Then finally, he began practicing something new. It seemed like he was now old enough to handle Kurama's chakra passing through his coils. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them his entire body was yellow. His eyes were gold and there were several black marks on his body. Naruto smiled. This was the first time he had successfully used this jutsu, the Nine Tails chakra cloak. 2 weeks later or so, Naruto was now at the gates of Konohagakure. He was preparing to leave for Winterfell. Things had gone straight to hell very, very fast. The first news of Tyrion's capture reached King's Landing, causing Jaime to piss his pants and lose his shit and go after Ned Stark, killing the poor men. Robb called the banners. Great, just great, so now Naruto was preparing for war. Alone. All the other lords had countless men and such, but he had so few that he couldn't spare any to accompany him. He left the civilian side of Konohagakure to Danny. She'd taken to it like a duck to water. She was becoming more of a leader every day. She'd worked alongside the new Maester Ryvar and built hospitals in Konohagakure. She'd gotten the education system Naruto envisioned working and eventually started taking charge. That was very much outside Naruto's scope. Konohagakure's branch of the military was administered by Naruto's clones. So far, the warriors were leaderless, but they were showing promise. The archer generals, Oliver and Clint, were extremely loyal and didn't need to be told what to do, they knew. And the intelligence branch, well, they took care of themselves. Naruto arranged for Ezio to deliver weekly reports to one of Naruto's clones. Then there were the dragons. Minato was angry that Naruto had to leave, but Naruto thought he was just going to miss Naruto for his warmth. Then, the last thing he had to worry about, Danny. Oh God, when he told her he had to leave, she cried. And then she cried, but she promised he'd come back. And then, after a long goodbye kiss, he left. Naruto approached Winterfell and entered the main hall. There he saw all the northern houses, the Starks, obviously, the Karstarks, those bastards, and even House Hornwood, to name a few. As soon as Naruto arrived in his full battle armor, all eyes turned to him. Naruto smiled and bowed to Robb. "My lord, Konohagakure is at your command." Robb nodded in recognition. "Tell me, Lord Namikaze, how many men do you have?" "One," Naruto said unfazed. "What?" said Lord Karstark. "What do you mean, one?" "I mean one, I'm the only one here, my men aren't ready yet. Most of them are green guys and only a few of them have enough experience to fight. So it's just me." The hall was silent, then laughter. It was from Karstark. "So the fox comes alone to the wolves' den?" Haha, silly boy, why are you here then if there's only one of you? I'm here because my lord called me, Naruto said. He looked at Rob and suddenly the entire room was looking at Rob waiting for an answer from him. Rob, faceless. Tell me, Lord Namikaze, if you don't have me, what do you have to offer? Naruto smiled at that. My lord, I have a spy network that will make the web look small. Ha! That's a joke, said Karstark. What do you know about espionage? You're a glorified blacksmith. Enough, Rob said. He looked at Naruto. Tell me, Lord Namikaze, can your spy network answer a question for me? Naruto nodded and Rob continued. Do you know what happened to my father? Naruto nodded. Your father was just attacked by Jaime Lannister yesterday. His leg is broken. The king is on my side. Also, the reason Jaime Lannister attacked your father is because your mother has the imp. Karstark laughed at Naruto's information. How the hell do you know what happened yesterday in King's Landing? It would take a crow more than a day to get here. You're making this up, boy, Naruto shrugged. Believe me if you want, if not it's your choice. He turned around and was about to leave when Rob said, Wait, Lord Namikaze, what is your advice? Naruto smiled, then turned around and turned his cold face and said, Wait, my lord, let them make the first move. They can do few things. 1. Your father can live and all will be well. 2. Your father dies, King Robert screams, you cry, and the Lannisters say they are sorry and hang Jaime to prevent war. Then option 3, war between the Lannisters and you. Make your choice. 2 months since then. Why did they always choose option number 3? Naruto thought. 2 months had passed, and Konohagakure was thriving. The warriors now had 75 members, and the archers had 37 members. The assassins were also doing well. Naruto had assigned them several missions. Most were spying on various lords, one of the main targets being the valley. The valley had yet to declare itself in favor of either side of the impending war. Naruto was on his horse when he saw Winterfell behind him. Rob had ordered them to march south to wage war. Rob had assembled a powerful host, and though it was large, Naruto wondered if it would be up to the task ahead. From now on, Naruto is traveling to Moat Cailin. This will be a long war. Chapter 12. Rob's army had reached Moat Cailin, and it was a ruin. At one point it looked like it might have been a great fort, but I know it was nothing more than a ruin. Naruto noted that at one point the fort might have had at least 20 towers, now it only had 3. Rob took the gatehouse tower, Great John Umber took the children's tower, and Karstark took the drunkard's tower. Naruto set up camp outside with the army men and began chatting with the boys. At first they were weary of having a lord with them, but after a few rounds of mead and a couple of stories, they all quickly became good friends. Naruto noticed that Catelyn Stark was already at Moat Cailin when they arrived, and now she and Rob were planning what to do for the future. Naruto took pity on them. One of Stark's sons' legs was gone, and their lord was arrested. The moment Naruto's clone told Naruto that news, Naruto immediately went to tell them the news. If Naruto were working on his own, he would have asked his clone to grab Ned and Sansa and get out of there. But when Naruto told Rob what happened to his father, the wolf just growled. He still had to tell Rob that he could save his father. Maybe he should tell him right now. And with that, Naruto headed to the gatehouse. Inside, he met Rob and Catelyn. My lord, my lady, Rob looked at Naruto. Lord Namikaze, why are you here? Do you have any news? No, my lord, what I have to say is very sensitive, Naruto said, looking at the people in the room. I would prefer that only you and Lady Stark hear it. Rob looked at Naruto. So far Naruto had never been wrong in the information he had given Rob. Everything he had told Rob was confirmed as true when a raven came with the same information. Rob had no reason not to trust Naruto. Alright, everyone go. Soon the room was empty. Naruto turned to Rob and Kat and told them of his magical ability to teleport, as they call it, and his ability to help Ned Stark escape. If you can do these things, why haven't you done them? Kat asked suspiciously. If I were fighting for myself, my lady, I would, but Ned Stark isn't the only one in trouble. Sansa and Arya are too. I know, so why can't you take them too? I could help Sansa escape, my lady, but Arya is still missing. The girl is very good at hiding even from me. Rob smiled at that. Yes, she is, that wild wolf. He looked at Naruto. Lord Namikaze, could you take someone there? Naruto raised an eyebrow. Do you wish to see your father, my lord? Rob nodded. Naruto was thinking. Give me an hour, sir. Naruto then sent instructions to his clone at King's Landing to sneak into the dungeons and draw a seal on Ned Stark's cell. It took some time before the clone dissipated and informed Naruto that it was done. Naruto then informed Rob. Naruto then grabbed some food and within the hour they disappeared in a flash of light. Rob blinked repeatedly and was in a place that looked like a dungeon. He never believed any of the rumors surrounding Lord Namikaze. But when he saw his father in front of him, he didn't care if the man called himself a demon worshipper. He owed the man a lot. "Father?" Rob asked, looking at Ned Stark's sleeping body. Rob, why were you captured?" Ned asked, rising from his sleep. "No, father, I was not captured." There were tears in his eyes. "So this is a dream then, just another dream." Rob couldn't stand it any longer. He threw himself at his father, hugging the man. "No, father, it's not a dream. How? How is this possible?" Ned asked, tears in his eyes, and hugged his son back. "He was Lord Namikaze's father. He used his magic to bring us here." Then Ned noticed Naruto standing in the corner. Naruto bowed. Thank you, I am at my best for showing me my son, once again." "It was nothing, my lord, and please don't owe me anything," Naruto said, blushing. "No, you did a great job for this old man, thank you." Naruto nodded, then took out a bag of food he had brought and gave it to Lord Stark, who ate it. After the meal, Nade looked at Naruto and said, "I truly am at your best." Naruto just smiled and let father and son talk. Just as Rob finished telling his father about the host he had, Ned looked at Naruto. "Tell me, Lord Namikaze, can you use your magic to move people? For example, get Rob out of this dungeon." "Yes, my lord, I can," Naruto said. "So, could you get Arya and Sansa out of here?" "I can take you and Sansa, my lord, but Arya is a mystery. That girl is quite good at hiding, even my network of spies can't find her." Ned smiled at Arya. "Okay then, tell me if anything ever happens to me, will you help rescue Sansa and Arya?" Naruto bowed. "You are my lord, I will do as you command." "It would also be a pleasure." Ned thanked Naruto again, then after a goodbye, Rob reluctantly left Ned Stark in the dungeons. Naruto and Rob returned to Moat Cailin and Rob told his mother about the trip he had and the reason why his father refused to go with them. Kat, after hearing the story, turned to Naruto. "Lord Namikaze, you have done us a great service. Tell me, can you visit my husband often?" Naruto nodded. "Yes, my lady, in fact I will visit your husband 3 times a day to bring him something to eat. I can take you with me if you want." Kat had tears in her eyes. Yes, thank you." Then the following days were filled with remarkable events. The news that Jaime Lannister won the Battle of Riverrun was delivered to Rob by Naruto and Rob, and their plans began. Then there was the fact that Tywin Lannister was now marching towards Ruby Ford to join the Southern Riverlands. Rob, feeling grateful to Naruto for helping him see his father, granted him Moat Cailin as another castle to control. It would have been a poor gift if it were another lord. However, Naruto saw the castle's advantage and set about fixing it. He first made thousands of clones. Since the workload they had to do in Konohagakure had been reduced, Naruto had much more chakra in him, enough to allow him to start another of his projects. When the clones first arrived with their cloaks draped over their shoulders, they thought they were demons. The clones simply ignored them and went about their work. Naruto had a vision of the castle and was going to complete it. He estimated the castle would be finished in about 5 months. Naruto then turned his attention to Konohagakure. According to the clones there, Dani had basically taken over. She'd completed the hospitals and even the libraries. Konohagakure Citadel was even completed, and the first term was underway. The people were happy, and the population had nearly doubled. There was no unemployment, and Naruto was happy to see there was plenty of profit. Rob had even ordered 1,000 full metal swords for the war effort. The order was almost complete, and Rob was excited by its arrival. Rob had also said that the prize from Moat Cailin was some sort of payment for the Fu steel, and he hoped Naruto would take that into consideration. Konohagakure's army, like its population, had doubled in size. The warriors elected a leader, Steve Rogers, an honorable man who had become a captain and wished to be Naruto's shield bearer. Then, the archers had set up traps around Konohagakure. It wasn't fatal, but it left the victim unconscious. The farmers who farmed in the outlands knew the traps and how to avoid them. The archer leaders had also, for some reason, started using code names. Oliver was called Green Arrow now, and Clint Barton was called Hawkeye. Strange, but it's their choice. Next came the intelligence branch. They didn't increase much in size, but they did increase in skill. Ezio and Altair were slowly becoming masterclass assassins, some people Naruto could trust completely. Ezio soon became the teacher's favorite. He was fun and the embodiment of life. Altair, while not as outspoken as Ezio, was respected. There was something about Altair that made you know if you messed with him, he'd rip your heart out. Danny also gave Naruto a letter describing what the dragons were like. It was somewhat useless because every time one of Naruto's clones tells him what's happening in Konohagakure, Naruto also receives memories of that clone spending time with the dragons. It had been 7 months since the dragons hatched, and Naruto knew they were now as big as a dog. They were still fine living inside with Danny, but they were restless, needing to get out, and Naruto wondered how long he could keep them inside. Naruto's army had 75 trained and ready warriors. There were 100 new cadets who had gone through 2 months of training. There were 37 trained archers and 60 new cadets with 2 months of training left, and there were 7 murderers. This was in a city in 2000. It was something. Oh, and they had 3 dragons. Then came the day of Ned Stark's trial. Ned was brought before the people of King's Landing and made to confess to betraying the crown. Among the crowd were Rob, Kat, and Naruto. The moment Ned confessed, everyone sighed. They would let him go. But at that moment the new King Joffrey said, "Bring me the head." Naruto was quick to act, pulling out Vigilance and his dagger and throwing it at Ser Island Pain. Just as Ser Island Pain brought down Ice's great sword, the mute saw a dagger moving in his way. Then, in a flash of light, a man in black stepped up and blocked Ice. The crowd was amazed. They only saw a yellow flash, and then a man rumored to be in the north appeared before them. Ser Pain brought the sword down harder, but Naruto stood his ground, because if he let in even an inch, his blade Vigilance would sever Ned Stark's head. But as each second passed, Naruto's control of Vigilance was fading, and soon he was surrounded by golden cloaks. Naruto stood his ground. One of the golden cloaks stabbed him with a spear, but his full armor protected him and broke the spear. "Aim for the bastard's head!" yelled Joffrey the Hitch. Naruto knew he had to do it then. He activated his chakra cloak and used the super strength it provided and pushed Ser Pain away. He blocked a spear coming towards his head and then faced 3 gold cloaks and Ser Island Pain at once. Every time a spear was thrown at him, Naruto would simply chase after it by sliding and slashing at the spear. One by one the golden cloak spears fell. Then came Ser Island. He and Naruto fought, Valerian steel against Valerian. With each clash, Naruto was pushed back. Ser Pain swung the sword and this time as he and Naruto clashed, he pushed the weight of the ice blade down onto Naruto. Naruto was pushed into a corner. He paid no attention to anything else around him, and that was why he didn't see Joffrey take a sword and decapitate Ned Stark himself. When Kat shouted, "No!" only then did Naruto see that Ned Stark was dead. It was time to retreat. Naruto activated the cloak and kicked Pain. As soon as Pain fell to the ground, Naruto knocked the sword ice out of his hands and threw a dagger at Joffrey, hitting him in the chest. The crowd at that moment erupted into chaos. Naruto grabbed and then threw a dagger to Rob and Kat, then showed it to them, and then went back to Moat Cailin. Naruto handed Rob the sword ice and he quickly went back to the square of King's Landing. There he saw Sansa standing next to Joffrey. He walked over to Joffrey's dagger and grabbed Sansa and returned her back to Moat Cailin and then went back to King's Landing again. This time he looked for Arya in the crowd. He couldn't find the poor girl, so he returned to Moat Cailin. Needless to say, the Starks wept that night. Grey Wind, Rob's wolf, howled all night. Rob woke up the next day. He was Lord Stark now, so he had to act like it. His mother had left with a crying Sansa back to Winterfell, without Arya, so now it was just him. He had called his bannermen to his tower. "My father died last night," Rob told the already briefed group. "This is war!" Naruto nodded at Rob's anger. If that had been Danny who was beheaded, then there would be no more King's Landing. "Now to business, Lord Namikaze," Rob said. "When can we expect you to be a steel weapon fu?" "Tomorrow, my lord," Naruto said. Rob nodded. "Thanks for hurrying. You'll be rewarded with the medal properly. Moat Cailin is only the first part." Naruto nodded. "Now, are we going to travel with the twins after Dash?" Rob asked. "My lord," Karstark said. "Forgive me for interrupting, but is there no other way? The Fries are not to be trusted." For once, Naruto agreed with the retarded Karstark. "My grandfather, Lord Tully, is their lord. They will obey me," Rob replied. Naruto shook his head. This wasn't the way to win a war, in his opinion. "So my lord, what do you propose?" Hornwood asked. Then Rob proceeded to explain his plan, basically splitting the army in two. One side would go and stop the siege of Riverrun, the other group would form a diversion and attack Twins' host. My lord, I volunteer to lead the diversionary army, Karstark said. Naruto chuckled. The fool wanted to kiss so much ass. Rob nodded to Karstark. Thank you, Lord Karstark, but I need you by my side. I was hoping Lord Namikaze would lead the attack on Tywin. Naruto then looked up and saw everyone in the room looking at him. Me? He asked. Rob nodded. Yes, Lord Namikaze, if you are half as good a leader as you are a fighter, I am sure you can lead this attack. I believe in you. The last line brought a smile to Naruto's face. I accept, my lord. Rob's host traveled to the twins. Naruto had received news that Renly Baratheon had declared himself king. Naruto had no idea what right he had, and when he informed Rob of this, Rob laughed heartily. There were now 2 kings in this land. When they arrived at the twins, Naruto was shocked. The twins were basically a bridge converted into a castle. Naruto was impressed by the view, but what surprised him most were the closed gates. One of Rob's men went out to speak to the people at the gate. When he returned, he informed Rob that the Freys had refused to open the gates to him. Naruto was angry. Rob was trying to help his grandfather, who was the liege lord of Frey. And by not opening the gates to Rob, they were basically telling him to screw their liege lord. Those Freys are nothing but trouble, Rob said. My lord, may I suggest we reason with them? Hornwood said. Perhaps a deal of sorts? Naruto shook his head. No, they're not opening the gates for us. This means they don't want to help their lord, to whom they have sworn an oath. But by not letting us in, it only shows they have no honor. Rob looked at Naruto, and then at Hornwood. At that moment, Karstark spoke. My lord, it would take months and many lives to take the twins. It is time we do not have and men we cannot spare. I support Hornwood. Allow us to come to an agreement. Rob seemed to be about to agree with Karstark. Just then Naruto said, Give me 10 minutes, my lord, I'll have the gates open for you. The lords looked at Naruto in surprise, but Rob wondered if Naruto was going to perform some kind of miracle for him. All right, Lord Namikaze, Rob said. If you can open the gates and make Frey surrender, then do so. You have 1 hour. Naruto nodded, then rode off on his horse. He reached the giant gate of the twins and put on his helmet. The guards looked at him and said, Stop! Who goes there? Naruto said nothing. He made a clone and then extended his right hand. The clone then began to mold chakra into Naruto's palm, and soon there was a glowing blue ball in Naruto's hand. The clone dissipated and Naruto smashed the palm-sized ball against the door, yelling, Raisin Gan! The door broke. Inside were merchants and workers. Obviously Lord Frey didn't expect this to happen. Naruto drew his sword and entered. 2 guards approached him. They struck Naruto with their swords. The swords broke upon impact with Naruto's armor. Naruto raised vigilance and beheaded the guards. Then more soldiers came, each in a pair. After Naruto finished killing 20 pairs of guards, the Frey army arrived. They were all armed and Naruto stopped. This is your only chance before I kill you all. Lord Frey has betrayed his lord by not letting Lord Robb Stark pass. I do not wish for any of you to die. I wish for you to fight with us, one of the soldiers said. Go to hell, demon! Naruto shrugged. At least he tried. Naruto took out a dagger of his own and threw it, and used the shadow clone jutsu on it. Suddenly, the large but narrow hallway was filled with thousands of daggers. The dagger reached the backs of the gathered men. Naruto brought vigilance to eye level, closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes were golden. He activated the Nine Tails chakra mode. Naruto shone like the sun in that hallway. This made the soldier blink, and that's why they died. In 20 seconds, 300 Frey men died. Naruto used the clone daggers with the seal on them and carried them everywhere, cutting everything. For anyone who saw the massacre, all they saw was a bright yellow flash that pierced through the men, and where the light passed, men died. Naruto now stood at the end of the assembled men, his armor covered in blood, adding to the intimidating effect he had on the crowd. Vigilance's blade was now red with blood, the blackness of the steel no longer visible. Naruto walked slowly up to one of the twin towers and opened the largest doors there. Inside stood Lord Frey, the old bag of bones holding his young wife. This man wasn't a lord, he was a boar. Naruto looked at the lord. Lord Frey, you have 2 options. Option 1, cede control of the twins to the Starks of Winterfell. 2, I kill you and take it anyway. Choose your old boar. The old man glared at Naruto. Stupid boy. What right do you have to this castle? We Fry are the rightful masters of the twins. Bastard! Demon! Naruto spun vigilance around, cutting Fry off mid-sentence and slicing him straight across the jaw. Now there was a jawless Frey's head on the ground. Naruto lifted his head and stepped out of the twins, walked over to Rob, and tossed him the head, minus the jaw. The twins are yours, my lord. I'm sorry it took me so long. Tywin didn't like the look of this war. It started when his stupid grandson killed Ned Stark. If the boy weren't family, Tywin would have killed him himself. However, Joffrey was stabbed with a dagger. The Master of Whispers confirmed it was Lord Namake's special dagger. So it was true, Flash has magical abilities. This could mean a total loss. Tywin wanted to make allies with this player, and fast. He needed to make this man betray Robb Stark. But how? This was turning into a grueling battle. He'd also just received new news. The Fry had been killed for betraying his lord, Lord Tully of Riverrun. It seemed that, once again, this Lord Namake's, or Flash, was involved. Tywin didn't know the details, but he had a feeling he wasn't going to like it. Chapter 13. The night after Robb's host parted ways at the twins' home, Naruto took his 16,000 men and set off down the King's Highway. He raised Robb's banner in the air, hoping Tywin would fall for it and attack Naruto. The Fu steel arrived just before the two armies departed. Each soldier received a Fu sword, and Robb was given a suit of Fu steel armor. It was simple yet deadly. His helmet resembled a wolf's. With that armor and the great sword Ice, Robb looked like the North's revenge. Everything was going according to plan. Robb and the largest host had left for Riverrun. They could have been more numerous, but they traveled in silence. Hopefully Robb caught Jamie with his pants down. Naruto knew that according to the plan, he would attack Tywin's hosts, keep them busy, and then retreat. But Naruto didn't like that plan, so he decided to change it. Instead of a hit and run, Naruto planned to beat Tywin Lannister's host back to Harrenhal. So, after 2 days, Naruto's host approached Tywin's. Each host was waiting for the other to make a move. Naruto had told his men to make camp. Then he called his second-in-command, Lord Robert Glover, to his tent. "Did you call my lord?" Glover asked as he poked his head into the tent. Naruto nodded. "My lord Glover, you are my second-in-command. As such, I have a request for you." "Name him, my lord," he said. "Tomorrow on the battlefield, I will go out on my own. I will face the host alone." "Alone? My lord? What kind of madness dash? Remember what I did at the twins?" Naruto asked. Lord Glover nodded. He remembered what Lord Namake's did to the twins. It still haunted his nightmares. "Then don't question me," Naruto said. "I want you to take charge when I go on my own. If by chance I fall, then I want you to lead the charge and the retreat back to the twins. Do you understand me?" Glover looked in shock, nodded slowly. Tomorrow was going to be a legendary day. Tywin Lannister looked at the army across the field from his own. He could see Stark's direwolf high in the sky, but that wasn't what worried him. It was the sigil at his side, Namake's nine-tailed fox. That banner had become famous overnight. Tywin still remembered hearing the exact details of what happened at the twins. At first, he thought it was an exaggeration, but now, he was truly afraid of the fox. But he was only one man, and he had thousands of men. In the worst-case scenario, Tywin had given him orders to evacuate if the situation ever became so desperate, and he reached Harrenhal. This was supposed to be a war of skill, not magic. The next day, Naruto mounted his horse for battle, Lord Glover behind him, as well as Naruto's 16,000 men. Naruto looked at the enemy and was impressed by their numbers. Last night he had sent a clone to spy on them. Their number was close to 100,000 men. Not good for them. Naruto looked at his second-in-command and nodded. Glover nodded in response and said, "Good luck, my lord." Naruto smiled. "Thank you, Lord Glover. I may need it." Naruto dismounted his horse and looked at his men. "Stay here, boys," he said. The men looked confused but did as Naruto asked. Then, the fox cast vigilance and headed to the battlefield. Naruto carried his nine-tailed fox banner with him, walked to the center of the field, and looked at the Lannister host. "Well," he shouted, "are they chickens or lions?" Tywin's men were no fools. They knew the rumors surrounding Namake's and didn't want to fight him. Tywin looked at his men. Every man on the front line looked like he was about to wet his pants. "He's just a man," Tywin shouted. Powerful, yes, but only one. We have something he doesn't. The power of unity, the power of a family waiting for us. We have something he'll never have, a family. Show the devilish bastard the power of 100,000 men united under one banner. The soldiers gathered, cheers erupted, and the front line turned and looked at Naruto, hope returning to their eyes. Naruto smiled. Tywin was a good leader, but he would still lose this battle. Ready, said Tywin. Charge! All the men ran toward Naruto at the same time, all in a straight line. Like pigs coming to the slaughter, Naruto created 3 clones and they formed the Raisin Disc. The giant, glowing ball of power spun in Naruto's hand. Naruto then threw it like a shield, and the Raisin Disc shot out. It pierced through the men in front of Naruto and went straight into the heart of Lord Tywin's army. Naruto then expanded the Raisin Disc and it grew to extreme size, creating a large crater in the center of the army, killing many more people. The path the Raisin Disc took was a path of blood. There were several bodies on the ground. Naruto felt guilty, but this was war. While Tywin's men were shocked by the Raisin Disc's display of power, Naruto made another. He couldn't do any more since the toe was his limit. Any more and he'd faint, and the entire clone he had would disappear. He threw it back at the army, and cut off the left side of the army. This time the men ran away, but no matter what they did, they were killed. Naruto then signaled to Glover, and Glover ordered the men to charge. Tywin ordered his men to retreat, and most of them escaped. Those who didn't were killed by Naruto's host. Naruto smiled. Tywin was returning to Harrenhal. Now it was time for Naruto to go to Rob's side. When Naruto arrived at Riverrun, he encountered some Lannister host stranglers, ordered his men to kill every single one of them, and then learned of Rob's success. Robb had captured Jaime Lannister himself. When his host arrived at Riverrun, all the lords were surprised. Robb had come out to meet him himself. Naruto, Robb said, smiling. How are you here? You were supposed to be at the twins. Naruto nodded. Yes, my lord, but you see that was only if Tywin's forces were to fall back. You said nothing about what to do if we push Tywin back to Harrenhal, my lord, so I came here to receive orders. Robb and the other lords looked stunned. Are you serious? You've driven Tywin back? How? Naruto was evil, and that was all the answer Robb needed. That day, Robb treated Naruto like a brother, and Naruto felt like Robb was like Rowan, the boy he still admired to this day. That night there was a discussion about what should be done, and who Robb should side with. There were Renly Baratheon and Stannis Baratheon. Robb was undecided. I say we support Renly, my lord, Hornwood said. He has the Tyrells on his side. And the storm is coming. Yes, but he is not the true heir, Karstark said. Stannis is the oldest and most legitimate king. If so, then what Stannis says about Joffrey is true. Then that would make Joffrey a bastard and Stannis the true king. As the argument continued, Naruto chuckled silently. Legitimate. Ha, that word has no meaning. The Boltons are the rightful rulers of the Dreadfort, but I took over and these fools don't seem to care. If anyone were the rightful ruler, then it would be Dany. Could I? Can I bring Dany here? These men might chew her up, or she'd most likely burn them. But what if I brought her here? They'd call her queen, and then Dany could take over Westeros with the North's help. If they reject her, I can take Dany and hide us in Konoha. Good luck winning this war without me. Naruto coughed after a few minutes of thought. All heads turned to him. I may have a solution, my lord, Naruto said. But I need time. Robb looked at Naruto, who had come to rescue him. Is this going to be like the time you told us you needed time with the twins and then proceeded to bring me Frey's head? Robb smiled at the Northman's laughter, but Naruto didn't. It was Robb's serious thought. How long, Lord Namikaze? Robb asked seriously again, respecting Naruto's attitude. 1 hour and an oath from every man here that the person I bring here will not be harmed in any way, Naruto said, surprising the men. Robb looked Naruto in the eyes and said, I swear on my honor as a Stark that I will not harm anyone you bring in any way. Then, slowly, all the men in the room repeated the oath. Naruto nodded, dropped a dagger outside the room, and disappeared in a flash. Naruto appeared in Konoha. He was sitting on his throne where the seal was. He ran towards the tower and Dany's room. Inside was Dany. Luckily she was alone, fine with the dragons. The moment Naruto entered, Dany knew it was the real Naruto. Naruto! she said, running over and hugging him. Naruto hugged her tightly, smelling her hair, feeling her in his arms, seeing her white hair and purple eyes. He was happy. Naruto broke the long hug and looked into Danny's eyes. "Danny, I think I can take you to the throne," he said very seriously. After explaining his plan, he looked at her and said, "I'll do it. But we need a few things." Naruto smiled. God, she was strong. "What?" Naruto asked. "First, let's bring Minato and the rest with us. That would intimidate those northern lords with dragons. And we also need some armor for me. Something like yours, only more Targaryen." Naruto then remembered his original armor. "I have a spare of the original armor I used before I discovered Fu's steel. It's your size, since I only used it when I was very young," Danny smiled. "That would work, although could you change the symbol in the center to a three-headed dragon?" Naruto nodded and made a clone. The clone quickly ran to the armory and returned in minutes with the steel armor. Seeing the old stuff made Naruto feel nostalgic. He had made that armor himself when he spent time in Winterfell while still on his journey. He could see the small flaws and cracks in it. But it was still one of the finest armor Naruto had ever had the pleasure of crafting and wearing. It now had the symbol of a three-headed dragon. Danny put it on, and the clone went to get a Fu leaf for her. Naruto and Minato approached, and the dragon was pleased to have his walking heat box back. Naruto looked at Danny and asked, "Ready?" Danny strapped on her newly arrived Fu blade and nodded. "Ready." Danny took his arm, and then they walked back to Riverrun. The Northerners waited patiently for Naruto's return, mostly talking about what they'd heard from the men about Naruto's fight with Lord Tywin's army. But the fight would imply that the other side had struck back. Then there was a flash of light outside the door, and Naruto walked in and closed the door. "So, who did you bring?" Rob asked. Naruto bowed to Rob. "My goodness, before I show you who I brought, I have a story for you. I went to Pentos once and there I met someone named Illyrio." "Position." Rob raised an eyebrow. "What did you steal from Lord Namake's?" Naruto opened the door and stepped into a beauty like no other Rob had ever seen. Rob desired her and didn't even know her name. Her hair was as white as snow and her eyes were purple, royal purple. It didn't take a genius to figure out what this woman's last name was, but Naruto introduced her. "I stole Daenerys Targaryen, first of her name, Queen of the Undulls, Roiner, and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm. The rightful heir to the Iron Throne, if ever there was one." The men were quiet, the only noise being the screeching of the three dragons and the growls coming from Grey Wind. Rob was the first to ask, "Naruto, are those dragons?" "Yes, my lord. I hatched them," Danny said. "With Naruto's help. I'm their mother and their queen." "And so are you." The Northerners looked at the Targaryen and then at the dragons. Each dragon was a little larger than a dog. The Targaryen wore armor like Namake's and looked just as deadly. "She's a mad woman!" Karstark shouted. Naruto pulled out a dagger and threw it at the man he once called Grandpa, the dagger slicing into Karstark's cheek and embedding itself in the wall. "Daenerys is under my protection. If you insult her again, the next dagger will be thrust through your eyes." Naruto spat, with enough hatred to make the entire room shudder. "I'm sure Lord Karstark meant no disrespect," Rob said. "Isn't he, my lord?" The last part was said as Rob looked at the man. Karstark stood in a corner. "I apologize, my lady." "It's your grace," Naruto said. "Your excellency," Karstark said. "Naruto, do you really think the people will accept her as their queen?" Rob asked, still tired of dragons. "Yes, Lord Stark, I do," Danny said. "I believe your army is powerful and will only grow more powerful as time goes on, especially with me as the rallying point." The Northmen talked to each other, now gossiping more like maidens than warriors. "Look at you, the previous king," Danny said. "He was a great warrior, I'll admit that. He should have been to defeat my brother. But he was a poor leader and, by the end of his life, a drunk." That stung certain men, but none argued with Danny because she was right. "And then look at the king who's on the throne right now. A bastard, a psychotic, sadistic bastard. Now if you win and Joffrey is taken from the throne, who's there? Stannis is a sinister lunatic huddled in his rock, and as Naruto's informants have told me, he's being convinced to follow a new god. Some kind of Lord of Light. If he wins, then the entirety of Westeros is in flux, and if Stannis wins, he won't stop until he claims the North as well. There's Renly, But the man is a face worth painting, not a warrior or a leader. The room fell silent after Dany's speech. She looked at each man there. She looked at Rob. I'm going to take the Iron Throne, Dany said. This is your chance to come with me. For glory. For fame and more than just a mention in the history books. For the North. A chapter written about the North rising. The men looked at Dany. They had hope in their eyes. It was almost as bright as the fire in Dany's eyes. Will you fight for your queen? Dany asked. Naruto immediately drew his sword and bowed to her. I, Naruto Namikaze, do so. Rob then drew his own. I, Robb Stark, do. Then followed Castrak, then Hornwood, and soon all the northern lords were bowing on one leg and bowing to Daenerys. Long live the queen! Said Naruto. Long live the queen! Rob joined in, and soon the singing began. Long live the queen! Long live the queen! Long live the queen! Long live the queen! The moment the chant stopped, Naruto and the rest of the men stood up. Naruto introduced the dragons to the men. Rob immediately ordered them to clear an entire stable for the dragons, preferably a stone one. The dragons couldn't breathe fire yet, but it was better to be safe than sorry. Dany then took the head seat at the table, Naruto on her right and Rob on her left. She then told the lords her story. About how she ended up in Konoha, and how she began to learn about Westeros and how she got Naruto to handle things. Actually, she runs the entire city by herself now. You have no idea how much free time I have now. The lords laughed at that and Dany blushed slightly at it. After he finished his story, Rob asked him something. Your Majesty, may I ask how you can guarantee us that you will not betray the North? Dany looked at Rob. The word of a queen and the fact that the only place I call home, Konoha, is in the North. Rob nodded. That might be enough for some, but others would require further proof that you are our ally. Dany looked at Rob without knowing where this was going. What kind of test? A proof of marriage. I wish to make a contract with you, marriage into the House of Stark. A noise erupted, a thud. Everyone looked over and saw Naruto's dagger on the table. His eyes were cold, and he looked like he was about to kill. Rob, I love you like a brother, Naruto began. But if you even mention marrying the woman I love, I'll skin you like the Boltons did in the past and feed the rest of you to Grey Wind. Are we clear? Rob sat back and didn't say a word. In fact, the entire room was silent. Dany was happy and smiling at the fact that Naruto had finally said the words. Karstark was outraged. And Rob didn't want to know if there was any truth to Naruto's promise, and he didn't want to know. Dany cleared her throat. That's right, I'm marrying Naruto Namikaze. That surprised Naruto. Did he ever propose to her? Wait, did she? No. Where the hell is this coming from? Naruto's face was going through a range of emotions, and Dany found it amusing to watch him freak out. Though the idiot hasn't asked me yet, she added. Naruto stood up straight. He was sweating bullets. He bent down and asked, Daenerys Targaryen, will you marry me? He gave her his best smile, while answering her in the same way, and while smiling, he said, No. Thank God, I was worried you were about to say no. Wait. What do you mean no? I mean I won't marry you. I'll only say yes if you ask me somewhere special. Naruto looked at her and saw her mocking smile. She was more of a trickster than him. So, where do you want me to ask you? Dany smiled at Naruto. I want you to ask me on the steps of the Red Keep. The lords roared with laughter. Rob even got involved, leaving poor Naruto stuck between a rock and a hard place. News quickly reached King's Landing of Jaime Lannister's capture and Tywin Lannister's defeat. First came the news of Namikaze's conquest of the twins. When Varys told the queen what had happened, her hatred for the man grew. She'd already hated him when he stabbed her son. Now he was at the top of her shit list. Then, when news broke that Naruto had single-handedly killed 2,000 men in Lord Tywin's army, well, then the small council felt a little heated under the heat. And of course, when the news of Jaime's capturing Cersei arrived, being the drama queen that she is, she fainted. Then came the latest news from the north. When Varys heard it, a smile appeared on his face. The fox and the dragon were busy. As he addressed the small council, he was making internal bets with himself about what Cersei would do when she learned the dragons had returned. Personally, he thought he was most likely to faint again. And then imagine Joffrey. Ha ha! The days of Varys having to play this game were coming to an end. Soon he would be able to swear loyalty to Dany like he always wanted to. He wondered what his reaction would be when Dany found out he had a nephew. And his brother? The last time Varys heard from him, he and the cheesemonger were plotting. Chapter 14. Tywin Lannister had never seen such strength as he had seen in that young Namikaze. This was a war of skill, not magic. But that boy was something else. Tywin, for the first time in a long time, felt there was someone out there he should be afraid of. After their defeat at Green Fork, Tywin retreated to Harrenhal, and thankfully, Namikaze didn't follow them. If she had, well, Tywin didn't want to think about that. Then there was the new queen. According to rumors, the North had crowned a new queen. A Daenerys Targaryen. Tywin recalled the day the two remaining Targaryens had escaped in a longboat. Had he known one would return and cause such a headache, he would have killed the girl right then and there. But now the girl was back, and she was becoming a very dangerous gathering point. Besides being engaged to Naruto Namikaze, or so it's rumored, she also has 3 dragons. Dragons? This wasn't the war Tywin saw, not this magical shit Namikaze could do, or the damn dragons. Luckily, the things were small, so they could die. Tywin had sent assassins to kill the dragons and poison the queen. If they succeeded, a huge headache would be removed from the twins' minds. Then there was Namikaze. Tywin couldn't even begin to focus on the damn fox. He looked an awful lot like a Lannister, though. If Namikaze wins this war, it's probably because he has some Lannister in him. As Tywin saw it, his best option, if the assassins failed, was to bow to the Dragon Queen and emerge from this ordeal with his head still on his head. But Cersei was stubborn, refusing to surrender, in his words, to the Dragon Boar. Tywin sighed. All this war was about because his 2 sons couldn't stop bucking. Joffrey was at the tournament in honor of his name day. If anything, today was the worst day for him. He had no one to torture. Sansa Stark, that boar, was gone. He needed to do something. Stannis Baratheon was telling everyone he was a bastard just so he could be king. Then his other uncle, Renly. That man was a puppet. Nothing more. The only real threat Joffrey had was this new queen in the north. They say she's a Targaryen, betrothed to Naruto Namikaze. If she was a Targaryen, that means she must have screwed up his entire path. Yes, Joffrey could see her on her knees, crushing all the Northmen. Joffrey knew she would die, because like his father, Robert Baratheon, Joffrey hated Targaryens, and then there were rumors of dragons. Dragons? Ha! Nothing more than a rumor. His mother said so. It was true. His grandfather had suffered losses and his uncle was captured. But if worse comes to worse, Joffrey himself will swoop in and win it all. Viserys was in his chambers in Pentos. He was smiling. The cheesemonger had agreed to his plan to go to Westeros and retrieve Dany. That useless woman! She cost him Khal Drogo's army. Now he would go to Westeros himself and seize her. He had rumors that she was starting a mutiny in the land of Westeros, something minor. But when Viserys goes there, he was sure the people would rally around him. Yes, he could see it now. He would rule them all, hatch the eggs Dany stole from him, and rule Westeros with fire and blood. Just as the maniacal grin spread across his face, there was a knock at his door. "Come in," Viserys said. A small, red-haired woman entered, wearing a black silk gown and such. She bowed low to Viserys, and Viserys could see through the loosely tied gown that the woman had very good attributes. As she rose from her bow, a breast slipped out of the silk gown. "Lord Illyrio sent me to my lord," the woman said. Viserys nodded. The woman approached him slowly, kissed him, and pushed Viserys onto the bed. She was on top of him now. She kissed him, slowly slipping her tongue into his mouth. Viserys moved his hands, feeling her entire body. When he reached her rear, he grabbed them and slapped them. Her cheeks rippled, and Viserys could see it through her silk robe. The woman broke the kiss and lifted her body. He approached the string covering her bathrobe and pulled it open, slowly. The string came loose, and Viserys could now see the woman's breasts in all their splendor. They were as beautiful as peaches. Viserys bit down hard on one of her breasts, his free hand playing with the other. The woman grunted in pain at Viserys' teeth on her teat, saying, "Good night, my lord." Viserys looked up in surprise, looking just in time to see the rope that had once been used to secure the woman's robes around her neck. Viserys kicked and struggled, kicking several times, and just as he was about to reach the woman and strike at her to try and free himself, he lost consciousness. and soon his air tube ruptured, killing him. The woman then took the rope from around Viserys' neck and tied it around her robe to cover herself. She then went immediately to Illyrios's chambers. When he entered, he said, "It is done, my lord." Illyrio looked at the woman. "Thank you, Ms. Romanoff, or should I say Black Widow? I am grateful for your services." Natasha looked at the disgusting man in front of her. "Just send the amount to my account. If that's all." Oberyn Martell, or Red Viper, was on a ship towards the Trident. From there he planned to go to Riverrun. On the ship accompanying him were 15,000 Dornishmen. Quentyn Martell was also with the Red Viper. Quentyn was Daenerys Targaryen's fiancé, and Quentyn thought highly of himself. Oberyn, though he was a useless idiot, the boy never smiled and had no personality of his own. The only reason he came with Oberyn was so he could marry Daenerys and help her secure the Iron Throne. The boy had been Lord Ironwood's squire for quite some time, and Aubrey hated the sight of his nephew. Sure, family was important and all, but who the hell could stand this brat? Always talking about duty and such, the boy didn't know how to have fun. However, Oberyn was enraged. His older brother, Doran Prince of Dorne, had sent him on this mission and had forbidden Oberyn from bringing Illyria with him. Something about making an impression. However, Quentyn felt nervous. He was about to meet his future wife, Daenerys, and he hoped he was up to the task of wooing her. He was nervous because many had told him of her great beauty, hair as white as snow, and eyes as bright as stars. He was worried about her with all those great brutes from the north. Who knew what they were going to do to her? There were also rumors that someone named Namikaze had proclaimed him Dany's betrothed. Not if Quentyn had anything to say about it. He would save Dany from them and then fulfill his duty to his people. Then he would do it, he would do it. Oberyn saw Quentyn's face transform into one of lust. It was a face only someone who had never had a woman before could have. "God help this virgin," Oberyn said. 7 months had passed since Dany was crowned queen. Since the news that she would become queen, countless overlords pledged their loyalty to her. He'd even received news from Naruto that the Martells were sending him 15,000 men. They'd be here in a month. Dany was now recruiting more allies to her side. She'd soon have an army of nearly 200,000 if things went according to plan. And that didn't include drones. Naruto wasn't slacking either. Moat Cailin was now rebuilt, and Naruto was having a great time customizing the fort to make it a great fortress, whether attacked from the north or the south. Naruto had also saved Dany and the dragons from several assassination attempts. Dany was fine, and the dragons had burned the last person who had tried to kill them. Naruto had used his connections and discovered that Tywin had ordered the attack. Naruto was going to make him pay. But all in due time. Perhaps Naruto showed the acquisition of Casterly Rock. Konoha, how come there were 20,000 people living there and more were still arriving? Naruto had become quite popular in the north. He was called the God of the North. An exaggeration, but whatever. Naruto had several knights willing to pledge their allegiance to him, 120 at Naruto's last count. Yes, there was a lot of glory to be Naruto's knight, and a lot of work. Naruto's army was now ready. His warriors were led by Steve Rogers. The man was Naruto's general, but he still liked being called captain for some reason. He says it reminds him of a simpler time. Steve was Naruto's new sworn shield bearer. The man was a strange warrior, and the only weapons he knew how to use were his fists and his shield. So Naruto gave him a super strong Fu's shield. Steve was very happy. The army now had 1,000 soldiers ready and 2,000 in training. They would be ready in a month, and Naruto ordered them to move as soon as they were ready. The archers were what people would call them, missing a few screws. They had set traps in every place they could find in the city. There were 500 soldiers ready and 200 training. Then came the assassins. He now had 50 members, and Ezio and Altair were now masters of the assassin order. Naruto had given them several missions. The ones they were on were to find where Arya Stark was, kill Stannis Baratheon and Renly Baratheon, and finally, find out what the hell happened to Theon Greyjoy. Theon Greyjoy was sent by Robb to gain allies among the Ironborn. So far, they hadn't heard anything from the man. Naruto was beginning to worry. Frey's remaining men were now under Robb's control, and Robb had ordered them to Moat Cailin. They were to defend the now rebuilt castle. Then came the White Crow. Naruto remembered seeing the birds and remembering the words. Winter is coming. Far to the north, there were 2 rangers. Their names were Marco and Palin. They had escaped from the wildlings and had also somehow managed to get past the undead, the White Walkers. They had gone further north than anyone had seen in over 1,000 years. Anyone alive, at least. Now they were completely lost, hungry, and worse, Marco was itching under several layers of his clothing. The two men had bonded during this journey. They were brothers of the Night's Watch and had done everything together. They had escaped from the wildlings together and hidden from the White Walkers together. Palin had even killed one. With the Fu blades. The thing seemed to burn when the blade touched its skin. Marco wanted to go to the Night Guard and tell them, but they were too far north now, and the only way south was through an army of White Walkers. Now they were lost. But what they didn't know was that they were 400 miles away in the land of perpetual winter. "Hey Marco," Palin called. "Yes?" Marco replied without slowing down and kept walking. "You know what I just realized? That? I think the savages are marching south." "Oh, really cool," Marco said, rolling his eyes. "It wasn't over. I think they're marching south to escape the White Walkers." Marco turned and looked at Palin. "I think you might be right." "Yes, but that's not all I believe." "Well, spit it out then," Marco said, turning around. "I was getting closer," Palin replied, and Marco turned and continued walking through the blizzard. "What if the White Walkers were marching south to escape something?" Marco turned around and looked at Palin for a second, realizing what this would imply. Then he laughed. "Ha ha ha, yeah, what would the White Walkers be afraid of? But think about it, no one has seen them for thousands of years, and now they suddenly appear?" That silenced Marco. As Marco and Palin walked through the snowstorm, it grew thicker and thicker, and soon they couldn't see a foot in front of them. They were silent for some time and Marco said to them, "What would you be afraid of?" "What?" Palin yelled. "I said what they would be afraid of d. Marco's last words were drawn out as Marco fell down a large hole. Marco looked and saw that he was falling into what looked like a hole with ice on the ends. When Marco looked at the ice, he could see something in it. In the ice, it looked like it was moving, it looked like whatever it was moving downward. Marco squinted and saw that what was behind the ice looked like the body of a giant snake. And it looked like the snake was moving downward. That means the snake's head is. Marco looked down into the hole. He was still falling, and when he looked down he saw yellow eyes looking at him. They must have been as big as the gates of Black Castle. Marco screamed his last cry as his body fell into the giant snake's mouth. "We're getting up," said a hoarse voice. Chapter 15. Renly is dead. When Naruto's assassins approached him with the mission report, Naruto hoped to promote the assassins 2 ranks due to their brilliant performance. The assassins had killed Renly and made it look like a lady knight had done it, or so his clones had told him. The woman in question was named Brienne of Tarth. When the assassins met Naruto at Riverrun, Naruto didn't expect her to be with them. He looked at the woman. She was 6 feet tall and had a freckled face and a nose that looked like it had been broken several times. She wore chain mail and looked like she could pick off an ordinary man with one hand. Before Naruto could ask why he was there with them, the young assassins told him the strangest story. They were in position and waiting to kill Renly. Naruto had sent them to Renly with the mission of killing Renly if he ever turned against Danny. So far, he hadn't, and was even considering joining her. So the assassins waited hidden nearby. But just as Renly was removing his armor, a shadow appeared and killed Renly. The assassins were shocked beyond belief. Whatever it was, it had killed Renly, and Brienne had taken the blame. The assassins hurriedly grabbed Brienne and ran. They came here and awaited Naruto's instructions. Naruto looked at Brienne. She was bowing to Naruto on one leg like a knight would to his lord. Naruto asked, "Tell me, Brienne of Tarth, what do you wish to do with your life now?" Brienne looked up and said, "My lord, I've had much time to think about this. At first I wanted to go after His Majesty Renly's killer. But I don't know where they are or who they are. The only thing I can think of is Stannis." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Stannis is an honorable man, so it would be hard to convince someone he killed a king." "Why do you think that?" "Lord Stannis is not the Stannis anyone knew. I remember seeing him when Renly and he met at the siege of Storm's End. They were trying to talk peace. But Stannis didn't want peace, he wanted Daenerys Targaryen dead. There had been many rumors about why Stannis had changed so drastically. One of those rumors I saw with my own eyes. That, Lady Melisandre, she is a witch." Naruto closed his eyes. There was no such thing as magic. Sure, what he could do might have seemed magical, but it was chakra. and no one in Westeros uses chakra other than him. So, is magic real? This Melisandre needs to be analyzed further. You told me, thank you. Now tell us, what do you want? I wish to serve Queen Daenerys, my lord. Naruto smiled at that. Powerful women attract powerful women. Very well, I'll speak with the queen. For now, rest. And that was how Brienne became Daenerys' queen's guard for the first night. It had been a month since Brienne had joined Riverrun. The army had grown, and there were now 200,000 men at Riverrun. And Drone's ship had landed. The men were 2 days' march away. They were very close to Harrenhal, so Naruto sent 100,000 men to meet the new men and provide protection, in case Tyrion tried anything. Then came the news of the Greyjoys' assault on Torrent Square. Naruto had also received news that Balon Greyjoy had crowned himself king. He had surprised Robb and wanted to go save him immediately. But he didn't have enough men. Danny told him to calm down, and Naruto assured Robb he would do something about it. Naruto knew this would be the perfect time to test out his now-ready army. Finally! Oh, Naruto felt so excited. He had 3 million of his warriors and 500 of his archers marching to defend Winterfell, along with his 120 knights. They would be there just in time to prevent the Ironborn scum from taking over Winterfell. Then came the Dornish. There were 15,000 men. They were led by Oberyn Martell and his nephew Quentyn Martell. Oberyn looked deadly and seemed like he was about to cry when he saw Dany. He bowed to her and said, I apologize for my tears, Your Grace. You remind me so much of my sister Alia's younger daughter Rhaenys. You are both so beautiful. Dany smiled at the man. What happened to him? Dany knew very well what had happened, however, she needed to hear the man in front of her say it. The mountain, Oberyn said, raped her, killed her, and murdered her children. They were your blood as much as ours. Dany nodded. I'm aware, Naruto, she said, looking at the fox on her right. Is the intelligence branch free right now? For you, Dany, yes, Naruto said, smiling. The Quentyn boy saw Naruto's smile and got angry. Dany smiled back. Find the mountain and bring him here. When Dany smiled back, Quentyn grew even angrier. These Northmen had hypnotized what was theirs. They had stolen what was rightfully theirs. Dead or alive? Naruto asked. Dany gestured to Oberyn. The Red Viper smiled. He liked the fox. He felt a sense of power around him. Alive, Oberyn said. Naruto smiled at the Viper. Something said the Viper and the fox were going to be best friends. Quentyn said. Oberyn's good nature vanished. The brat was a disappointment, and what the brat had to say could make or break this loyalty to Daenerys. Yeah, and you are? Dany asked, finally noticing the frog-like boy next to the Red Viper. I am Quentyn Martell, Your Grace. I am your fiancé. Is there something you're not telling me, Dany? Naruto asked, Dany looking just as surprised as he was. Naruto knew he'd have to stake the men when Dany became queen, but knowing something and doing it were two different things. The idiot frog with a grin on his face. He pulled out a scroll and Naruto immediately snatched it from him. Those are not for your eyes, said the idiot frog. Naruto opened the scroll and stopped. He looked at the frog and stared. The frog gulped and stepped back. Naruto proceeded to read the contract. When he finished, he smiled, gave the scroll to Dany, and stood there grinning like a fool. What's your name, kid? Naruto asked. I am Quentyn Martell, Prince of Drone and betrothed to Daenerys Targaryen, said the frog. Answer me, this boy, are you retarded? The entire court laughed, including Oberyn. No, Your Grace, could you read us what the contract says? Naruto asked. Dany had just finished reading the contract, and was smiling just like Naruto. Of course, Lord Namikaze, the alliance will be sealed with a marriage, he says. In exchange for Dorne's aid in overthrowing the usurper, my brother Viserys will take Prince Doran's daughter, Arianne, for his queen. Tell me, retarded Prince of Drone, where does it say Daenerys is your girlfriend here? Quentyn looked to his uncle for help, but the Red Viper just looked at him amused. If you want Drone, then yes, she's my girlfriend, Quentyn said. Naruto looked at the Red Viper. Is this true, my lord? Oberyn shrugged. I don't know what my brother wants. But I agree with you, Lord Namikaze, when you say that this contract says nothing about the queen needing to marry Quentyn. Naruto nodded. You introduced yourself, Prince Quentyn, let me do the same. I am Naruto Namikaze, Lord of Konohagakure and Moat Kalen, discoverer of the Fu Steel and conqueror of the twins. I am the bane of lions and the father of dragons. So tell me, Quentin, what right do you have over Daenerys? The Konoha army marched on Winterfell. Steve Rogers led the warriors. Clint and Oliver led the archers. And the knights simply followed. They arrived at Winterfell a day before the Ironborn men, at the gates. Steve approached the gates and said, "We are the army of Konoha. Lord Namikaze and Lord Stark send us to help defend Winterfell from the Ironborn." The heavy oak door opened. A broad, sturdy man with a large mustache stepped out. "I'm Roderick." "Are you the leader?" Steve nodded. "I'm Steve Rogers, the general of the warriors." At that moment Oliver and Clint arrived at his side. "And these are the generals of the archers, Clint Barton and Oliver Queen." Roderick nodded to the men. "My men will show your men where to rest. You three must come with me. Bran Stark wishes to see you." Meeting the disabled gentleman was an experience for Steve. The young gentleman was kind and respectful, but seeing him unable to walk made Steve want to kill those responsible. By morning, all the men were in position. The warriors outside Winterfell were in position. They were trained to be deadly killers who obeyed orders. Now was the time to test that. The men were all huddled together, their shields in front of them, the front ranks with their spears out, while the rest had their swords out. The archers, in the short time they had set traps inside the city, in case any of the Ironborn managed to get past the warriors. The archers were mostly on the wall, while some hid in the tree line from where the Ironborn would come. The knights were behind the warriors, mainly as backup, since they were not yet integrated into the army's plans. Then they came, 1,000 Ironborn, all of them Ironborn, unlike the Konoha army who used and carried fused steel, and carried swords that looked older than Winterfell. The battle was already lost. They reached their position, led by a man wearing kraken armor. The young man shouted, "Charge!" The fools should have fled. As the Ironborn left the tree line, they were met by a volley of arrows. The Ironborn raised their shields, but when the arrows struck their shield, instead of simply embedding itself in the shield, it passed through and killed the Ironborn. Several Ironborn fell, but the rest continued toward the warriors. Steve stood at the front of the army. He raised his special fused shield and said, "Stay put." The Ironborn were getting closer. Steady. And closer. Steady. And when they were only 20 feet in front of them, "Spear is down!" Steve shouted, lowering his shield and raising his spear. The Ironborn pounded the front line with all the force they had, but instead of their shield shattering or their formation collapsing, the Konoha army stood firm. Several Ironborn were stabbed by the spears, and those who weren't were now a hair's breadth away from the soldiers. Steve roared and thrust his shield forward, pushing back the Ironborn man. The Ironborn man stumbled backward, and Steve brought his spear down and pierced the man. This action was repeated by all the men, and the first wave of Ironborn all died. The next wave arrived, but this time they were all shot down by the archers in the tree line and those from Winterfell. Then the leader came to his senses and ordered a retreat. He turned his horse and ran with his Ironborn companion. Hawkeye saw the man running and shot him with an arrow in the chest, knocking the man off his horse. The Ironborn left him behind, and they all ran. The army broke formation and everyone roared, "Konoha! Konoha! Konoha!" Steve smiled. It was his first battle and his first victory. Naruto smiled as he read the report he received. He had just received word that his army had done an incredible job protecting Winterfell. He had told Rob this, and the Starks had a night of drinking with the men to celebrate. Naruto also received news that the leader of the Ironborn had been captured. It was Theon Greyjoy. Naruto had ordered his men to suppress the traitor until Naruto could get through and have him brought before Rob for justice. Naruto also received news that Stannis had ended the stormtroopers. The man now had enough men to take King's Landing. This caused Tywin Lannister to take his men from Harrenhal and head south to help his family. Harrenhal was now empty except for a few men. Perfect for foraging. The Tyrells, just recovering from the shock of losing Renly, immediately decided to declare for Joffrey. Their army was being assembled, but they wouldn't be ready in time to aid King's Landing. Naruto wondered what Dany would do with this information, but the decision was his. The dragons were growing fast and well. Minato was now as big as a horse, Regal and Hope were a little smaller, but growing rapidly. They flew all over Riverrun, now a common sight to see the three dragons. Naruto had always made sure to send a clone with them when the three dragons went hunting, just to make sure they didn't hurt anyone. Now Naruto was at court with Danny and Rob, the latter suffering from a hangover. Brienne was at Danny's side protecting the queen. Your Grace? Oberyn Martell said. I ask what you do now that Tywin Lannister has recalled his host from Harrenhal. The fortress is unguarded, and the men left there would fall easily. Danny looked at the Red Viper. Going to the fort won't do anything. It might send a message to Tywin and make him look bad, but it won't do anything for us. The foolish man nodded and stepped back. Lord Hornwood approached. My lady, may I ask what we're planning to do? I intended to take Casterly Rock. The statement stirred the court. Then, hushed whispers filled the room. We have the men, the means, and a reason. The gold of Casterly Rock would sustain us for years, and if we wished to send a message to Tywin Lannister, this would be it. Naruto smiled. The plan was set. After the court was dismissed, Naruto called Oberyn. Naruto then spoke. Oberyn, I've found the mountain. The Viper looked at Naruto as if he were a child receiving a gift. My men found him in the wetlands destroying villages. Naruto said. They're bringing him here for you. The assassins had done a good job this time. I can't thank you enough, Lord Namikaze. Oberyn said. Please, we're friends, right? Call me Naruto. Naruto said with a fox-like grin. Yes, we're friends. Oberyn said, then hugged Naruto and went to sharpen his spear. Chapter 16. Naruto stood on a raised platform in what would be considered the town square of Riverrun. Several people were gathered there. Most came to see Danny and her dragons. Danny sat on a large throne at the back of the platform, in the center. In front of her was a block of wood on which the traitors had been beheaded. Danny looked beautiful, and the dragon's scales shone as if they had just been polished. To Danny's right sat Naruto, and next to him was Oberyn Martell. The Red Viper looked like he was about to burst with happiness. After all, this was a day he'd been looking forward to for many, many years. To Danny's left was Rob, and next to Rob was Karstark. Rob was staring down at Ice, who was now lying across his lap. It was a day Rob had wished would never come, but today was the day, and Rob, as Lord Stark, had to fulfill his duties. Karstark, on the other hand, looked like he was about to kill something. He was very angry. His son had died at the hands of Jaime Lannister. Naruto didn't know much about men, but he remembered fighting one a long time ago in Joffrey's tournament where he had first introduced Konoha to the world. The man had honor, unlike his father. Naruto looked at Danny. She nodded. Naruto stood up and walked over to the people. People of Riverrun! Today you will see the execution of Theon Greyjoy and the trail of Ser Gregor Clegane the Mountain. Theon Greyjoy had sworn himself brother to Lord Stark, and then he betrayed the man. He was sent to his father to negotiate, and should he have failed, he was to return. Instead, he collected the Ironborn and under his father's orders, attacked Winterfell. The fool failed, and now he shall face judgment. Naruto signaled to his men, and 2 armed guards led Theon to the platform. Theon was struggling and pleading for mercy. The man was wearing armor with a kraken on it. His shoulder looked as if it had been patched, but the blood stain could still be seen on his armor. Theon was pushed onto the block, and Rob stood beside him. Naruto walked over to Rob and patted him on the shoulder. Rob pulled out ice, set him down, and said, Theon changes the cloak, Greyjoy. What do you say in your defense? Rob, please. Theon looked at the stableman, his eyes filling with tears. Please, Rob. We were brothers. We still are. Please, Rob, I always loved you. Please. Rob looked at Theon, his eyes cold. And I loved you, Theon. And so I will be the one to execute you. Rob raised his sword high, looked one last time at Theon's form. Rob began to remember the times he spent with Theon. When they both first arrived at Winterfell, when he first smiled at Rob, when he risked his life to save Bran from the wildlings. When he stood beside Rob when his father died. When Rob called him brother, Rob lowered his sword and cut off his own head, a clean kill. Rob sheathed his sword and sat back down. Danny squeezed his hand, no stranger to heartache. After Theon's body was taken away, Naruto looked at the people. Now the trial of Ser Gregor Clegane. He has been accused of several counts of rape, murder, and treason. He has raped several children, some cases maidens as young as 13. In the case of a girl named Leyen, he beat her and then let his men have her. All the while making the girl's father watch. Bring out the mountain! A door opened, and several men in chains emerged. There were at least 20 men in chains, and all the chains led to a giant man named Gregor Clegane. The man had a collar around his neck with 10 chains holding that collar in place. The man was also handcuffed. The handcuffs were metal and had 10 chains. Overall, the mountain was immobilized by the metal he had on him, which was fun steel. When the mountain was dragged to the center of the square, the people moved away, leaving a large space between the mountain and the rest of the people. The moment Naruto found out about the things this man had done, Naruto wanted to shove a glass bottle up his ass and then break it. He felt horrible even mentioning the things the man had done, but he knew this man wasn't his to kill. If anyone had the right to kill him, it was either that poor little girl Lena or her father. Both were broken people now. His clones had gone looking for the two after he found out what had happened. When he arrived at the tavern, he saw a broken father and a daughter who refused to leave her room. They had come close to committing suicide, but Naruto's clone had submerged himself. He offered Lena the chance to watch the mountain suffer. That's why the girl was now standing next to the platform, watching all of this. Naruto looked at the girl. She was trembling, with anger or fear, which Naruto didn't know. Her father hugged her when he saw the monster. Naruto now looked at the red viper. The man was turning redder and redder by this point. The viper wanted revenge, just like the people of the Riverlands. Naruto looked at the giant. How do you beg mountain? The giant looked at Naruto and then at Danny. He smiled. Hey little miss, how about you suck my cock? Naruto raised an eyebrow. Now he really wanted to kill the man. Enough of this, Oberyn said. Tell us your answer, guilty or not? The mountain looked at the viper. Get out of here. He turned to Danny. Well, what do you think? Naruto felt like he was about to explode. He wanted to skin the man. Maybe there was some Bolton in him after all. Naruto glared at the man. You don't mind if we kill you? The mountain glared at Naruto. Heh, as if you could. You're all a bunch of cowards. They call you the Flash. Does that mean you're fast at everything? I'm a mountain, and you're a fox. Go back to that bucking queen and maybe if you ask her nicely, she'll jerk you off tonight. The mountain started laughing and no one dared to follow his actions. Rob looked at Naruto. The fox's face was cool now that he was pissed off. So, you're telling me you don't feel remorse? Naruto asked in a cold and calm voice. You don't feel guilty for what you've done? You raped so many women and killed so many children, you mean to tell me you don't care? The mountain looked at Naruto. Usually they would be angry by now. Yeah, I don't give a buck. So what? That's all you are, hick sleeves. Naruto narrowed his eyes. He was trying so hard not to kill this man. He was so close to snapping and revealing a Rasengan up the mountain's ass. He could almost feel vigilance begging him to draw it and bring the mountain down. Oberyn stood up. Do you know who Elia Martell is? He asked. The mountain shook his head. I don't know. Why was she a boar you bucked? She was my sister. Oberyn grabbed his spear, leaped off the stage, and headed for the mountain. Let him go! The soldiers looked at Naruto. The fox nodded, undid the chains, and removed the man's handcuffs. My sword? The mountain demanded. They gave him a great sword, and the mountain smiled at the sight of a weapon. You'll know who it is, said the viper, and stalked the man. He twirled his spear, and the mountain twirled his sword. The viper charged first, thrusting the weapon and piercing the mountain's armor. The mountain swung in response, but missed, and the sword embedded itself in the ground. The mountain tried to raise the sword, but as it bent, Oberyn stabbed the man in the leg. You raped her, the viper said as he stabbed the mountain's leg again. You murdered her. He twisted the blade in the wound. You killed her children. The mountain finally drew his sword, but his left leg was now injured. The mountain limped toward the viper while Oberyn just smiled, the viper having already struck out with its fangs. The mountain raised its sword and swung this time, completely missing the red viper and losing its balance. The mountain fell. Oberyn stood over the man and looked at him. You raped her, murdered her, and killed her children. How do you plead? The mountain swung his hand and that knocked Oberyn off his feet. The mountain was immediately upon him, and he looked the man straight in the eyes. I raped. He punched Oberyn in the face. I killed her. He chanted again, this time breaking Oberyn's nose. I killed her children. Would you like to see how? The man began to thrust into Oberyn's face. Just then a scream came out. No! It was Lena. She had a dagger in her hand and had escaped from her father's grasp. She ran towards the mountain, who looked up from Oberyn and saw the girl. He swiped at her with one hand, but the time he looked away from the viper it became his downfall. The viper took out 2 daggers in each hand and stuck all 4 into the mountain at the neck. The mountain looked down at the man, still holding a hand over the viper's left eye. The mountain could feel his life draining away, so he left Oberyn a parting gift. He stuck his finger into the viper's left eye and destroyed the eye. Blood flowed out along with the remains of the eye. With that final act, the mountain took his last breath. News arrived of the Battle of Blackwater. Tyrion Lannister had managed to set fire to the sea, destroying the ships sent by Stannis Baratheon. Now there were hundreds of broken timbers in the waters there, and then the rest of Stannis' men attacked the city of King's Landing. It seems the city suffered severe damage in the siege, but just when it seemed Stannis was about to win, Tywin arrived with his host and saved the day. It was said that the Tyrells would be in King's Landing within a month. When they arrived, King's Landing would be untouchable even by Dany's army. The Tyrells hadn't arrived yet, but it didn't make much difference. The Lannisters were mostly in King's Landing, leaving Casterly Rock to be taken. Daenerys' army now numbered 215,600. More than enough to take the Rock and defend Riverrun. The Konoha army was now at Winterfell and ready to move at a moment's notice. Naruto also now had another 1,000 men ready in Konoha, 500 archers and 500 warriors. The new batch was ordered to guard Konoha. Naruto had also ordered a new military system to be made, where women could join and train. Naruto wasn't sure how many would actually join, but he had high hopes. Speaking of women of action, Lena, the girl who was brave enough, or foolish enough, to attack the mountain, became Dany's personal handmaid. The girl and Dany got along well, and Dany made it her personal mission to find Lena a man worthy of her. Lena's father was happy with the arrangement and left with a smile, knowing his daughter would have a bright future. Naruto had begun pressuring the assassins to find Arya. The girl was still missing, and Naruto, for his part, was surprised at how a child could hide so well. Naruto had also received a report from one of his clones that he now had access to Dragonstone. The clone told him that he had placed a seal on the main chamber of Stannis' war room. Naruto was excited to hear any information from Stannis, especially about the woman accompanying him, the red-headed Melisandre. From his clone's memories, Naruto knew the woman was beautiful, almost as beautiful as Dany. But there was something strange about her. Everything she wore was red, her hair red, her dress red, her nails were red. But the strangest thing was her eyes red. Naruto wanted to see it for himself, to see if the magic was real or not. He was curious. So one day, after everyone was asleep and Naruto made sure the dragons were taken care of and put to sleep, he left for Dragonstone. Naruto appeared in a flash of light, and saw that he was surrounded by Stannis' men and Stannis himself. He seemed to have interrupted a meeting and stood on a table shaped like Westeros. He looked at Stannis. "Sorry to burst in like that, Stannis," the man said, looking like he was about to burst a vein. "I wasn't used to traveling to Dragonstone." "I'm sorry, Namikaze. Get off my damn table," Stannis ordered, which Naruto did willingly. Naruto saw that along with him and Stannis, there were others in the room. There was Davos, as the clone had found out, Stannis' wife Celis, and the Red Lady Melisandre. "Am I interrupting something?" Naruto asked with a smile. "You will bow to your king," Davos said. "He is not my king, I have a queen." "Yes, that dragon, that dash," Stannis began and then stopped when he saw the expression on Naruto's face. "Woman," he completed, making Naruto smile. "Why are you here, traitor?" Celis yelled. God, that woman was loud. "I'm here to him." Naruto started thinking quickly. He had hoped that no one would be here so he could explore Dragonstone in peace and maybe talk to the red-haired woman alone. Maybe even find some of the rumored dragon eggs here. He might as well go with the obvious answer. "I came here to negotiate peace." Stannis narrowed his eyes. "I told you I wouldn't support you." Naruto smiled. Now he had a plan in his head. "Well, that was when you had enough ships to attack King's Landing. Now you don't, and you could use an ally. Especially one that's winning this war. That's now 3 kings and a queen?" Stannis narrowed his eyes even further. "I may have lost some good men, but that doesn't mean I'm out of this war." Naruto's smile fell. "I was really hoping you'd join us. I can promise you Storm's End if you join us, and maybe even some Lannister land if you join us right now." I am the rightful king! I am the rightful owner of the entire land, and you offer me what is already mine by birthright, Naruto sighed. You claim to be the rightful king, but there's one small problem. You have almost zero rights. Your brother first took the Targaryen throne, and then after his death, you claim his children are bastards, so you have the only legitimate claim? Oh God, what a joke! Stannis drew his sword, Lightbringer. The sword flashed and looked like it was going to blind Naruto. Naruto drew vigilance and leaped onto the table. Before Stannis could follow, Naruto already had vigilance at Stannis' throat. Listen, Stannis, you don't have much of a choice. You could stay here and memorize while we reclaim the Iron Throne, then come here and kill you. Or you can join us and the riches such an alliance would bring. Your choice. I'll return tomorrow. Naruto then walked away, leaving a frustrated Stannis and a curious Melisandre. Melisandre was aware of Flash. However, she was unaware of his magic or how to copy it. This man intrigued her. When she went to his chambers that night and looked into the flames, she saw the man sleeping. He looked normal at first, but as she continued to stare, she saw something beneath his skin. Just below Naruto's image was something else. I could see the outline of something that looked like a nine-tailed creature. The flames then suddenly burst into gold, pushing the Red Lady back. When Melisandre looked back at the flames, she saw Naruto standing on the wall. The Flash was covered in flames and looked like the embodiment of light itself. He looked beyond the wall to the north. Passing the forest line was a big deal. Just as he was about to appear, the flames froze. Melisandre took a step back. In front of her was now frozen by her flame. The Red Woman looked and saw that there was a spark in the flames inside the ice, and just before that too froze, she saw Naruto attacking the creature. Melisandre chose the wrong side. Naruto Namikaze was Azor Ahai, the legend. She had to convince Stannis to join her side now. Chapter 17. The next day, Naruto went to see Dany and told her about his visit last night, and he offered peace to Stannis. What? He shouted. Naruto, the last time we offered peace to that man, he turned our offer down right in our faces, and now he doesn't have enough men. What good does he do anyone? Naruto took a step back. He could kill thousands of men, but Dany scared him. He couldn't tell her the truth that he went there just for the fun of it, and then made the peace offer on the spot. He still has ships, Dany. Plenty of them. If we're going to take King's Landing, we need them. And if he's our ally, then we can get the Dragon Stone without bloodshed. That place is a fortress, and there are rumors of dragon eggs there too. Naruto said all that without stopping or taking a breath. He had revised this little speech just in time for when Dany asked. Dany leaned back in her throne. Those are good reasons, Naruto, even if they sounded a little scripted. Damn it, she caught him. I don't appreciate that you spoke to the enemy before consulting me first, but I'll let it pass. Dany was really putting herself in the queen's position. These days it was rare to see the old Dany. Naruto missed her, but he knew she had responsibilities now and could fool around. That day was spent preparing the army for the march on Casterly Rock. Naruto was to lead it with Rob. They had 200,000 men under their control, leaving 15,600 men at Riverrun. Oberyn stayed at Riverrun. The man now had an eye patch and his spear skills were diminished. He now vowed to practice every day to do the things he once did with 2 eyes, now doing them with 1. That night Naruto managed to calm Dany down, and she even gave him a good luck kiss. That night, Naruto approached Dragonstone to meet with Stannis and get his answer. When it flashed, he appeared in the war room again and stood on the table. He looked around and saw that it was empty, except for Stannis and the Red Lady, Melisandre. Naruto smiled at Stannis and jumped off the table. So Stannis, what's your answer? The man narrowed his eyes. Yes. What are your terms? Naruto smiled and then turned serious. All we need are your ships and you men when we attack King's Landing. Other than that, you don't have to do much. I'll also search Dragonstone for any dragon eggs. If you wish, you can sail and land on Derry. From there you can join Dany at Riverrun. You should leave your men here as we will need them. Stannis looked at Naruto and nodded. I need to speak with my hand and my wife. Return tomorrow and I will have my answer, Namikaze. Stannis turned and left the room. Just as Naruto was about to flash, the Red Lady spoke. Lord Namikaze, may I have a moment? Naruto nodded. This was what he wanted in the first place anyway. He sat at one end of the table, near the north, and Melisandre sat at the other end, near the south. "I've been meaning to speak with you, my lady," Naruto began. "I've heard you can do magic," Melisandre nodded. "I've heard the same about you, and you've also shown me what you can do. Tell me, can you really see the future in your flames?" "Yes, I do. I even saw you once." Naruto opened his eyes in surprise. "Me? What was I doing?" "You were standing on the edge of the wall, looking beyond to the north. Then something froze my flames." "Did he freeze his flames?" "How?" Melisandre went to the door and ushered a boy inside. She pushed a bowl of ice into the boy. The ice looked alive and seemed like it had been frozen in flames. The boy was soon dismissed. Melisandre sat down. "So, that's how it is. Tell me, Lord Namikaze, do you know the story of Azor Ahai? It is said that during the long night, Azor Ahai rose and defeated the others, wielding a sword of fire, called Lightbringer. Am I correct?" The Red Lady nodded. "That is correct. I'm surprised you know, my lord. Not many people here in Westeros know the legend. I'm not your average person. Tell me the legendary sword Lightbringer, is it the same sword Stannis now wields?" Melisandre shook her head. "No, the sword may glow like the Lightbringers, but it has no heat. It is simply a symbol I helped Stannis make." "I see. What does this have to do with the vision you had of me in your flames?" Naruto was curious. This woman had a story and Naruto wanted to know it. "I came to Stannis believing he was the reincarnation of Azor. I was wrong. But now I think I know where the true hero lies." "Who? You?" he said simply. Naruto was losing his rational side. This woman was half crazy. I wasn't a hero, he thought. But still, Naruto's mind wondered if it was true. "I think you might not have the right person." "No, I think I've finally found the right person. You're the hero, the savior of this world from others." "I saw it." Naruto narrowed his eyes. "Tell me exactly what you saw." "I told you you were standing dash, not that. There must be something else you saw, something that makes you think I'm Azor." "Tell me what." "I saw you on the wall, and you were covered in flames. The flames were bright yellow, and you had black markings. You radiated life and energy. That's how I know you are Azor Ahai." Naruto stood up. This woman, she had just perfectly described my Ninetales chakra mode. How the hell did she know? Could she really see the future? And if she can, does that mean I'm really a legendary warrior? I never considered myself a hero, just someone who wanted to help. I came from a different world, for crying out loud. I came from nowhere. How am I supposed to save everyone? Melisandre spoke. "I understand that you are confused, but I can help you. I can show you the way. I can teach you the ways of Lawler and help you reach your destiny. You need my help and you know it." Naruto looked at this woman in front of him. His face frowned, something he rarely did. "Do you think I'm weak?" "No, my lord, I dash." "Do you think I'm lost? A child needed guidance? I survived without your Lord of Light, and I did for a long time. I created my path and made a life worth living on my own. I save Westeros if I have to, but not because of some prophecy, but because I am who I am. You want to see the power and the flames? Look at this." Naruto activated his cloak and was covered in yellow flames. Melisandre nearly fell off her feet at the sight of him standing before her. There was no doubt about it. It was Azor Ahai reincarnated. "I'll never be your pawn." And with that, Naruto walked away from there back to Riverrun. Melisandre simply blinked. What she saw was all the proof she needed. She would go to Riverrun and help Daenerys, not because she was loyal to her, but because she wanted Naruto's trust. Further proof she needed that Naruto was a force of life, not death, was right in front of her. When he transformed, she saw that the table, which was made of wood, was growing branches. He could feel the life erupting from him. He was the one, and Melisandre would make sure to help him. The next day, Naruto set out to capture Casterly Rock. It would take 3 days to reach the rock, and Naruto could hardly wait. Naruto took Minato with him. Well, it was more Minato refusing to let Naruto go without taking him with him. The dragon, now the size of a small caravan, flew above the marching host. On the second day, the host came across the Golden Tooth. The tooth was the reason the Lannisters were so rich, and it was an important place they had to meet if they wanted a way to get to the rock and Lannisport without problems. The castle was heavily guarded by archers and men ready to defend it at any moment. Naruto had ordered the men to camp, and Naruto now stood at the edge of the camp, staring at the castle. They had a heavy oak gate for themselves, and it looked like the castle could hold its host for a long time before they gave up. The castle was also built on a pass, so there was no way around the damn thing. Naruto stroked Minato's head as he thought of plans to open the gate. He could use a Rasengan to blast it open, but then there would be archers on the other side shooting arrows at him. Naruto then looked at the dragon. Minato could breathe flames, black flames. Maybe he could convince Minato to burn the gate. Naruto smiled at the thought. "Hey Minato," he said to the dragon. The black dragon looked at Naruto. "Would you like to help me with something?" The dragon turned its head sideways almost as if asking what. "Could you burn the doors for us?" The dragon looked at the tooth gates and then nodded at Naruto. The dragon then roared, and black flames shot out of its mouth. Naruto patted Minato on the head. "Good boy." "Men!" he said, turning to the soldier. "Get ready, men, at dawn we attack!" The men roared in approval. The next morning, the soldiers of the Golden Tooth Castle awoke to find the Namikaze host ready and standing at attention. Facing the host was Naruto Namikaze, in his dreaded armor. He was not on horseback and had no weapons drawn. The soldiers quickly took up positions and hoped to survive to see another morning. They had all heard the legend of Namikaze. They just hoped they, too, would never become part of it. Naruto raised his hands. "Wait for my signal," he said to the men. They all nodded. Naruto lowered his hand, and Minato, who was at the back of the army, launched himself into the sky to attack the gates. The soldier looked up at the sky and saw a black speck coming toward them. At first, they thought it was a large rock thrown at them. Soon, the object changed trajectory and approached the gates of the tooth. Just as the thing was close enough to recognize, a voice erupted among the men. "Dragon?" The black dragon flew toward the gate and breathed flames into it. It hovered there, flapping its wings until the entire gate was burned. Then it flew up and attacked the petrified archers at the top of the castle. It burned most of them, and then Minato flew back. "Now!" Naruto shouted, the men shouted, "Namikaze!" and he charged the castle. Within an hour the castle was overgrown, and with it the Lannister gold. They had lost 300 men in that battle, but they had the unconditional surrender of the people and the remaining soldiers there. The people were asked to join Dany and her empire, and those who accepted went with 100 men to Riverrun. The people who went to Riverrun also took their wounded and 100,000 gold coins with them. Those who refused were released and fled. Naruto left 500 men behind at Golden Tooth, and with his host of 199,100 men went to attend Casterly Rock. The journey to the rock took a day and a half, and when Naruto saw it, he understood why the Lannisters loved the place. The fortress is carved into a large stone hill, and its natural defenses are further enhanced by walls and other structures. It is crisscrossed by a tunnel with rooms and chambers, with a massive tower at its highest point. Capturing the rock seemed nearly impossible, especially with 1,000 armed men inside. Tywin could have taken most of the Lannister men with him to King's Landing, but there was still plenty left to protect the rock. Naruto smiled. He was so strong that they said he was invincible. That's before he tried it. So the men now camped on the outskirts of the camp. The people had already fled to the fort. Naruto now sat with Rob discussing how to invade the rock. "Naruto, could you take it? Like you did with the twins?" Naruto sighed. "I could open the gates for you and break the bridge that leads from the main mountain to the secondary mountain, but other than that, no. I can't agree to the thing." Rob raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean by safe?" Naruto shrugged. "I could cut the mountain in half, but that would destroy the rock and everything inside. It would be unusable." Rob nodded. "Naruto, I know you might not like the idea, but why not?" Naruto's eyes widened. "Why not? Rob, how can you say that? What about all the people who live on it? And the rock itself is a valuable piece of history. How would you like it if the Lannisters destroyed Winterfell? They might as well have. They took Bran's legs off. Then they went to war because a brother and sister kept bucking each other. Their bastard son killed my father just because he felt like it, and he tried to use his own sword to do it. They caused so much pain, they should know what it means for their world to have no meaning." Naruto closed his eyes. Rob was right. If Naruto did this, he would save his men's lives. The Lannisters needed to pay. They ordered Gregor to destroy the Riverlands. They set that monster on innocent people. He killed, raped, and pillaged. And their king is a psychotic hitch who's starving his people. They deserved to have their world shaken. That day, as the sun was setting, Naruto, Rob, and several lords stood on the bridge leading to the fortress that is Casterly Rock. Minato was out hunting in the forest, so Naruto knew he would accidentally hurt the dragon. Naruto summoned 2 clones. They began to form the Raisin Disc. The lords and Rob watched the ball spinning in Naruto's hand in awe. They were shocked at how something so small could destroy the rock. They had heard rumors of it being used when Naruto faced Tywin Lannister, but seeing it and hearing it were 2 different things. The Raisin Disc now formed, and the clones dissipated. Naruto raised the destruction disc into the air. He looked at Rob. "Are you sure this is the right thing to do?" "No," came the reply. Naruto chuckled. "I was thinking the same thing." Naruto stared at the rock. Now was the time. If he had done this, he would have single-handedly killed thousands of people and destroyed something as beautiful as the rock in the process. He closed his eyes and thought of the alternative, a long, bloody battle where countless of his men would die. Rob could die, and even Minato. At that thought, Naruto opened his eyes, drew back the disc, and threw it directly at the fort. The Raisin Disc slashed into the center of the mountain, and slowly made its way toward the center of the mountain. When Naruto thought it was time, he sent a command to the Raisin Disc to expand. At first, it seemed like nothing had happened, and then, in the next second, large, spinning white blades shot out of the mountain and sliced it in half. Naruto stared at what he had done. The mountain began to slowly move to the right. The top half of the fort collapsed into the sea below. With a giant splash, the mountain collided with the water and broke apart. Naruto stared at what remained of the fort, a cleanly cut ruin that had once been the pride of the Lannisters. 2 days had passed since the rock fell. Naruto had been in a state of shock ever since. Rob took over and carried what remained of the rock. There were several political hostages on the smaller mountain behind the one Naruto had destroyed. Rob had left Lord Hornwood in charge of the rock with 99,000 men. They had also acquired 2 million gold coins. Naruto now rode silently on the back of the host. Rob approached him. "How much sleep did you get last night?" "1 hour," Naruto replied. "Did you find out how many died? Why are you doing this yourself? There's nothing you can do knowing his name. They were innocent people, Rob. They deserve to be remembered. Now tell me, how many?" Rob sighed. 8,000 soldiers and 200 civilians. Most of them were on the smaller mountain, so you avoided them. Naruto nodded. "There aren't many innocents, that's good." Rob smiled. "I've never met a man who likes you, Naruto. One who seeks out the enemy. You're the most unpredictable person I know. The #1 unpredictable warrior." Naruto laughed at that. His mood improved, but every night before going to bed he cried a tear for all the people he'd killed. But he'd saved so many more by doing so. Cersei walked down the castle corridor in the Red Keep. Her father had summoned her and informed her it was an urgent matter. The days following the Battle of Blackwater were relaxing for some of Cersei's party. Stannis was now back on his rock and posed no threat to Joffrey. Namikaze and his dragon boar were still at Riverrun, last she heard. True Drone had sided with that dragon boar, but Cersei would teach them. The Tyrell army was approaching fast and would be heard within a month. With them, King's Landing would be unbeatable. Now there was urgent news that his father had summoned him, and Cersei knew it was a game-changer, whether for them or for her remained to be seen. He knocked on the door. "Come in." Tywin's voice sounded dry and clipped. It was as if the man had the voice of a dying animal. When Cici entered the chamber, she saw that the room looked as if a hurricane had passed through it. Her father was on the floor, his knuckles bleeding, and there were traces of blood all over the room. She ran to her father. "Father!" he said, kneeling beside the man. "What happened?" Tywin looked at Cersei and picked up a letter from the floor beside him and handed it to her. It read, "Lord Tywin, Casterly Rock destroyed by Flash, Willem, Martin, Janie I and Jenna Lannister captured. Lost Goldtooth send help. Master Sirlin." The paper fell from Cersei's grasp as soon as she read it. They had 3 children, and their aunt, as well as Jaime, was captured. They had destroyed the rock and taken all the Lannister gold. This was the moment Cersei realized she no longer had a home. The rock was gone. Cersei fell to her knees in tears. The lions didn't roar that day, they wept. Arya Stark had just escaped from Harrenhal with the help of a man of many faces. Now she traveled with Gendry and Hot Tart. They traveled halfway to Harrenhal and were halfway to Riverrun. She couldn't wait to see her brother. So, do you think your brother would need a blacksmith? Gendry asked Arya. I'm sure Rob could use one. Arya replied. Arya, do you think your brother would need a baker? Hot Pie asked. Yes. Hot Cake, I'm sure, and he's not, I'll insist. Well, I hope so. I mean, if not, then I don't really know what to do. I can't really do much. I guess I could cook, but I like baking more. You know why? It's because, shut up, Hot Pie! Arya and Gendry said at the same time. They both laughed at Hot Pie's face. Soon, however, Arya heard a voice. Quick, she said in a whisper. Get down, I think someone's coming. The three hid behind a tree and heard 4 voices. I'm telling you, Fraud, the Flash is a demon. There's a rumor he destroyed Casterly Rock. Single-handed. Oh, come on, Nick, I'm sure it's just a rumor. No, Nick's right, Fraud. And I'll tell you, that Flash guy never lost a battle. His army defended Winterfell against the Ironborn, you know. And he destroyed Tywin Lannister's host. Lugo is right, Fraud, they call him the Lannister's nightmare. Really, Siku? Yes, really. And you know what else I heard? The voices slowly faded away. The trio slowly emerged from their hiding places and began to walk away. But when they reached the road, they realized that the 4 men were waiting for them. 2 had bows, and the other 2 had swords. Well, look what we have here. 3 little ones, said the one called Fraud. Yeah, some pretty green-looking bastards, aren't they? Said the one called Siku. Maybe we should cut them up and give them to the bears in these woods, Nick said. Yes, the fat one especially. But not the little girl, she's going to be ours, Lugo said. Girl? One of them is a girl? Nick asked, looking at Lugo. Yeah, can't you see? Lugo said, pointing at the 3 of them. Which one? The tall one? Nick asked. No, idiot, he's more manly than you. The short one, Lugo said, looking at Nick's short stature. Hey, that's racist. Enough. We can discuss this later, okay? Said Fraud. Okay, were 3 responses. The 4 now looked at Arya and the others with a sadistic look in their eyes. Gendry drew a sword he had found at Harrenhal, while Arya drew her sword needle. Hot Pie picked up a stone. Hot Pie then yelled, H, and shot through the stone at Nick. The man was hit and felt a step backward. Hot Pie then charged at them. He took 2 steps before being shot full of arrows. Gendry immediately steps in front of Arya. Arya, run! He said. No, I can fight too, Arya said. No, Arya, you're too important. Run now! Only Nick shot Gendry with an arrow, causing Gendry to collapse in pain. Arya looked at the wound and saw blood pouring out. Then she realized this was the end for her. But she couldn't. She had so much she still wanted to do. She wanted to kill Cersei and Joffrey. She needed to kill the Hound. Arya lifted Needle higher and saw the 4 men grinning. He stepped forward. They were close to her. Nick kicked Hot Pie's body, and then Arya turned red. If she was going to die, she'd take them with her. But suddenly, just at that moment, a whistling sound was heard in the woods. For a second, that sound echoed in the forest, and then, suddenly, something struck 2 of the men in the back. The 2 men, Nick and Fraud, fell like a sack. What the hell? Lugo said. Arya saw 2 daggers sticking out of their necks. Then, suddenly, a black blur emerged from a tree. The blur was at Sika's neck and twisted, killing the man. The blur then struck Lugo in the arm and pushed the man face down. The blur then stopped, and Arya realized it was a man. He raised his left hand, and a leaf popped out of nowhere. Rest in peace, the man said, and stabbed it into Lugo's neck. The man closed Lugo's eyes, and so did the other men. Then he approached Arya. Arya was still holding Needle. Easy kid, I don't want to hurt you, said the mysterious man. Who are you? Arya asked. My name is Ezio. I'm an assassin sent to find you. That caught Arya's attention. I mean, you know the damage, I promise. How can I trust you? Arya asked. Because if I wanted to kill you, you'd be dead. Arya nodded slowly and sheathed Needle. Then she looked at Gendry. Can you help him? The assassin Ezio looked at Gendry's wound and took out a box. I'll try. Then she opened the box and took the paste inside. She removed the arrow and applied it to the wound in one motion. After a moment, Gendry seemed calmer and in less pain. Who sent you to find me? Arya asked the assassin. Your brother asked my teacher to find you, was the reply. Who is your master? The man smiled at this. Naruto Namikaze, Chapter 18. By the time Naruto and Rob arrived at Riverrun, Naruto was reunited with Ezio, who had found the young Arya looking austere. The moment he saw his brother, he ran to him. The sight of the two family members reunited was heartwarming. Naruto smiled at the sight. Just then Danny approached him. "I know what you did, Naruto." Naruto looked at her, tried to smile as he told her he was okay and that he was fine, but she knew him too well. "Danny, I see them every night before I go to bed. I can almost hear them." Danny hugged Naruto. "No, Naruto, what you did was extraordinary. You killed as few people as you could and saved many in the process. If the men had attacked, most would have died and most of the innocent people would have been caught in the crossfire. You saved that, Naruto." Naruto just stared at Danny. He slowly wiped away a tear he didn't shed. "Then you, Danny." Naruto pulled her closer and hugged her. "I'll always be there for you, my little fox. Don't forget that." She kissed him, and Naruto felt the warmth return to his soul. Somehow, she always made him feel better. Somehow. The next day at breakfast, Arya approached Naruto. She was wearing a dress that somehow didn't seem to suit her. She bowed to him. "Lord Namikaze, I would like to thank you for saving me." Naruto smiled. He could see how much she hated the clothes she wore. "It was Ezio who saved you, my lady. I did nothing." Arya looked Naruto straight in the eyes. "My lord, may I make a request?" Naruto nodded. "It would depend on the request. If it's reasonable, I accept." At this moment, Rob's eyes were as big as saucers. Arya was acting like a lady and a noblewoman. Arya. Ladylike. Rob had never thought he'd see the day. "I'd like you to train me to be an assassin," he said. Rob spat out his drink. "What? Arya, what are you talking about?" Arya looked at her brother. "Ezio told me that his master was Lord Namikaze and that he had taught Ezio everything he knew. I want to learn. I want to be an assassin." Naruto looked at her. His smile disappeared. "Why, Naruto, you can't be considering this!" Rob shouted. "Wait, Rob, listen to her." Naruto replied, then gestured for Arya to speak. "I want revenge," he said. "Is that so?" Arya nodded. "Then that's not good enough," Naruto replied. "What?" Arya said. "Revenge is a powerful motivator. But if you want to be a killer, you need much more than revenge. You need a creed, a cause. A reason to fight beyond revenge." Arya looked at Naruto as if he had grown a second head. "When you find a suitable reason, tell me, and maybe I'll reconsider." Naruto stood up and left. Rob stood up immediately after and caught up with Naruto. "Naruto, what are you thinking? Now she'll never fail to find a reason. And she can't be a murderer, she's only 10 years old. And a woman. She should be a lady," Naruto chuckled. "Rob, if she finds a reason, a proper reason, then neither you nor I nor anyone else could stop her from doing what she wants. She has, after all, the wild wolf in her. And what is she? She is a woman, she is still a Stark." And with that, the argument was dropped, mainly because Rob knew Naruto was right. That day Naruto was looking up at the monthly report of Konohagakure and Moat Kalen. Konohagakure now had a population of 50,000. The largest population in the north. By now, the city was thriving. The army had a total of 2,000 units ready. 1,000 warriors and 1,000 archers in the male divisions. The new female division had 700 archers and 20 new assassins. Most of the women who joined the army were now under a new branch, the medics. There were about 400 medics in Konohagakure, making Konohagakure the healthiest city. Konohagakure's borders were now secure. The land that had once belonged to the Boltons, who had taken the primary lords, Karstark and Hornwood, had been returned and a daily patrol was established on the border. The city itself was now indestructible. The walls were 80 feet high and as thick as rocks. Daenerys and Naruto had received a letter from the wall indicating an urgent need for men. It seemed the wildlings were attacking the wall, and this time they had a king to help them. Naruto ordered his men stationed at Winterfell to defend the wall. The 3,700 men who had left Winterfell were expected to reach the wall within a month. Then there was Moat Kalen. The castle was now defended by 100 men from Konohagakure. But in reality, it was the headquarters of the assassins. Now numbering 70 members, the assassins were led by Ezio and Altair. They assigned the missions, and Naruto took a back seat to the order. Tonight there was going to be a party, to celebrate the fall of the wall and the victory by force over the Lannisters. Naruto sat at the table with Danny at his side and in the center, and Rob was on his left. It was a joyful feast. The meat was good, the meat juicy, and Naruto forgot for that moment the crushing guilt he felt. Several songs were played, including legendary singer Dinah Lance, also known as Black Canary. Her voice was almost hypnotizing, and she was also very pleasing to the eye. The night was running for a long time when Arya approached Naruto. "Lord Namikaze," he said as he bowed. "Lady Stark?" Naruto replied. "I've found a creed," he said simply, looking Naruto straight in the eyes. He knew he was serious, but he asked the next question anyway. "Are you sure?" "Yeah." "What is it?" "To protect the innocent and avenge the wronged." "Who are those who have been wronged?" Naruto asked. He was surprised by their creed. It sounded so similar to one that he wanted to stand for that long again. "The people." "Would murder be wrong?" Naruto asked as he took a sip of mead. "Yeah." "Then kill everyone here." Naruto slid a dagger across the table and Arya looked at it strangely. What? "If killing is wrong and against your creed, then kill everyone here." "But they haven't done anything wrong. They only killed Lannister men. The Lannisters deserve their deaths, and I killed a lot of people. That feels good to me." "Yeah, why?" "Because I'm not a Lannister?" "Yeah." Naruto sighed. The girl was close but no dice. "Wrong. My worldview is twisted and narrow. Just because the Lannisters killed a member of your family doesn't mean it's right to allow us to kill your family. So where's justice?" Danny asked. She looked at Naruto, fire shining in her eyes. God, those eyes. "There is no such thing," Naruto said. "Once, when I was very young, I thought I could be justice. To be the good person in the war and not kill. I thought I could judge this world because I was justice. That was a creed I had a long time ago. Now I realize that I can't be like anyone else can. It's impossible in a world like this." "What's your creed now?" Arya asked. Naruto looked at Danny. "To protect those I love, by any means necessary." Danny smiled and they kissed. Arya left, thinking all the while about Naruto's response. As Naruto and Danny broke the kiss, Rob stood up. "People! My friends, today is a time for celebration!" The men cheered. "We have won a great battle! Lions don't roar, they cry!" This was met with another shout of approval. "I'd like to make a toast." He turned to Danny and Naruto. "To Queen Daenerys and the Flash." Rob gulped down his drink and Naruto and Danny stood up and the crowd cheered. At that moment, a flash of silver flashed by. Naruto turned and saw a servant stab Danny in the back. "Danny! No!" Naruto threw the man across the room and bent down to see the damage. He was stabbed in the back, but she would live if she saw a maester. The only place Naruto trusted to help Danny was Konoha, where there were several healers. Just as he was about to flash there, he felt a stab in his back. Naruto fell to his knees. He turned and saw Rob standing over him. "Our Rob?" Naruto asked. Rob was his friend. "Why?" "Why? You're a monster, Naruto, one I can't afford to let loose should you attack my house and do to it what you did to the rock. We have peace in your death." "I'm sorry." Naruto felt more daggers hitting his back, one severing his spinal cord at the small of his back. He couldn't concentrate. He could probably send a person to Konoha to heal, and Naruto knew what he had to do. He touched Danny's unconscious body and disappeared in a flash of yellow light. Naruto smiled. Maybe she was still saved. He turned to Rob and sighed. "Buck off, Rob." Naruto then closed his eyes. Robb Stark did it. He killed a god. The wolf ordered his men to kill the Dornishmen who were still alive. Robb himself killed Quently, but Oberyn disappeared before Robb could kill him too. Robb had been planning this for months. When Naruto became a legend by destroying the rock, Robb seized his opportunity. He was also waiting to make sure Naruto's men left Winterfell. The fools wouldn't receive news of Naruto's death until they reached the wall. Now there was a steady peace with Tywin Lannister and Robb. The peace treaty was that Robb would be king in the north. He would be an independent ruler of the Iron Throne. Tywin had even sweetened the deal by allowing Robb to keep the Riverlands and part of his kingdom. All Robb had to do was kill Dany and Naruto. Robb would have preferred to have Dany as his wife, but it wasn't to be. He looked at Naruto's body, feeling a pang of guilt. But if the death of one man meant the end of a war and spared the lives of many, so be it. My lord, Karstark said. What should we do with the body? Robb looked at the mess on the table. Throw it in the ditch. In the hour that followed, Robb Stark was the busiest he'd ever been. He had to lock Arya up and make sure she didn't get out. She seemed to have taken a great liking to the late Namikaze. Robb then sent a message to Tywin to tell him the deed was done. He also sent a message to Balon, or as he and his men called him, King Balon. He asked for peace between them, and if Balon agreed, there would be no war between him, Robb, and Tywin. The Iron Islands could even be their own kingdom, like the North. The dragons were a problem. 50 of Robb's men were burned before they managed to kill the green one, Regen something. However, the other 2 managed to escape and flew away. Robb took the throne and became known as the King of the North. Also known as the one responsible for the bloody feast. Naruto slowly opened his eyes. He flicked off the light and stood up to find himself in Konohagakura's main hall. Except Kurama was there in his giant fox glory. So I'm in my mind? Naruto asked, standing up. Kurama nodded slowly. I can't wait to get back. Robb won't know what hit him. You're not coming back, Naruto, Kurama said. That? I said you're not coming back. Why not? Because I don't want to cure you. But Kurama, if you don't, we'll both die. If it must be so, so be it. Kurama then laid his head on the ground and pretended to be asleep. Kurama! What the hell is wrong with you? Kurama opened his eyes and looked at Naruto. What's wrong? Naruto was surprised by the anger in Kurama's voice. What? What's wrong with you, Naruto? After all the things you've done, what you're doing now is the right thing. What do you mean? Of course it is. Robb killed Dany, and killing him will bring her back? At least I'll avenge her. You're not Naruto. That? I said you're not Naruto. At least not the one I remember. Kurama said the last lines in a whisper, but it didn't go unnoticed by Naruto. Kurama, what do you mean? Kurama sighed. Remember when we first met? What did I tell you? Naruto remembered the day he was first killed. You told me you wanted to help me become a warrior for justice. We coveted, that would be my goal, my creed. Kurama nodded. Yes. You haven't forgotten. So what's your excuse for acting the way you did? That? You killed thousands, Naruto. You were supposed to be the only one I could be proud of. The first uncorrupted ninja. You were supposed to be the one to lead these people to a brighter future. You were supposed to guide them to be better than themselves, not join them. What you are now, can you say you're better than Bolton? Naruto stepped back. Kurama was right, but no, what Naruto did was the only choice. I had no choice, Kurama. I realized there was nothing like true justice. There's nothing like taking a higher path. The only reason you're saying that is because you haven't tried it yet. This time it was a new voice that said that. Naruto looked in the direction of the voice and saw a small boy come out from behind Kurama. Who are you? Naruto asked. He is you, Kurama said. At least what you were before you became what you are now. Naruto looked back at the boy. Was he really that thin and small? The only reason you think you can't be alone in this world is because you haven't tried, said little Naruto. I've done it. I've tried everything. Easy for you to say, you've never had to do what I did. People, everyone, even Dany, know that sacrifices have to be made. To win a war, people have to die. It was for the greater good. Little Naruto walked up to Naruto quickly, and before Naruto could react, he kicked him in the balls. Naruto fell clutching his private. Who knew he had a kick like that when he was young? Shut up, ass, said little Naruto. Oh my god! Mom, Dad, and Harlot would be disgusted by you. You have the power to be so much more. It disgusts me. Is this what I grow up to be? God, I'm horrible, worse than Bolton. You have the power to be better than them, but you chose to be at their level. Using your power and being better than them is what you're supposed to do. Sure, it would be difficult, but that's the price of that power. The responsibility for the people is on you. That's why I was slowly reducing the chakra you could access, Kurama said. You were spiraling out of control. I had restricted the chakra you could use, but even then you killed all those people. Stop, Naruto said. That? Stop! Naruto yelled. Little Naruto slowly disappeared. I understand. Naruto curled up on the ground. Naruto, Kurama said with pain and concern in his voice. I knew I shouldn't have put this on you. You were so young, I should have known. Not even I was incorruptible. How could I trust a child to do my job for me and save this world? Naruto slowly stood up, looked at Kurama. Does Kurama remember the request you asked me for? Which? The one who makes sure I never change. Always agree with my choices and my creed? Kurama nodded at that. I failed you. I'm sorry, Kurama softened. I feel it too. He extended his tails and wrapped them around Naruto. Is what I was becoming the reason you haven't talked to me these days? Kurama nodded. Naruto had tears in his eyes. He had lost his first true friend. Will you ever be able to forgive me? For what I've become, for what I've done? Kurama looked at Naruto's tears. You've forgiven me for the worst things, Naruto. What kind of friend would I be if I didn't forgive you? But tell me, can you forgive yourself? Naruto shook his head. Then I have a proposition for you. Naruto looked at Kurama. You will redeem yourself. Go to the Night Watch and fight them. They are all seeking redemption. You remember the brotherhood you all shared. Fight with them against what comes, but do it without chakra. Without chakra? But that would leave me, human, that would leave you human. You've lost what you once had, the heart of a normal human being. It was replaced by the monster you became, Lord Namake's. You need to get that back, Naruto. Can you do that? Our will is fire, isn't that my house motto? Yes, I will do this, Kurama. I've got back what I once lost, believe it. Kurama smiled, finally a bit of the old Naruto who knew was coming back. Okay kid, hang on, I'll send you back. Naruto blinked. He was back in the real world if the stars above were any indication, and the pain. So much pain. Naruto looked up at the stars again, realizing he hadn't looked at them in a long, long time. Usually these days Daenerys' eyes helped calm him, but now he'd lost her. Naruto slowly climbed out of the ditch, still feeling the pain of the Fu's steel dagger stabbing into his back. He looked down and saw a cut in his Fu's steel armor. Naruto sighed. If he died, then all the clones he had now would be gone, and there would be no one there to make new Fu's steel. That was fine, but Naruto had also lost his spy network. He slowly removed his armor and vigilance, and dug a hole in the trench. He placed his armor and sword, along with his daggers and everything else he had, in the hole and covered it up. If he was going to do this, he'd make sure no one recognized him, as his armor was quite infamous, as was his sword. He couldn't kill Rob right now since he'd be surrounded by guards, and Naruto, though skilled, knew he couldn't take on 20 people at once. Revenge would have to wait. Naruto grabbed a pair of robes, a pair of pants, and a cloak, and was now dressed like a commoner. He stole some food from the kitchen and some coins and went to the wall. But just before leaving Riverrun, he went to the armory. He remembered that Rob now had a large amount of his Fu's steel. Naruto entered the armory and asked Kurama, Hey Kurama, can I remove all the chakra from these weapons? Will it count as chakra usage? No, you just be absorbing chakra without using it, so you can activate that seal of yours, was Kurama's reply. Naruto smiled a fox-like grin and made his seal absorb all the chakra from the Fu's steel. He created this seal in case any of his weapons fell into enemy hands. It didn't stop the dagger, but at least now Rob won't have unbreakable weapons on his side. It wasn't much, but it was only the beginning of Naruto's revenge against Robb Stark. Naruto slowly panicked, but just as he approached the door, he saw another individual on a watch leaving Riverrun. Naruto focused and realized it was Arya Stark. So the girl wanted to get away from her brother? Naruto, I remember that she wanted to be your apprentice, correct? Kurama asked mentally. I remember that she held the same values that you once held dear. If you're trying to get them back, she might be useful along the way. Naruto simply nodded and sneaked up to the girl. Just before she realized it, Naruto covered his mouth and looked Arya straight in the eyes, which were now wide in surprise. Shut up, Naruto whispered as he pushed Arya into a corner. Yes, I'm alive. No, I'm not undead. You wanted me to train you, didn't you? Arya nodded slowly. Then you will travel with me and I will train you. Is this understandable? Arya nodded again. I'll take my hand away now. Don't remember a sound until we're 200 feet away from this place. Okay? Another nodded, and then Naruto removed his hand from his mouth. He walked away slowly, and they soon left Riverrun. Naruto looked back at Arya, and she was burning holes in his back. It was going to be a long trail to the wall. Naruto just hoped in the back of his mind that Dani made it back to Konohagakure safely. Chapter 19. Dani slowly opened her eyes. She could hear birds chirping in the back and smelled lilies. She saw the sheets from the many healer beds in Konoha. What happened? He asked the maid he saw sitting next to him. Your Grace, the maid said, is fine. You are in Konoha. What happened to me? The last thing I remember was Naruto. What happened to Naruto? She asked the maid. And Mr. Namikaze is dash. What? Danny snapped, knowing the answer. She just had to hear it from someone else. Lord Namikaze is dead. Danny fell unconscious back onto the bed. The maid quickly went to get the head nurse. Danny woke up her eyes again. This time she was surrounded by several people. Your Grace, said a man wrapped in red robes. This man was bald and smelled of various scents, yet Danny recognized him when she went to Joffrey's Tory. Varys, Danny said, looking around for a weapon and finding none. My queen, Varys said. I'm sure you have many questions, and the council and I will help you answer them. Danny raised an eyebrow. Advice? Let me introduce you to the Konoha Council. Varys gestured to the group gathered around him. There were 3 men and 2 women. The man on the left is Auro Farron, the chief of warriors. The man to Danny's left was tall and well-muscled, looking ready for battle. The man bowed to her. Then the head archer, Oliver Queen. The man next to Auro was tall and athletic, looked quick, and had a punch. The man also bowed. Then we have the head of the intelligence branch, Altair. He refuses to give his last name. This man was dressed in white with red lining and a hood over his face. This man stood still and did not bow. So, as you know, the head healer is Fiona, your personal servant when you stayed here. The woman burst out from among those gathered and hugged Danny. She and Danny became fast friends, and Danny knew she could count on Fiona. I promise we'll get them back, Danny, Fiona said in a steely voice that Danny hadn't heard before from the sweet girl. Yes, well, the last person on the council is Adlin Forrest. She heads the women's division of the military and is the elected spokesperson for the people, Varys said, pointing to the last woman there. The woman was beautiful, with green eyes and black hair. That's all very well, but I don't remember a tip, Danny said after Adlin bowed. A lot has happened while you slept, Varys said. Danny looked at the man and glared. Tell me. Now, Varys nodded. It began after the Red Feast. The Red Feast? Yes, that's what people call what happened to you and Lord Namikaze. The Red Feast happened and somehow you found yourself here. I believe that's what Lord Namikaze did with his last breath. Danny didn't know what to feel. Naruto used his last breath to save her, and she was happy knowing he cared so much about her. Sad that he was now gone forever, and angry. She was angry at Robb Stark. They will pay, Danny said. With fire and blood they will all pay. The North will burn. Indeed it will, said Varys. How are you here? Danny asked. Why are you here? My queen, I've always been by your side, helping you along the way. What? What do you mean? I've always been on your side. I knew you were alive, and I didn't tell Robert. I knew you were with Lord Namikaze, and I didn't tell Robert or Ned Stark. I've always been on the side of the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. Danny stared at this man in disbelief. Should she trust him? No, of course not. But she could use him. Then tell me why you're here. To help you regain the throne. For the rest of the night, Varys told Danny what had happened to the world while she slept. Robb Stark was now king in the north, and there was a 3-way treaty between him, Tywin Lannister, and Balon Greyjoy. It was simply a shaky treaty. There were always rumors that 2 were trying to ally to defeat the 3rd. Joffrey Lannister had married Marjorie Tyrell, and they ruled the south. All the controlled ones await throne, now led by the still-living Aubrey Martell. He had openly declared war on the Iron Throne and Robb. But because of the earthly structure of the confines, Drone could not be attacked, so now there was a threat to Joffrey's life right next to him. The Riverlands were in chaos and a state of war. Everything was going to hell. Stannis had remained on Dragonstone and still supported Danny, but only at the urging of his Red Lady. The Wall had welcomed the men of Konoha, and the men were stationed there. Varys didn't go into why, but he mentioned a greater need than waging war. What greater need is there than to wage war? Danny asked. Fighting for life, was his response. So now explain this advice of yours to me. Danny turned her gaze to the people gathered there. With Lord Namikaze dead and you in a coma, we needed someone to take charge. That's why the council was created. We protect and govern Konoha. So why are you here? Although my network isn't as fast or as vast as Lord Namikaze, it's still large. After all, The best weapon in war is information. Danny nodded, a dirty motive, but she still doesn't trust this man. But now that you're awake, my queen, you may take command. Varys said. Does anyone else know I'm awake? Just us and the maid you talked to. It's a good thing no one knows I'm alive. Tell me, is Stark attacking Konoha? Yes, my queen, but it only meets with failure and death. Lord Namikaze knew what he was doing when he built this place. It is unbreakable. Danny nodded and finally asked a question he'd been dreading. Where are my dragons? My lady escaped from Robb, burned his men, and left. Danny smiled at the knowledge that they were at least free. But only 2 remain. Danny looked up, her face as fierce as a dragon. Which one? Regal. Danny almost lost it. She was angry. No, she was beyond that. She'd always had one reason to live, and that was to take the Iron Throne. Now she had 2, to see Robb Stark's head on a spike. It had been 2 long months on the wall. Naruto had left Arya at Moat Cailin to be trained by the assassins. He remembered that meeting. Arya, he remembered saying. Do you remember when you came to me with your creed? Yes, you told me it was impossible. Naruto shook his head. I was wrong, Arya. You were right, there is true justice. But remember, you must rise above them. You must not get personally involved if you want to have any claim on the life of a human being. Do I have to be above them? Naruto nodded. You have to be above them, but treat them equally. If you truly wish to be justice, then you'll have to be willing to kill the family if you're forced to. Arya cringed at the mention of family. Lord Namikaze, I understand you want revenge on Robb, but please spare my family. Naruto nodded and then left Moat Cailin. Robb would pay, and Naruto would spare the innocent, but Robb would pay. The assassins soon found Arya and then began her training. Naruto had reached the wall, and soon became known as the Stranger. When Naruto first arrived, he had shaved his hair and wore a mask over his mouth. He noticed his men from Konoha were there and didn't want to be recognized. When they asked him why he was there, he simply told them to help him. He refused to join the Night Watch and was therefore assigned as an engineer to help with the construction of the wall. He worked alongside a boy named Darren, and they soon became good friends. Darren Snow was his name, rumored to be the bastard of a local lord not worth remembering. Darren had joined the guard in the hope of glory, and Naruto, respecting that, wondered what glory could be found on the wall. Everything was going slowly, until Jon Snow returned. Naruto thought he was lost in the ice beyond the wall, but when Jon returned, he had a story to tell. Naruto knew there was a reason he liked Jon, but now he confirmed it. Jon was the most interesting person on the wall. Jon found many things astonishing. He had climbed the damned wall, made love to a wildling, and even pretended to be on Mance's side. Naruto knew there were plenty of wildlings, but hearing how many shocked him. Do you expect us to believe you? Asked a brother. Jon turned to him. I don't expect you to believe me, I expect you to fight me. He's right, said Steve Rogers, who was leading Konoha army on the wall. We have to prepare. There are several savages coming to attack us, we have to be prepared. Who made you chief? Said another brother. Steve looked at the man. These savages are coming for us. Do you want to sit here talking about it, or are you going to help us fight them off? The men looked at each other. Naruto smiled under his mask. Steve was always good with words. The real threat isn't the savages, Naruto rasped. It's the ones they're running from. All the men looked at the stranger. What do you mean? Steve asked. Naruto just looked at Jon. White Walkers, Jon said. They're running from the White Walkers. That night, Jon was appointed Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Jon took a different approach to the wild host who came. This was due to Naruto's nighttime encounter with Jon. Jon stood on the wall, facing north toward the forest in front of him. Naruto slowly approached behind him and coughed. Jon turned around with his hand on his long claw. He looked at Naruto. Oh, you're strange. Why are you here? For the same reason, your Lord Commander, Naruto replied hoarsely. Jon looked north. Tell me, do you think we'll survive? No. It will be a useless battle. That? I said this battle would be useless. And why would that be? Because you need every living body you have for what's to come. Jon laughed. And what do you suggest, oh wise stranger? Make peace, then you'll have more men to fight them. Jon looked like he was seriously considering the idea, nodding. Naruto knew there was a reason he didn't kill Jon the moment he saw him. The next month at the wall was busy for Naruto as an engineer, spending most of his time restoring all the towers of Castle Black. The wildlings now lived either at the wall or in Mole Town. The Night Watch and the wildlings now work together. John and Mance now lead this group along with Steve, and John always asked Naruto for advice in private. The North had been in chaos. Several of Rob's vassals had rebelled against him. Konoha openly attacked Strax's lands every chance it got. Several people had died, and Naruto was glad Rob had this headache. However, he was saddened by the lives lost. The last thing he heard was that Konoha army was leading an attack on Winterfell. A month had passed, and Naruto now stood on the wall, looking north and enjoying the scenery. It was calm, the calm before the storm. John joined him. "Well, stranger, any advice now?" Naruto chuckled. "Not, my lord commander." They both stared into the distance. The sun was slowly setting, and as it went down, the shadows lengthened. Naruto could see something emerging from the shadows. "White Walkers, my lord!" Naruto shouted, and when John looked he turned pale as snow. "Sound the alarms!" he shouted. At that moment, a flying ice ball hit the wall. The ground shook and Naruto almost lost his balance, but John almost fell. Naruto grabbed John by the cloak and saved his life. "Thank you." But just as John said those words, another ball hit the wall. This time Naruto fell. John tried to catch Naruto, but his grip failed. No, Naruto was falling. If he had chakra, he could survive, maybe even save everyone. Why? Why was this his fate? Why was this happening to him? As Naruto fell, he landed on top of the approaching elevator. That knocked Naruto unconscious. When Naruto opened his eyes, he saw Kurama. "Kurama, what the hell? Relax, kid, I'll fix you up in a second." Naruto looked at the fox. "Kurama, I have a question. What gives you the right?" "That?" I said, "what gives you the right to take my chakra and leave me unable to help my people? Everyone's dying out there, Kurama, and what am I doing? Counseling a child? Naruto, they need you here on the wall. I'm needed with my people." Naruto punched Kurama and the fox flew back a few meters. Naruto looked at his hands. Of course it was in his mind. Kurama couldn't control him here. "Naruto!" roared Kurama. "Kurama!" Naruto formed a Rasengan and hit the fox, sending it flying out of the castle and Naruto's mind. Naruto jumped down and with the Rasengan still in his hand hit the recovering Kurama right in the head. "You did a lot worse than me," Naruto said as he jumped to avoid a tail Kurama swung at him. "You killed a lot more than me!" Naruto was thrown back into the forest and Kurama jumped after him. "So what about it?" Naruto quickly got up and tried to activate his Nine-Tails cloak, but realized Kurama had the chakra. Naruto, instead, used his own chakra and blasted Kurama with 1,000 shadow clones. "You said I needed to be better, that I killed innocents when none of them had to die. What right do you have to do that when you've done the killing yourself?" Kurama flicked his tail, destroying a few clones. But when he heard the last part, Kurama flinched under Naruto's voice, and in that second, Naruto struck Kurama with a Rasengan from each clone. "Fine," Naruto said, standing next to Kurama. "Answer me, why you were supposed to be better than me." "That? Naruto, when I met you, I realized who you were. Who you could become, someone better than me. Someone who could be the hero I never could. I saved countless lives in the ninja world, yet I was still referred to as the demon fox. I protected people, and even though I tried my best, someone always died. But you, when I met you, I realized that you could be different from me. You could do better than me. But as you became who you were, I realized that you were becoming like me. Naruto, I couldn't allow that. So you're taking away my chakra? You're taking away my chance to save the one I loved? Why make sense of sacrifice to be a hero?" "Yes." Kurama swatted at Naruto with a paw. "You were supposed to be the best of me and your family." He lashed out at Naruto with his tail, while forming a ball of bijou in his mouth. "And who are you to decide that?" Naruto began to form the Raisin Disc. Just as Kurama launched his attack, Naruto launched the Raisin Disc. The explosion cleared the city and Naruto was thrown to the edge of his mental escape. Naruto got up as soon as he could and looked at Kurama. The fox was still down but was approaching fast. Naruto activated his chakra cloak and jumped across the destroyed city and hit Kurama with a large Rasengan. He landed on top of the fox and looked him straight in the eyes. "What the hell do you want me to do, Kurama? All this while my worst enemy has been you. My only friend in this world. So tell me, I want this mess to end. Tell me, what should I do?" Kurama looked at the man in front of him. Naruto, I'm sorry. I always wanted to do what? Just tell me what you want, for you to save this world. As soon as I got here I could feel it. I could feel him. Who? The one these people call the Great Other. If chakra is life given a kind of form, then he is the opposite of chakra. I could feel it, I could sense it. Ever since we came to this world I knew that you and I would have to fight. That's why I wanted you to train Naruto, why I wanted you to be the warrior of life. But you were killing so many, I didn't know if you wouldn't fall to the other. What are you talking about? You've stopped making sense. This world and the people in it are controlled by him. The Great Other, as these people call it, would be known as the form of death. Manner of death? Yes. Death appears in many forms. In this world death is given the body of the Great Other. But that still doesn't explain why you wanted me to stop killing, because it corrupts. God, you're so bucking impatient. The Great Other does far more than just take the souls of those who have passed on from this world. It has far more power. It whispers into the minds of men. It controls them, slowly corrupting them by destroying who they were meant to be. You're making this shit up, Kurama. No, I'm not. Use your idiotic head. When in your life have people acted in ways they weren't supposed to? Think, after a moment. Rob? Yes, but there is another one. Think more. K. Karstark? That was the first time I felt that Great Other influence on a man. When I saw Karstark leave you alone to save himself, I knew he wasn't in your mind. What grandfather would leave his own to die? He and Karstark did. That means he's innocent. Of course not. The Great Mother gave him a choice and Karstark chose wrong. His actions are his own and no one else is to blame. But the Great Other is to blame. He influenced Rob and suggested he betray you. Rob chose wrong and stabbed you in the back. But that doesn't mean he's innocent. Only 2 people? Kurama, if this Great Other is as strong as you say, why did he only take out 2? He hasn't. He's influenced several people. Bolton for one. And then his son Daenerys. Remember the rumors we heard about Daenerys after we killed him? He was said to be a kind person, the complete opposite of his father. And yet we find out he was a pedophile? Naruto, tell me how can this be? Rumors are rumors, Kurama, but I felt it there too. The great presence of the others. He's responsible for Karstark, Rob, Bolton, Daenerys. At one point he even tried to control Dany. But he failed. She was too pure for him. What the hell does this have to do with not wanting him to kill? What do all these people have in common? Me? Yes. Ever since we came to this world, the Great Other has been trying to kill you. He grew tired of you being killed because Karstark left you. After you survived, he tried to control you. He controls people by whispering in the ears of those who are not pure of heart. And by not pure of heart, I mean those who have killed, and killed a lot. So he convinced Daenerys to piss me off in the hopes that I'd kill everyone and he could control me? Yes, I couldn't warn you at the time because I didn't know that was how the Great Other controlled others. But soon, over the years, I realized that this was how it was done, so I tried to keep you from stopping killing. But no matter what happened over the years, you remained faithful. You may have started killing somewhere along the way, but your heart remained true. I was so proud of you, Naruto. Then why? Why did you tell me to stop now? Because after Rock, you started seeing them as numbers. I was worried that you were losing yourself in this world. I was worried that the Big Other could control you. Did you know? Did you know? Did you know Rob was being influenced by the Great Other? Yes, I did. Naruto kicked Kurama, and the fox slid to the edge of the mindscape. Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me Rob was being controlled? I could have saved Dany. He wasn't controlled, roared Kurama. He made his choice. So why didn't you tell me about it? Because I needed you dead. That? I needed the Big Other to think you were dead. Because he has woken up. John saw the stranger hit the top of the elevator as the thing went up. John realized the stranger was probably dead, said a silent prayer to the man who had given him so much advice in the past, and then ordered his men to mobilize. It was time for the darkest night. At first, the walkers stayed a good distance from the wall. They continued to throw huge ice cubes at the wall, trying to break a section of it. So far, they were managing to crack the wall near the Black Castle. The men geared up and left Black's castle. The Konoha army led the way, followed by the Night Watch and then the Wildlings. Steve and John led the forces. John turned and addressed the men. They are here. For thousands of years this wall has stood. It had stood and we fought like animals fight over meat, but now is the time. It is time for the true reason the night's watch is needed. The night gathers, and now my watch begins. It will not end until my death. I will live and die at my post. I am the sword in the darkness. I am the watchman on the walls. I am the fire that burns against the cold, the light that brings the dawn, the horn that wakes those who sleep, the shield that protects the realms of men. I pledge my life and my honor to the night's watch, for this night and all the nights to come. Once I thought those words for just us, now I know it is for all of us how we value life and fight against the undying. Fight for your lives. For your freedom. Jon turned, and the people roared in approval. Jon realized that in this army there were wildlings, men, women, and even giants. They were all united against the White Walkers. Jon smiled. All this was possible thanks to the stranger. Jon whispered a prayer for him again. "Get me ready!" Steve shouted. "Charge!" Naruto looked at the injured Kurama. "What do you mean he woke up? I mean, he's awake and he's coming to get everything that's alive. The White Walkers obey him only because they fear him. So why did you take my chakra? Because that's how he followed you. You shone like the sun compared to the rest of the people here, mainly because of my chakra. He's afraid of you, and your chakra, which is why he wanted you dead. So you take my chakra and convince me to go to the wall, because you want me to fight him. This has been your destiny, Naruto, to fight this creature, but you said it yourself. He is death. I'm not saying you can kill him, that would be impossible. I'm saying we destroy his body and seal him north of the wall. You want me to kill him without chakra? I'll give you back your chakra and mine. Use everything we have to kill him." Naruto was silent for a moment. "Tell me, Kurama, if I hadn't lost it and attacked you, would you have told me about this? No. What would you have done? I would have let you face him, and at the last moment I would have given you back your chakra. Would you never have told me any of this? The fact that you knew all of this, and the fact that this changed my life for the most part? No. Because I didn't want you to hate me. Kurama, I've always tried to do the right thing. No matter how difficult it seems, I've always tried to do the right thing for people. Why didn't you talk to me all these years? Why did you stay silent? Because I was ashamed. Why didn't you tell me from the beginning, Kurama? Because the great other is after you because of me. That, my chakra. It was so great that when I came here with you, my presence here caused the great other to wake up sooner. I didn't want to tell you because I didn't want someone else to hate me. Stupid fox." Naruto bowed. "I could never hate you." Naruto petted Kurama. "I can't forgive you for this, but I don't hate you, Kurama. I could never hate my best friend." Kurama cried. For the first time since his father died, Kurama cried. Naruto was better than him. Kurama had finally found someone who was as kind as his father. "Now get up and dry those tears," Naruto said as he stood up. "We have a job to do," Kurama smiled. "Right." Naruto woke up and found himself on the ground of Castle Black. He saw all the rubble around him. The castle was about to collapse. There was a split in the wall right in the middle. Several people were running away screaming. "It's showtime," Naruto said. Naruto closed his eyes, and when he opened them next, they were golden. Naruto's chakra cloak glowed in the Ninetales' light, flashing toward where Jon's seal had been. He remembered placing it several years ago. Once again, Naruto's interest in Jon proved true. He arrived and saw Jon and Steve fighting back to back, surrounded by the undead. Naruto saw all the undead backing away from him. Were they scared? Okay, Naruto extended chakra claws and used them to strike at the undead. The moment the chakra touched his skin, the White Walker melted. Naruto smiled and jumped in next to Jon and Steve. "Hey Steve!" said a smiling Naruto. "I'd like to meet you here." Naruto turned around and created 3 clones and sent the clones with Raisengans to clear the land of the White Walkers. "Oh Lord Namikaze!" Steve said, recognizing the iconic yellow appearance Naruto took. "Flash?" Jon said. "What do you two look like? Have you seen a ghost?" Naruto smiled. Oh, this felt so good. He created a giant Rasengan and destroyed the White Walkers. Naruto slowly expanded his cloak and used several chakra arms and used them as spears and killed the White Walkers. Soon the undead were no more, and their bodies were soon burned. Naruto stood in the middle of the open field with Steve and Jon. The sun rose slowly. Jon smiled. It was done. The longest night was over. Finally over. "Lord Namikaze! You're alive!" Steve said. Not now, Steve. You and John need to get out of here now. Why? We won! John shouted as he raised his hands to the sky. That's why. Naruto turned and looked at the direction the sun was coming from. From the east, something came. It slowly lifted its head off the ground, and within seconds, its head covered the sun, blocking out its rays. Naruto could feel it now. Who couldn't? The giant snake, the great other. The one whose name was lost to time. Naruto could almost feel it crawling up his skin. Go now. Naruto repeated. This time Steve and John ran. You're not dead, said a voice, neither male nor female. It had no tone, pitch, or essence, it was simply there. You sound disappointed, Naruto replied. Great, let him start making bad jokes about death itself. I had hoped the fox's foolish actions would have left you dead and broken. I should have known that stupid creature wasn't up to the task. Hey, nobody calls him stupid except me, you fool Namikaze. Or should I say Ned Snow? Naruto stiffened at that. Yes, I know you. I know everything about you. I can read you like a book. So much anguish and pain, and some of those foolish gods expected you to defeat me? Naruto knew it was time for the final battle. Hey, before we start, tell me what's your name? I hate writing just great other on your tombstone, funny to the last breath. My name is Death, that's all. You don't deserve to know my real name. The snake coiled around and Naruto knew the snake was about to attack him. Naruto put his foot back and channeled chakra into his hands. Hopefully he could hold the snake off. The snake then jumped and hit Naruto, and the next thing Naruto knew, he was flying through the air. The snake was still pushing him, but now they were passing through the landscape as if he were a stone away. Naruto looked into the snake's yellow eyes and saw every person he had killed in those eyes. He felt their pain, how they died. Some crushed by rocks, others stabbed. Naruto caused all that pain, but now he would end it. They were getting closer and closer to the ground, and he quickly approached to meet it. Naruto fell to the ground and slowly grabbed it again, holding the snake back. Naruto looked back and saw that they had reached the walls of Winterfell. Naruto saw a glimpse of a gathering in the central plaza of Winterfell. The snake tossed Naruto into the air and Naruto could see Dani. It was Dani! She was alive, and more than that, she was holding Rob at the tip of the blade. Was she about to execute him? Naruto saw that the snake was looking at the castle. If the snake could read Naruto Dani. The moment Naruto landed, he ran as fast as he could and caught up with Dani in an instant. Dani held ice against Rob's neck. The battle to capture Winterfell was a joke. The army captured Rob, and now that she had him, she killed Naruto. The one person she knew she could count on. The moment Rob saw Dani alive, he knew he was dead. Dani lifted ice high. This was the hard part. If Naruto were here, he would help her. He would have helped her kill Rob. He raised his sword, and just as he was about to bring it down, he saw a yellow flash. Did she look up, Naruto? Before she could say anything, Naruto threw her to the ground and he landed a few meters from where she was standing, and not a split second later, the giant head of a snake tore through the castle and attacked the place where Dani was. The snake opened its mouth and hissed at the people there, all of whom died from the venom it spewed. The snake looked at Robb Stark. Ah yes, Robb Stark. You were so easy to use. It opened its mouth and swallowed him whole. Naruto looked at Dani, pressed his lips against hers for a second, and then went to the giant snake. Just as the snake swallowed Rob, Naruto kicked the snake with all the chakra he could muster. The snake flew back, and Naruto went with it. He left the castle, ran, and jumped toward the snake. The snake hit the ground, and when it raised its head again, Naruto kicked it again. The snake flew back once more and this time hit the wall. The snake slowly crawled to its north side, and Naruto followed. You shouldn't have come here, Ned, said the snake. Out there you had a chance, here in my domain, you're nothing. The snake charged at Naruto again. This time Naruto knew how strong the snake was and stood his ground. He punched the snake and climbed onto its back. Just as Naruto did that, the skin in front of where he was standing moved and another head appeared and tried to bite him. Naruto channeled chakra to his feet and ran away from the giant snake. But everywhere he stepped a new head appeared. Naruto finally jumped off the snake and onto the wall. He looked at the snake. Once large, it now had 50 heads. Naruto! Use the wall! He's alive! Kurama yelled mentally. What? Naruto replied. Remember that year we spent here? That mysterious chakra we felt inside the wall? It's alive! It always has been! Channel some chakra into it. Naruto bent down on one knee and touched the wall. He channeled chakra into the wall, and Naruto could see the wall mending itself. The huge gap in the wall sealed itself, and even slowly grew larger and larger. Naruto stopped and looked at the snake and its 50 heads. Now you will die, said the snake as it began to coil again. Naruto didn't have many options. He made a Rasengan and charged it, making it bigger and bigger. Naruto held the now giant Rasengan and leaped towards the snake. The snake leaped out of its coil and all 50 heads attacked, breaking off the fangs. Naruto felt his Rasengan hit the snake, and for a moment, he felt himself being pushed back, but the Rasengan was gone. It slowly tore the snake apart, and the physical body of death in this world no longer existed. Naruto stood on the icy plain. His cloak was tearing apart. Pieces of Kurama's chakra were being absorbed by the snake's rotting body. Naruto walked away, his work done. Naruto quickly moved on to Winterfell. He saw Dani being looked at by a healer, but the moment she made eye contact with him, he ran at him. Naruto opened his arms. Dani raised her arm and slapped him. Where the hell have you been? She sounded beyond pissed off. Naruto looked at her. He didn't wake a dragon, in fact. Was I playing dead to bring out the physical incarnation of death so I could kill him? Well, did you do it? He asked without missing a beat. Yes, Naruto replied. Good. Then she pulled him in and kissed him. He wrapped his arms around her and pulled her close. He'd never let her go again. That night at Winterfell, Dani dragged Naruto into the master bedroom. She threw him inside and closed the doors behind her. She looked at him. You're never going to leave me again, are you? Yes, Naruto replied. Good. Dani kissed him and slowly pushed him down onto the bed. She kissed him on the lips and slowly rubbed his leg between hers. Naruto had his arms around Dani's hips, pulled her towards him, and slowly pulled up her skirt. The material felt silky smooth, as did skin. Naruto slowly kneaded her ass, and Dani began to unbutton his shirt. Naruto turned her around and took off his shirt. He slowly began kissing her, then kissed her neck. He finally reached her breasts. They were hidden in her dress. Naruto slowly ripped off her shirt and kissed her breasts. Dani kissed Naruto again, threw off her torn dress, and Naruto stripped off as well. She kissed him again. Be nice, Naruto, Naruto whispered in her ears. Always. He felt her warm entrance and entered her. He felt her heat and her life. She pressed her nails into Naruto's back, scratching his spine. Naruto began to thrust slowly, feeling her tense in her moments. Naruto looked at her, into her eyes, those wonderful gems. Naruto trusted her faster and faster, her hips now moving in sync with him. Naruto kissed Dani and then came inside her. In the days after defeating death, Naruto and Dani grew closer. He had given Dani his soul, she had given him hers. Once news of Naruto's resurrection and the defeat of a giant snake reached them, the people surrendered. The Lannisters went to their now broken rock. The Martells partied for days, and the rest of Westeros wondered what would come next. A month after fighting death, Naruto walked with Dani up the steps of the Red Keep. Just before taking the last step, Naruto stopped. What's wrong, Naruto? Dani asked as she turned around. You asked me to do this a long time ago, remember? However, Dani didn't know what he was talking about. Naruto knelt. Daenerys Targaryen, will you marry me? Of course, she said yes. Dani and Naruto had a great life together. First they had twins, 2 boys. One was Minato Targaryen. He had yellow hair like Naruto and purple eyes. Minato was the heir to the Iron Throne. The second was Rhaegar Namikaze. He had silver hair and blue eyes and was the heir of Konoha. Their next child was Kushina Targaryen. She looked exactly like Naruto remembered his father seeing his mother. She had red hair and a round face, and she had purple eyes. The youngest child was a boy named Rowan Namikaze. The boy looked exactly like a Targaryen. Naruto named the boy after the first person he ever looked up to, the miller boy Rowan. The boy who wanted to be a knight. Naruto, now 89, sat on a bench overlooking the garden. He had aged like all people. Being the embodiment of life meant nothing. Soon everyone had to die. Dani had drifted off into a rather gentle sleep. That was yesterday. Naruto had let his son take over. Minato was like him, except he had a wild sense of humor. That boy, Naruto had once wondered what would become of this world now that his son was king. Well, whatever it was going to be exciting. Naruto was ready now. It had been so long since he last saw death. Naruto approached the wall. The wall was now over 1,000 feet tall. Naruto smiled at the new generation of knights watching over the kingdom of man. Jon Snow was the greatest general Naruto knew, but these guys were giving Jon a run for his money. Every day they found something new. Some new creature in the north or some spirits that needed to be killed. Naruto smiled as he walked over to the wall. He reached up and felt along the wall. He hummed with chakra, about to receive even more. Ready? Naruto asked Kurama. There, the fox replied. Naruto and Kurama hadn't spoken since that day all those years ago when he defeated death. But for the past decade, Kurama had tried to redeem himself. Naruto agreed to give Kurama a chance, and now that Naruto was ready to die, they could finally do it. They executed their last plan, the chance for Kurama to redeem himself. Naruto channeled Kurama into the wall, sealing him within it. The wall began to glow orange. Naruto smiled. It was done. Kurama would now protect this world in Naruto's absence. With his last breaths in him, Naruto quickly moved to Danny's grave. It was located in the middle of the gardens. Naruto stood there and waited until he collapsed. In the background I could hear them, his children and grandchildren coming to see him. Naruto felt a presence, smiled. So you're finally here for me? He looked over his shoulder and saw Death. Death, for some reason, looked like Danny. Ready? Asked Death. Naruto just nodded and everything went black. Epilogue. Joran Namikaze, son of Rhaegar Namikaze, was having a heartbreaking week. His family had suffered a major defeat in recent days. Grandpa Danny died. She was the kindest person in the world and by far the kindest queen the kingdoms had ever had. When she died, Grandpa Naruto was heartbroken. Then, after we buried Grandma Danny, we found Grandpa Naruto dead on his tombstone. He was smiling. The family had been distraught, Uncle Minato cried, and his happy mood spoiled everyone else's. He'd always been the happy one, the person who could make everyone else laugh. Damn, my dad got so bad. My dad, who never laughs, tried to make a joke. Needless to say, everyone laughed, more at him than at the joke itself. Strange things have been happening since Grandpa's death. For some reason, the north is no longer icebound. It seems that before Grandpa died, he did something to the wall to make it glow orange. Now the wall not only kept out magical creatures, but also the cold. So let's just say it's now the time of eternal summer, when winter will never come again. And I agree with them. There's also news of dragons appearing in Pentos. There have been rumors that Pentos is now the city of dragons. However, none of the people are harmed by the dragons. They say the two older dragons, one black and one white, control the younger dragons quite easily. Joran knew Grandpa Naruto had left big shoes to fill, but it was his duty, and his sisters and cousins, to do so. It was his duty to protect the kingdom now. And Joran vowed on the name of Namikaze that he would.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.